time, it's been too long. Was silent calm, but now the storm. I'm not the one you can't ignore. I never blind, the deadline. I'm ahead time, the rare kind. I'm a living legend, lethal weapon, master. Big time. Rumor has it, I'm a savage. Drop the classic, thinking back. Drop the classic, too established. That the magic, it's all the magic. Got a mask, who was that? Living legend, meet the weapon. Mastermind, never tired. Tell him all, tell him all.
Big dreams, I got big dreams since like baby. I've been joining forces with the likes of an A-team. Jumping off of buildings used to be so stimulating. Now I'm reaching new heights, I'ma need the off-white. Play with the fire, you get burned. All of my struggles became lessons well learned. I got desires that keep me grounded, that's for sure. Cause one day we gon' make it out this earth, where's your worth?
I'm sick of your talking, you got the wrong one. I'm taking your king and I leave him broken. If I am in second, it's after no one. Just give me a second to let him know. I'm the headline, the deadline. I'm ahead time, the rare kind. I'm a living legend, lethal weapon, master. The king is back like prodigal. I gave him time, it's been too long. Was silent calm, but now the storm. I'm not the one you can't ignore. I never blind, the deadline. I'm ahead time, the rare kind. I'm a living legend, lethal weapon, master. Big time.
Cyrus Geringer is going to bunker out the last player left alive. It's Nick LaValle, and PB Fit is going to have this miraculous victory here at the World Cup.
I'm sorry, baby, I don't need to be rude. I'm
What an amazing paintball story. PB Fit taking down Dammit. They took down Red Legion, who won 2. AC Diesel, and then the legends, Edmonton Impact, the final buzzer hit as the crowd goes absolutely wild.
Couldn't be more happy for all these guys here. Nobody works harder.
A lot of young lions that are coming up that want to take down these legends and become legends themselves. And PB Fit, by winning this tournament, just became paintball legends.
Believing in each other, playing for each other, never giving up for each other, that's what truly wins championships, not money, heart does.
Oh, yeah, I don't blame you. If I was you, I'd probably be getting mad at
We are not done. We're not happy to make a Sunday. We're not happy to go 2-2. We've done that, right? We're here to win tournaments, and we're only going to do that to use each other.
We couldn't ask for a bigger exclamation point on the season. On 2024 here from Major League Paintball, we have a brand new team that's a titan in the sport.
Let's be the first rookie team to win World Cup. Right? We made history last year. Let's do it back to back.
We're getting told all these excuses of why we won the event, and I love it. I love it because now I'm more motivated than ever because I feel like I didn't even win Cup. I feel like I'm still getting discredited for the way we played. We're all getting discredited, and that's how it feels. And that's something that I don't think these people understand with their podcasts is when they say stuff like that, it makes it to where we're all very, very excited.
FIT stands for Family Integrated Team, and really it's just a group of like-minded individuals that all are playing for each other and just working as a family, so to speak, to create a great program. And we do also have a family in there. There's 3 brothers, a cousin, and then an adopted brother, so to speak, with Chavi, and then the parents as well. So we got a lot of family involved in this.
I was the first brother to do it. So then I grew up playing as like the young kid at the paintball parks, playing with my dad, and had a great time doing that. There really wasn't a lot of other kids around Brody, who never really showed an interest in paintball, wanted to start playing once I came back from college. And I was like, oh, well, hell yeah, let's all go play a paintball tournament together. Let's do this. I've already won paintball tournaments with Dad. Like, let's do it with you now.
Those are all the trophies. Problem is you just don't have enough room for them. Like, the pro win is so much bigger than all these that you're like, dude, we get more of those, we're gonna have any fucking space, and I don't want to ruin these trophies. So we're gonna build like a plexiglass case and put all of them in, kind of display everything, and then probably put all the other fit teams as well in there too. Get some.
The whole time, Colt really didn't want to play, but you were allowed to do sideline coaching. So then Colt, he is known as Noodle Boy, and he would be on the sidelines with these big orange pool noodles, letting us know where the snake player is and yelling out codes and trying to put the whole situation together from a young age, just on the sidelines. He really didn't even start playing until we decided to open up Paintball Fit. And then we got Colt playing and Trenton playing, D3 at the time, and the decision was, hey, do we go forward and try to go higher division? If we don't, we can still play with Colt and the rest of the family. And we decided to do that, and we started playing together, and let's build a team just out of us instead of trying to get talent and then losing talent on a regular basis and cycling it. Like, let's just invest in our own family, whether there's natural talent there or not, and let's take it as far as we can.
Perfect blend of bark, meat, and fat on there.
And then, can I get corn? And the beans? Yeah. And then some rice.
You're supposed to get the meats, is that what we're doing?
Yeah, we're just telling what meat. You're getting brisket, I'm getting brisket.
All right.
It's freaking phenomenal.
Paintball Fit started as a place for us to train ourselves, our family doing our thing. We started with my brothers, and then as I had kids and then started raising them into it, they became the team.
We had an indoor field years and years ago. We had video games and we had all kinds of stuff. And we were like, man, it's not really, working out the way we really want it to. We really want, someday we want to have, property, have a big field. I don't know, 8 years later, a buddy of his came into his boot and shoe repair, and he was like, hey, I want to open up Mad Dog's Paintball Park. And he's just like, I'm interested in all the rec ball. If you want to do, the speedball, why don't we, incorporate and go together and do this thing? And so that's kind of how that happened. And we just started out with a reball center, which was just those rubber balls. And Johnny's just like, you know what, I really want to train people. And they would go out and do drills, and we had a lot of kids and grown-ups and everyone coming out, and basically a training center and teaching. And then it got so big and so good that we went ahead, and the next spot over, he did a field, and it was really, really doing well. So then we were like, all right, well, the next stage is going to be, they're like, we want 3 fields, this is the layout, it's going to be a great, great facility. And we haven't looked back. It's just nonstop going. And now we're going to be building a 4th field.
Here, I'll do it.
Just lid down.
I'll do it.
Lid down. I need a total of 8. One more right here.
You want one here?
No, Rob.
Shooting 1 off range minimum every point and throwing everything away because of selfish fucking play.
We were like, we're going to push so much harder. We're going to be practicing more than anybody out here because we're trying to go past semi-pro to actually play at pro. And for us to be able to match this skill gap with these dudes that have been playing at pro for 10 years, they're up here already, right? And we are trying to catch up. And the only way to catch up is to play more. That is the only thing you can do. Put more time.
Coming into 2024 as a new rookie pro team again, as a new team name, I guess, as well, right? Starting a new franchise, a new history there for pro at least. As I was super excited to remake our name for ourselves and prove that what happened in 2021 wasn't real, was like fluke, it was something that we had learned from and we'd gotten even better from. That's something I feel like in everything in life, that you need to take your blows, take your losses, and then come back even stronger and get better from it. And that's how you grow and continue to do better in anything.
Each match and each event along the season had very valuable lessons where you had to like re-dial in where we thought we were mentally strong enough and had it dialed in. There's just little lessons and we had to relearn it a little bit, just be a little bit better.
Chicago was definitely the start of them getting more confidence in me and my spins. Played a good share of points and was able to shine a little bit in those points.
The wild card round, PB Fit making Sunday for the first time in 2024.
Oh, that's huge.
Massive moment here for Cyrus Geringer.
Chicago was a very big stepping stone for us as a squad, I think. It just kind of showed that all the work we had been doing, it was slowly progressing the first 3 events of the season, but that 4th event, making the jump from not making Sunday to making Sunday, and then even winning our first Sunday match, it's just really showing us that what we were doing was working, and that at any moment we could turn it on and legitimately win an event.
Jonathan, I need a little bit more calmness next match. Yeah, I was a little too much. We're playing the Russians next. They're coming. Yeah, every point, right?
It is probably the most emotionally hit that we've taken in a while. Cause we haven't been mercied in a long time as Paintball Fit in general.
Is going to do it. They're going to put up this 8-2 mercy rule win.
It was intense. And after we shook the hands, I know that me and Cyrus, we both kind of 100% tears. Just emotionally hit us. It was putting all that work and just getting hit with one of those again. Just hammered down. You're still not here yet, right? Hurts a lot.
It's something that we're fucking up on consistently, and it's a problem. I have to not be lazy in the back center. I gotta know that since I'm fat, everyone's coming for me, right? Russians put 3 guns on me, they shot me. I'm gonna be better for Cup. I'm gonna be better for all of you, Cup. I plan on winning Cup.
Yep.
Sometimes when a team is playing the way the Russians play, it's better to fight fire with fire and come at them instead of, oh, I hope I shoot this guy running to the 50. The next tournament saying, if we ever play Russians again, they're not going to be able to do that. We're going to come fight fire with fire, and we're going to press, and we're going to come at them.
That one is probably the most motivating one that happened, because from them doing that to us there, we were fuck that, never again. We need to push way harder, and that made it to leave Sparta practicing way more after that defeat. We took that L and we're nah, we've dealt with this stuff before.
2024 Major League Paintball World Cup, the biggest event in the world, the best event of the year.
World Cup's everything. That is the biggest event of all in paintball. I mean, you win Cup, no one cares about the rest of the season. I mean, us, for example, right? Going into Cup, we'd only won 1 match on Sunday. You go win Cup, now we're the best team in paintball.
In the eyes of paintball players, World Cup is kind of like how football sees the Super Bowl. It is the final event. Everyone is bringing their best. Throughout the year, everyone's kind of building up. You are at your best peak at Cup. This is your show.
Get in the snake, and then we got to go. And you got to watch the guy over the top, right? That's all that matters. Check off, make sure there's nobody on the top.
It's been a tough 2 years, baby. We dug ourselves out of a hole a little bit at a time. We're here, World Cup. Everybody else forgets about the last 2 years. We do go well here.
First game at Cup was really important to us. I think when you win that first match, you're like, okay, everything we did at practice worked. And I almost think it's more important than any other prelim game. I think the first match kind of sets the tone for every team. And we knew going against Aftermath, they were going to be a team that pushed hard off break and then wanted to slow it down and try to play that slow game because, you know, that's what we saw on film and that's how they play most layouts. But it was if everything that we practiced is true.
What are you going to do with two guys on you?
And that Dorito 3 player is getting pinched about as much as somebody possibly could.
Fit is set up so well now to burn this clock. I don't like Colt's move here, but he does get him clean. So he showed me.
Excellent closer from Cyrus. He did it intelligently. He did it in a way where it was safe, where he knew he wasn't going to lose the point, but let's get that extra third point on the spread if we can. Nice job, Cyrus. Young up-and-coming player for Fit. Fit's getting a little bit more diverse. We've known how good Chavez and the Luke Owls have been, and Mason and Stewart, but getting a couple added guys like Cyrus is really good for him.
Kind of let me understand, like, oh, no, we know this layout. Like, we know it through and through. We're winning this event. And then when we beat them, and I was just like, okay, let's go 4-0 in the prelim. Let's go win everything.
Jumping in this next one here, PB Fit up 2 on Spider Fusion with 11:41 to go. Spider Fusion going to be losing that first body.
After Aftermath, we had Spider Fusion. You know, it's our first time ever playing against, you know, the American pros, and they were good for, like, you know, different game plans. We wanted to see who we could shoot off break.
Three quick points here for PB Fit. 3 more away from the Mercy Rule win in the last set of the first day of the World Cup. Just a perfect game here for PB Fit.
When we Mercy Spider Fusion, we did it in there was 11 minutes left or something like that. There was a ton of time left. So I think we set another record for that too, on finishing the fastest prelim match at Cup.
And then we go on to play Notorious. And that's when we were like, okay, cool, let's go play Notorious. We know that their only attack is going to be Archie through the snake. How can we play against them knowing we have to shut down a snake side? How do we play that? So we use that match as let's try with just Colt not letting Archie play from the back center. And then when we need help, we get whoever's in the center to play that way. And then that's when we found that, as long as you knew they were in the snake, they weren't winning. They weren't going to win that game. If they come to your side, great. The Dorito guy can just shoot them. We use that match as kind of okay, let's play against a heavy snake side, see what they do, right? And let's see how we can contest that.
Getting ABJ clean. Looks like he's going to continue forward.
That was a great
Get the last guy.
Colt Lukow. Colt drops the hammer on Hines. And that's going to do it. Looks like we got a lot of fans here from Paintball Fit. I mean, they are fit. This is a Texas team, but coming back in this next one here, PB Fit up by 1. We're following them on the breakout.
Wow, this is crazy, Matt. Paintball Fit shoots 2 on the break.
Also, there's not a ton of safe spots on this field if you shoot an accurate lane.
Yeah, you got to go somewhere. Archie's gun because Archie's in the corner.
Oh, but he gets caught cross field. Oh, maybe the glare might have been an issue. Great zone control from PB Fit, Rich.
Yeah. Fit, though, with a nice cushion so they can kind of sit back, chew up the clock, work on their communication and teamwork, which is what they're really good at. Got him.
Oh, it's Cyrus. Yet again, are you not entertained?
I would love to go to one of their practices and just watch what they do, watch what they're doing for their breakout drills, what they're doing for their zone control comm drills, because these guys are, they're working harder than anybody else.
Mason thought that was the last kill.
Yeah, I know.
Snake. Kind of postured up on the when he smoked ABJ, and then gets that last kill as well.
And then all of a sudden sees somebody running out of back center. He's like, oh, there's another target here.
Yeah, but that also was light work for him as well.
Light work.
Hey, great job, Mason. Great job, Cyrus.
It felt real good. I've been wanting that match since 2022. Because I haven't got to play Notorious since 2022, losing that pro spot. That was a big one for all of us. I mean, all of us, besides Cyrus, were there for that loss, and it hurt. It was something we were all itching to get, and I said it in the huddle. I was like, this isn't just a normal prelim game. This is to correct that wrong. This is to go make a statement, and we preached that we wanted to 6-0 them. It was not a just beat them. It was go murder these guys and show them that that was a fluke. And I feel like that's what we did.
Shut the fuck up!
Not here, not yet.
God damn, son. That last fucking point, we didn't have the fucking kill count, right? We're calling 44, shoot the snake. Me and Trent are about to just walk into the Delta's gun, right? That can't fucking happen tomorrow.
Goddamn right.
Tomorrow is Sunday. That's how we're going into this match.
Sir.
Tomorrow is Sunday. Let's go break down the fucking film and let's 6-0 damage.
Yes, sir.
Right? Because our play style doesn't work in this fucking league, right? Yeah. I don't know if you guys remember that. I remember that shit. Yeah. They want to act like that. Let's take it to them tomorrow, right? Yeah. Hey, fit on 3. 1, 2, 3, fit! Let's go, boys. So it's Colt Lukow with Paintball Fit. We just finished our third match, ended 3-0. You know, we're playing a little sloppy. I know the records don't show it, right? We've only dropped 2 points, but a lot of those points we feel like we're kind of giving away bodies and playing a lot of sloppy paintball. So we're going into tomorrow as if it's the first Sunday match, and gonna go tighten some things up and hopefully get another win and try to go win more cup. But emotions are good. Everyone's pretty amped up. Just got to play a little bit better, a little bit tighter, try to go win on Sunday.
All right, what happened? No, I mean, it wasn't necessarily that, but just you coming around, dude, and then you standing there and just staring at him like you just dropped a body. It was hard. It was tough. I wish someone had the shot on.
I appreciate it. I ain't gonna lie to you, that whole match, so I haven't got to play them since they beat us for the Pro Spot 2022. I've been wanting this match for years. Oh, yeah. Like that's why after taking that out, it was fun, man.
We are back for the last set of the prelims, going down here on center court. Matty Marshall, Rich Telford, and it's going to be Chicago Aftershock taking on the Hurricanes, and Tampa Bay Damage taking on PB Fit. Damage, if they beat Fit and Damage will both be 3-1. And if Fit beats Damage, Rich, they might be a favorite at this event because Fit's looked outstanding. 10 seconds. Yeah, Fit losing 2 players, though, here, as it's going to be a 5-on-3 in favor of Tampa Bay. So Tampa Bay giving PB Fit a little taste of their own medicine, like, hey, we can shoot bodies on the break, too. We're really good at this.
Damage completely shows us how to break down our play, right? The shot, everything. Randy's doing it perfect. Game on. They show us our flaws, and we can analyze that, critique it.
So last player bunkered out, it was Cyrus Geringer and Jason Edwards with the run through, but great work by Jacob Edwards. Colt and the head ref are drawing at each other right now. The head ref actually told Colt to come talk to him. 2-1. Yep. You guys are both going on at 3-1, then that's it.
Here goes Chavez, though. He's going to try. Gets caught, though.
Pretty sure that both these teams are going to be playing on Sunday.
Johnny, my paint can't shoot. It's a 2-on-4. It's a 2-on-4. You gotta try. Why? In this situation, why? Why would I sprint when I already made Sunday? Now they have to get the spread.
What Colt does is he's yelling at you. He will call you an idiot, but then he'll give you the reason why. Anytime he comes at you, he's telling you what you did wrong. Here, here, and here. This is how you fix it, like after the thing. So he's biting into your ass, like your drill sergeant. Coming at you. Because we're yelling at them, our emotions are high, and then we talk about what the hell just happened, and our emotions come right back down. But yeah, we've been around each other. We're brothers. Of course we wrestled. Of course we fought. We're brothers, dude. That's just how it works.
Do it in the second point when it's a 5-on-4. I have to find the fucking kill. You're just yelling danger. The dude's walking on your side, and I have to call that kill. We have to be better tomorrow.
I think it's all just a drive to be great. You know, he wants to be as good as he can for his brothers on the team, for his teammates that he's encouraged to come out here. You know, he was encouraging me when I came out here at first. He's definitely helped Cyrus come out here. He's helped a lot of players, even just up through the divisional ranks and growing their skills and just helping all the teams that are coming and supporting the business here of Paintball Fit. And he absolutely plays a phenomenal role in just everything we do really as Paintball Fit. It's crucial to have him.
He's kind of like the anchor that pulls everyone, gets everyone to come around and like do everything together. If Colt doesn't kind of like have all that push for motivation to pull us all together, we don't do it, right? Like people will go and fucking train, we'll do all that. But with Colt being that leader and like pulling everyone together and like he's like shows that push and drive and really pulls all of us together, and he's kind of like the gel that's just holding the whole team together. He's 100%. Like, dude, without Colt doing all this, it's not happening.
We had individual great teamwork. I thought Cyrus killed it. Trenton was killing it. I was just relaying their information. But like Scott and Chavi were frantic as fuck.
Yes.
And that has to change, right? Because if they're frantic, it's hard for their twos to understand.
And then they're giving bad information.
Yes. Trenton was on another level. You just keep that shit up. This is the best event that man's played for the past 2 years.
I agree.
We have to keep just encouraging him, pumping him up, and I'll clock in tomorrow. I'm trying to fuck up damage.
On the field, Colt's a killer because of his awareness of what's going on the field. I think is his highest asset. He's got great communication, great gun skills, great off the break shots, but really the biggest thing he does is puts the whole game together. He's aware of where everyone's kind of moving and where the bodies that came off. If he doesn't know, he's able to put together by asking the guys around him or putting together with context clues of what did actually happen and kind of what the situation is now and how we're going to win this together. So even if he's not the one to go make the move, he might be the one telling the guy next to him the right code that he then goes, oh, that means I'm supposed to make the move. Just directing everyone like that.
Welcome back to the most important day of paintball in the entire year here at the World Cup. It's Sunday. So who's going to win this tournament in the professional division? We are in the Ocho finals. I'm Matty Marshall alongside Rich Telford.
I was very excited because I want to right that wrong, right? They beat us 2-1, and it was a very, just like, fuck that. We get the opportunity again. I'm beating that team. And then we found out we drew them. And I remember looking at Jonathan, and we kind of just smiled, and it was like, all right, let's go fuck them up, because we know what we fucked up on, and we're going to change it, and we are the better team, so we're going to go win this match.
High five on the box. No more friends and communicating.
Tampa Bay Damage, they lost the very first game of the prelims, but really picked it up after that. They won the last event with an undefeated run, and they're one of very few teams, Rich, that has proved that they can win paintball tournaments, so they're definitely a favorite in this match. On the breakout, looks like they're going to be losing their first body, as Cyrus is going to release up the middle of the field.
A little bit surprised they ran that line and dropped those two bodies. 5-on-3 advantage here for Fit.
And they're going to put this first one on the board.
See what Damage can do differently here.
We all talked about, like, okay, instead of us pushing the snake side, let's push up the gut. Let's go push up the gut against this team, because they're not shooting up the center. They're only shooting for the snake landing in the back corner. And we looked at their film, and we were watching, and Rainey was the only one shooting.
I think Rainey's going to get pulled here and going to get a penalty. Couldn't see it, but it was there. So 4-on-1 advantage for Fit here.
So much control from PB Fit. A little bit of a gift of a penalty, but looking pretty dialed through too. Lots of time left, though.
Personally, I practice against those guys a lot, so I'm genuinely friends with a lot of them. No one ever wants to lose to their friends, right? So I obviously had a little bit of a chip on my shoulder and felt like I had something to prove.
And they didn't know he's there. Rainey's going to get a little two-pack here.
4-on-2 to 2-on-2, Matty. What did we just say? Well, 1-on-1, Matt.
Yeah, Cyrus.
Oh, Cyrus is alive.
Cyrus stays alive. So
wow.
Cyrus on the counterattack doing damage control and getting that shot in on Rainey.
They don't really play controlled. They play conservative. They don't like to give a lot of risk off break, kind of similar to how we play.
You understand me? 3-0. Our fucking destiny's out there. Go fucking get it.
Plenty of time, guys.
Hey, let's listen to the comms.
I got him. I'm pretty sure I shot him before the money. It's a tough game. I mean, they're a really smart team. So, like, even when you have an advantage off break, you know that they'll try to make the correct fills. So we talked about that last night. We gave up too many zones in the match in the prelim, so we really dialed in our teamwork, and we outplayed the team that's supposed to be known for playing teamwork paintball.
Running and shooting the corner against Fit, man, that's That's ballsy. 3 across the back for damage. They do get into 0-3. 5-on-4 advantage here for Fit, Matt. Okay, guns, and that's what Paintball Fit needs to do here.
Well, Rainey's going to trade out with Stewart. Colt and Jason are still in the back corner bunkers for their respective squads.
Yeah, they had us in the first one. I just knew we had them in the second match.
Yeah, so Chavez tries to come and trade out with Jacob Edwards, and he ends up losing that gunfight, doesn't shoot Jake. Jacob Edwards, even limping on that left knee, wins 2 gunfights.
Got caught cross field. Oh, Chavez, huge kill over there on Jacob Edwards.
So it's just Brian Smith, and Brian Smith's going to commit. He's probably going to get this one as we hit the minute mark, but he gets taken out. I think Chavez is still alive.
Beating them was a great stepping stone, you know, for Sunday for us, because we know if we can beat that type of team, we can beat any team there, because that's also a previous winner from this year.
And Paintball Fit, shocking a lot of fans out there, including myself. Shows you just how hard it is out here, Matty.
Yes, it's very hard out here.
We talk about it, but they illustrate it for us.
Well, now PB Fit moves on to play Red Legion, so
no problem.
So we were pretty confident going into that one. We did a lot of film study from all of their matches this weekend. Really tightened in our shots off the break, and then of course I'm a Florida boy, so it means a little bit more from me. I played against those guys as I was coming up, so it means a lot for me to get that win. But it's on to the next one, right?
Hey, we beat the Russians so we can fuck up Diesel.
So our mentality is you really only have that one dopamine dump where you just are able to kind of like relax and enjoy that moment. And if it happens to you too soon in the tournament, you really don't have a lot left to keep going and stay focused the rest of it. So it was very important for us to like not get overly hyped with the damage match, and then if and when we beat the Russians, to not get overly hyped there, and you got to keep it going. But even when that happened, like the whole crowd's roaring and it's bigger than every other event, it's really hard not to let into that and be satisfied with that moment.
I think that again against the Russians, right? Tighten it up just a little bit more. A little bit more.
They play the center much more than
and the Dorito side, yeah, right? They're gonna flood it.
Yep.
Right? I'm gonna shoot Burnikoff off break, so you're gonna shoot a guy off break. You can't let them fill, right?
And no matter what happens, we got this shit,
100%. Together every point. Together every point. This is gonna be a 12-point match. We know that, right? Let's go. Put it up. Put it up.
Find a way to win.
Hey, put on 3. 1, 2, 3, fit! Let's go, boy.
Last quarterfinal set in the professional division. It's going to be PB Fit taking on Red Legion. Looks like Malloy is going to go to the Snake 1 position, and they do shoot Kirill on a delay up the middle of the field. Looking good here to start out with a 5-on-4 situation here for PB Fit, and they send Cyrus up to that middle. They also shoot Karslev, and yeah, I thought for a second they shot Malloy. Now they're going to shoot Jesus. This is really going to be a very quick point.
That was a great team read, Matty, because they ran Chavez to the corner. Chavez stood up high in the corner, caught Kirill going up the gut, and they're now in a 4-on.
Just like, okay, yeah, let's keep going. Like, I'm going to keep winning.
Choice, yeah, Chavez gets into it. Kirill off the break here, but they lose Cyrus, and then here comes Mason running and gunning all the way up to the brick as we get to the 50-minute mark. 50-second mark, yeah, 4-on-3 situation here. Oh, Karslev is going to get peeled off. Just 2 bodies left alive. Opportunity here for Fit. Oh, they're going to concede. Legion concedes with 48 seconds left on the clock. Potential winning point. 5th one up for PB Fit, and they did it on the break. Comes down to this for the season on the line. Run a body up in the middle, and it's Karslev, but Karslev's going to get shot by Cyrus, and so Cyrus is still alive. And then he's in that spot. He's going to cut Kirill in half as well, too, and that should be enough. Still 33 seconds left to go. There's only 2 bodies alive versus 5. Cyrus hunting for this last body with Justin Rabakoff, and then Cyrus is going to take him out. Finger to the sky here for Colt Lukow. Good show of sportsmanship from Rabakoff and Kirill Peridny as they just got defeated by the rookie pro team here. Nice work. Paintball Fit heading on to the semifinals here.
Hey, you bounced me. Wait a minute, you bounced me on the inside of those. Oh, okay. That's why I tucked away. I was like, fuck that, have it. Like, good shit, J-Rod, thank you. Not satisfied. Not satisfied.
2 more, motherfuckers! 2 more! We ain't fucking happy. We knew we were winning that shit.
Not done.
Let's fucking go, Colt.
Go shake hands, guys.
Let's keep going. I don't want that one. I want the next 2. I want the next 2, Fit. Let's fucking go.
Put fear into the next team we play in the finals.
Absolutely.
Let's win this fucking shit together.
Absolutely.
That was good. Let's be
We already
perfect.
took out all the
next
top contenders. It does now.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go. Hey, hit on 3. 1, 2, 3. Fit! Let's go, boys.
Struggled at the beginning of the year.
We knew going into that it was going to be a grudge match, right? It's almost like more of a pride thing than anything. Diesel's fighting for the same thing we are, and it was to prove people wrong. They went out and they paid a bunch of players, and it was resulting in 1 Sunday in 2 years, or 2 Sundays maybe. You know, they're playing for a lot. It's a lot to prove people wrong, and we were D4 when they were semi-pro. You know, they don't want to lose to the little brother.
Hey, I'm fucking up now.
Time out, guys. That's no point. Hey, listen to me.
Diesel changed up the breakout a little bit.
It's a good move.
Yeah. Losing 1 snake side, though. I mean, Drew side.
Clint, what are you doing? You cannot hit the referees.
I was in that point, and they stitched Trenton up, then they stitched me up, stitching up my back. So Clint then hit the both, and then he went and got Colt.
It looks like Clint Johnson's going to go and cut through the highway and catch Colt sleeping. He blasts Colt's back. Oh, and he gives him some extra here. That's going to be a penalty on Colt. Or sorry, on Clint, though. No, they're going to pull Clint Johnson out.
Clint hits the referee. Clint just hit the referee.
Clint hit the referee? Flag. Oh, my God. Clint, what are you doing? You cannot hit the referees.
Leave it the fuck alone. Come on, you see what fucking happened?
What the fuck was that? Because it just kind of kept going all the way around. And I just look at the ref and I'm like, nothing on that? And then as he like hits the buzzer, he looks over at the ref and the ref's calling him hit. But I'm just smiling because I'm like, dude, they're unfolding.
Hey, we're gonna have a big fucking problem about that. Your referee cannot fucking touch my phone. What are you talking about? He moves, get in his face, and the referee puts his hand up, and he sparks his hand away. You can't get in the referee's face. Yes, you can. No, you can't. Mark, have you ever played sport before? Go get face to face with a fucking ref.
Hit that rewind button if you're back at home, baby. Ref pushes me. Don't touch the Johnson jersey, baby. Look, it's for free, but touching's gonna cost you. Run it back.
They got a major. They should be down a body, our point. Super dead ears held up. Plug that in. I eat that.
They're like, no, we're not gonna get pulled into this game. No, you were going to say, sir, can you please get out? That is how you're going to play, and you're gonna allow them to continue to be emotional.
Finally get that shot on him, but a penalty going to be assessed. Major penalty going to be assessed here on Diesel. Oh my God. Never seen it this bad before, and I've seen it all.
One more, Ben. One more. Get out of jail card.
They gave us that match because those dumb fucks played with too much emotion. Right? It's time to come together. Play all fucking. Let's go shit on it. Hey.
They can do whatever they want. Paintballs don't hurt. It's okay. Let them shoot us. Fine. We're going to keep going and we're going to keep winning.
We know how to win together, bro. We know how to win paintball. We hit our shots and we are confident in it. Control the emotions. We did come out flat, but then we controlled the emotions. We didn't get in the ring with them. Yep. We didn't let them drag us into some stupid bullshit, regardless of what happens. It is going to be a fight. We hit our shots. We are going to win, right? Bring it up. Will that. Bring it up.
Like we said, nothing more important than this next one right here.
Believe in each other, believe in God, and believe in the work you put in, and we will win this fucking tournament. Right. Let's be the first rookie team to win World Cup. Yep. Right? We made history last year. Let's do it back to back. Let's do it back to back. Fit on 3. 1, 2, 3. Let's go, boys.
Felt like at that point we thought only person that can beat us is us.
It's Sunday Cup. We're gonna go all out, and then we're just gonna fight and claw our way out until we're on top.
Impact was looking really good. They were playing good everywhere. I mean, Brandon and Nick were playing really well on the D side. And then Mikey was having a really good 2 role. He was playing behind JC, and he was playing very, very good in that money and that snake side, but we realized the main threat was JC.
Let's go, boys. Know how to play the pace.
We could shut down JC and not let him just get wild kills. We can win these games.
Yeah, we had a hard day. You know, we started with Uprising, went through them, had a close match. They were playing good. Nate was playing awesome for them. And then we played X Factor. That kind of beat us up at practice, and we powered through them. And then, yeah, Dynasty. You know, and Dynasty's always a hard team. And we were up on them, and they're coming back, classic Dynasty style, and we just held it off and just played a great team game. And now here we are.
And 1 fucking period. Let's go, boys. On 3. 1, 2, 3. Family! It's a good battle. It's this is going to be a good test for us and for PB. I think they're playing awesome. They got some big shooters. So we're going to be a little more cautious with how we close. It's going to be a good game.
We just need to believe in ourselves. That's really the big thing. And there's been a lot of belief coming into this match. And this whole tournament, really, it's just been the build-up that we feel like we're better than everyone else, and we're just out here to prove it.
All right. We've fucking done this. We've done this so many fucking times. This is just another one. The first one, the hardest. Once we can win one event in pro, we know where we're at. We're like, all right, boys, we're here. And it isn't the biggest fucking event you could be at. It's cup. So we're like, all right. And then Colt hits us with that huddle again. And then we're like, all right, let's go, buddy.
1, 2, 3, yeah! Right here, boys.
In the huddle, it's just talking about all the hard work and sacrifice, right? And like, I was saying it the whole event, but it was trust in the hard work you believe in and believe in God, right? Like all the hard work and sacrifice and it's been, you know, it's been God helping us the whole way, I felt like. And a lot of us on the team are religious, so I think that kind of let everyone re-tap into that, like, he has my back.
To the game we have all been waiting for all year long. It's the finals at the World Cup. The stands are packed. Everyone's here, and what a paintball story. Paintball Fit has made it all the way to the final stage.
And I told my guys, like, don't be nervous, because no matter what happens, it's back to normal schedule, back to playing, back to getting after it, win or lose. So at the end of the day, believe in God, believe in the work you put in, everything happens for a reason, and let's go win this match.
Jumping into point number 1, and it does look like PB Fit is going to not shoot anybody, but they make it to the snake off the break. 5-on-5 break, boys. Yeah, Justin Cornell clocks in here, Ryan and Rich, to get that inside kill, so that's big. Here comes the highway run from Mike Urini. He's going to stitch up Stewart, and he stays alive and then gets blasted. Welcome here to the first event of the 2025 season. I'm Matty Marshall alongside Mike Jeffrey. So many compelling stories in the offseason, and it is all going to start playing out in front of us right now. The first to go is going to be Chicago Aftershock taking on Seattle Uprising. Also in this set, San Diego Dynasty and Arsenal. Man, can't wait for this one here. First battle of the year at the Tampa Bay Open, Major League Paintball. And on the breakout right now, split screen breakout. Chicago Aftershock here taking on Uprising. Uprising on the blue side. Chicago Aftershock on the red side. And how is this field going to play out? That's always a big question as well, too. Looks like the first body to drop is going to be for Uprising. And another body coming off as well, too. This time, Chicago Aftershock, as Uprising going to get into the snake.
Similar breakouts for both teams. Uprising loses one, going to the Dorito, one off the break. Both teams taking that Hertz tower. Uprising, though, progressing forward more quickly. They get Nate Schroeder, I believe, across from that Hertz tower into the snake. Alex Rodriguez in the Hertz tower for Aftershock, trying to hold up that D-side attack for Uprising. Uprising developing nicely out here. 4-on-4 situation. Looking at LJ Parrish getting forward on the Dorito side. He's got Alex Rodriguez.
Yeah, Parrish is in D2 right now, looking pretty good. Looking for that crossfield shot, talking it up with that good communication, those good comms there. Talking to A-Rod, who's at that Hertz tower, and posted up at that tower, just completely looking in front of LJ right now. So LJ's
Talking it up.
That tower inside is one of the only things that can really hold up the Dorito side from having free reign over there. That's what I've seen a lot of teams doing. I'm not surprised they have Alex Rodriguez there. It's primarily defensive in the first minute or opening portion of the game, but then you can attack up the middle. Great spot for A-Rod there for sure. Slowing down here. You can tell that both these teams at their practices probably discovered that you got to be patient on the attacks here.
Yeah, patience is key. It's point number 1 of the season right now, and these teams are playing like we are deep into Sunday. They're being very careful, very intelligent. Tactical moves out here. Is Uprising going to improve their position in the snake to get it through that gap? And then off of that move is Shock is going to spread the field here, getting out wide on the snake side and then into that outside snake 1.
Undetected 2. That's one of the Altimore brothers. I believe that's Joey. Spider-Man. That's huge because that won't allow Nate Schroeder to play the wire from that 50 snake. Aftershock definitely knows he's in there. That 50 snake has a lot of bound shots coming in. Now Altimore's down the wire to protect Uprising. Uprising, though, getting, I believe that's Mark Mieterman in there behind Nate Schroeder. So,
yeah, both these teams have done a really good job of doing the hard work to get the outside containment. You want to take as much real estate as you possibly can out here, but it starts by getting as outside wide, depending on the layout. But right now, Mark's at that outside snake 1, looking over the shoulder here as he's got in there to help out his teammate, Nate Schrader. So battle going down in the snake. Shock on the red side, on the left-hand side here. And Nate Schrader, Seattle Uprising on the right-hand side.
Schrader tried to throw the pod to entice Altimore to come forward. Altimore does not take the bait. That's a salty vet right there. He's seen that move a million times.
Yeah, Mike, 3 minutes have dropped off this clock so far. There's 15 in regulation. Parrish just thinking about making that move on the D side. He wants to get up into that 50, up into that fortress.
So, it's tough with someone right in front of you. I think that's what's going to happen. If both teams are in the snake at the same time, you're going to see some pauses like this. Right now, if LJ Parrish dies, Uprising's going to have a huge advantage here because they got 2 players up that Dorito side. Yeah, Alex Rodriguez.
Still 44, right, Mike?
4-on-4 situation. I believe LJ's in the Dorito 2. He might be in the Dorito 3 by now.
Yeah, I think he's made that move into that Dorito 3 as he's right by that 50, and Baltimore and Schrader being very patient. Here is it's deadlocked, 4 players alive for both of these squads here in point number 1.
What will change is now that we're getting late in this point, Alex Rodriguez from that Hertz tower is not going to be able to hold up that Uprising attack if they want to come forward on the Dorito side, right? Because he can't just dump paint all day. He's down to a pod or 2 left, so he's got to shoot little strategic bursts. I believe Nate Schroeder is having gun trouble too in the snake for Uprising. He's pulling off maybe his front grip. He's got something removed from his gun over there, and he's looking into it. He's doing real surgery here. He's diagnosing. Mark Mieterman, though, has outside contain.
Move, though, made here on the D side. Looks like Parrish is going to go to the 50, then tactically retreat, maybe setting a trap. So Parrish goes up to the 50, decides he doesn't want to stay there, goes right back into D3. And no one biting on the move, though, but... Yeah, just super tactical paintball right now in this 4-on-4 situation. Coming up on a 4.5 minute long point so far here, Mike.
Yeah, the longer these points go, the more important they seem to become. Now Uprising ripping a bounce shot into that snake. 2 trying to catch Robbie Altimore's pack. It's effectively a 4-on-3 for Aftershock because Nate Schroeder is in the snake, but his gun is definitely not working. He's turning it upside down right now. I think he's got no air going to it. It seems like a significant problem.
Yeah, you can see they're here on your screen, right-hand side.
You got to have
surgery here for Nate Schrader.
You got to have codes for these situations, right? You got to be able to tell your guy, hey, my gun's not working without saying that exact thing with someone right in front of you who will come bunk you.
Exactly. But Altimore feeling no pressure, wraps around, try to get that inside shot, doesn't want to spend much time there. Another throw the pod trick here from Nasty Nate as it's not going to get a bite on that one either. He's going to try it again. Throws the pod to the 50-yard line brick here in the snake as everyone has just settled into these gunfights here. Still point 1, game 1, event 1 here at the Tampa Bay Open. Looks like an intelligent tactical retreat for Nate Schrader. Well, he gets back to that spot to have a little bit more defense. Does he have his gun working is the big question.
No, he definitely does it, and what he needs to do is give paint to Mark Mieterman behind him because Mark Mieterman is on his last hopper. His pack is completely empty. So if you're Nate Schroeder and your gun's not working, you got to at least give your paint to Mark so he can do something with it. 4-on-4 situation. It's a tough spot for Uprising because it's a 3-on-4, but you got a body alive. A-Rod reaching for maybe his second to last pod over there. Really even positions here. No one really with a major advantage. If A-Rod dies or LJ Parrish dies, then Uprising will be able to get off to the races on the Dorito side. But so far, those guys have played with extreme responsibility and intelligence over there. No surprise from those two.
Yeah, and then exactly just what you asked for. Couple pods being thrown back from Nate to Mark.
And what they can do now is Nate, he's looking for it. They're going to use Nate as bait here. He's going to try to do something to entice an Aftershock player to give himself up. He knows this gun doesn't work, so now it's just about setting a trap. Altamore now retreating back into the outside Snake 2.
Well, talking to all the players and coaches, or a decent amount of them that have been playing on this layout in preparation for this event, knew that it would slow down come Sunday, but clocking in here with 7:55 to left to go here in regulation with no score as it stands right now.
Yeah, these long 4-on-4 situations, and what you're seeing here is that both teams know with someone in front of you, it starts to attack. Here comes Altamore, though. I don't even know that he shot Schroeder there.
Mark begging for a penalty. Doesn't look like he's going to get it. As Altamore made the move, did not shoot Nate Schrader, though. Nate also asking for, he did shoot Mark. And then here comes a transition over as Holland's going to come over to help out Nate. And Aftershock going to try to get into the Snake. They get a body out wide. It's a 3-on-3 situation, so it's an even trade on the body count.
But again, Schroeder with his gun down, and now LJ Parrish getting up into the 50. He shoots Schroeder, so now 3-on-2 situation for Aftershock. Aftershock really in control of the situation now, but here comes Alec Holland hunting. He ends up being a trade, though, because they lose their Dorito side player, so now a 2-on-1 situation, Aftershock's advantage.
But Alec Holland has pulled these off before. It looks like he's not going to be able to do it, so after a very long first point in the very first game of the first event, it will be Aftershock putting up that first point. But they are off on the count as they're being smart right now and just scanning downfield, going to talk it up, figured out that there's no one left to shoot. Or we're going to see a concession from Seattle Uprising to preserve time.
Really nice job by Aftershock there. LJ Parrish and Joey Altamore. It took them a long time, but they worked it out. Joey Altamore being able to shoot Mark Meterman on that run from the 50 Snake forward was critical. If he shoots Schroeder, it's not a big deal because the guy's gun doesn't even work, but he shoots Mark. That gives them a real advantage. LJ Parrish then generating penetration on the Dorito side off of that. They trade down after getting the one-body advantage. Good job by Aftershock. Uprising, content for a short match here. In these situations where you're going to concede to go down one, it's not the biggest deal. It depends on how you want to play the pace, right? Do you want to play a lot of points or a few points?
Yeah, well, there goes the concession finally to preserve time for Uprising. But if you're Chicago Aftershock and you're unsure of the count and you know it's getting kind of down to it, might as well just do what they did to burn that time off because they want to burn as much time off the clock. They now have a lead. So after quite a long wait here, San Diego Dynasty going to take the field. And Baltimore Arsenal, they were Revo last year. And Mike, you're very familiar with this squad. You were the coach of this team last season. Very strong potential, well, definitely a strong roster, but high level of potential here for Arsenal Dynasty with a new look this year. Losing some bodies in the chaos of the offseason. Can't wait to see this one.
Last year at World Cup, Dynasty Smackdown Revo in the last game of the year is a 5-point victory, I believe. Arsenal now has retooled. They got Stephen O'Mara back. They got Archie Barnes Jr., who's on the field over there. Tom Ford's third year as owner. I think he's really put together a great mix here. He's got 8 guys, all the weapons you need. Going up against Dynasty, a great test to start the year. Everyone wants to believe that Dynasty's vulnerable.
Yeah, just a amazing roster here for both of these squads. I don't know if did you see Sean Salcedo's beard? It's looking glorious here to start out the year.
Sean's got a great beard. When I first met him, he just had the mustache. Now he's got this gray beard. That guy's been around a long time in paintball. He's a smart dude.
So it looks like as we're getting a look here at the starting lineup for point number 1, San Diego Dynasty, Joe Barrett drawing the start. Looks like Harrison Fry is going to be playing that D side. Yosh Rao, Ryan Greenspan, and Arturo Andrade. So it's going to be Artie and Ryan on the Snake side. And for Yosh being that back center, attacking up the middle, and the duo of Harrison Fry and Barrett
On the other side, we'll see Archie Barnes Jr. play the 1 for Arsenal on the Snake. Cody Mikowski playing the 2 behind him. Elliot Weaver in the back center. Stephen O'Mara and Caleb Abel on the Dorito side. Really potent for both teams here.
On the breakout, looks like Archie Barnes Jr. going to try to make it to outside Snake 1 on the break, and he does. And here goes Artie with an inside and out delay. Ryan Greenstand's going to lose his first gunfight, so it's going to be a 4-on-4 situation here as Yosh Rao launches up the middle for San Diego Dynasty.
Yeah, Cody Mikowski and Ryan Greenspan traded, but Elliot Weaver going to die out of the Hertz Tower. So Dynasty with an advantage 4-on-3, and I think Yosh is going to catch Archie Barnes Jr. right there.
He's still alive here at the 50. ABJ trying to make something happen.
Nicely done.
Ooh, ABJ, is he going to... Okay, so it looks like Artie stops the attack from ABJ, and Dynasty still in the driver's seat here with those 2 bodies on the D side, D1 and the Aztec, with Harrison Fry and Joe Barrett. But Artie's got the Snake all to himself.
Stephen O'Mara definitely alive. Caleb Abel just launching down the Dorito side. Doesn't get anyone, though, so it's a 3-on-1 situation. Make it a 3-on-none. Dynasty's going to take a 1-point lead here.
Yeah, a little grinding of the gears here for Arsenal in point number 1.
Yeah.
Attacks, but kind of going one at a time.
Yeah.
A couple deaths out of their spots as well, too. Not going to help things, so...
Elliot's death out of the Hertz Tower is definitely what hurts them there, right? Cody and Ryan trade. Archie's able to get one out of the on his Snake progression, move forward. But Elliot dying out of his spot and Yosh taking the center advantage there was really the difference in the point for me for Dynasty there.
Well, the good thing for Dynasty in that specific first point was their ability to keep the head on a swivel and prevent that one player making that bold move from making a difference.
Yeah.
So they had all those zones controlled. Yeah, a couple bodies whittled out. Greenspan lost his first gunfight, but might have traded, though.
Traded.
Yeah, I think he traded.
Yep. Yeah, Cody Mikowski and Ryan Greenspan from that Snake insert.
So I jumped in, he has the move. Okay, Arturo, so he's turning. Yeah, he's not edging, he's just shooting on his run and going. And I guess Harry just missed the safety.
Okay, so listen. He did exactly what we thought to do.
Why?
So he checked off Utah and then he went, but everything else was the same. Everything was else. They're not doing anything we haven't seen.
Gotcha.
Beautiful morning out here in Tampa Bay, Florida, as Mike Bianca, first event coaching here with San Diego Dynasty.
That was almost disorienting seeing those guys in those jerseys and Bianca in the Dynasty pit.
But it looked great, little lens flare in the morning.
Yeah. Now jumping back into the Seattle Uprising Aftershock match. Long first point, so we're kind of already in the thick of this match, even though it's only the second point. Aftershock with a 1-point lead. Same line, it looks like.
Yeah, it's Corey Hall, Parrish. Going to be on that D side for Shaw. Connor Kelly doubling up in the back center with Corey Hall to start things out. So a little bit more aggressive off the break for Seattle Uprising. Running referee going to check out one of the players here for Shock, and looks like he's good to go. They are going to be losing Corey Hall. Corey Hall was doubling up with Connor Kelly in that back center. Here comes the release. I believe that's Holland up the middle for Seattle Uprising, as these teams have switched sides. If you're just tuning in to paintball for the first time, teams switch sides when a point is won. It will stay on the same side if it is a no point. So Uprising's on the red side. Holland going to dig back a little bit to get to that center tower, as they have good penetration here with Mark. All the way up into Snake 4 here pretty early on. Needing a point, 5:19 on the clock.
Altimore does get to the outside Snake 1, though. That allows him to have some wire presence there. Corey Hall with an early death for both these Aftershock first 2 points. 5-on-4 advantage, 1-point deficit for Uprising. Alec Holland holding down that Dorito side. Aftershock with no penetration on the Dorito side, and it's going to be very hard for them to get out with Alec Holland in that spot, holding that zone, holding the short ice in a lot of these teams' parlance, keeping them stuck in the pocket. Now he tries to go outside through the gun, gets shot. Alec Holland connecting there. 5-on-3 advantage now for Uprising.
Yeah, this is a huge advantage, and they're going to be dropping that body out of the back center with Connor Kelly. So it is a 5-on-2 right now here in favor of Uprising, and they just need to be patient in this big high body situation. They have a decent amount of time to work with to try to tie this match up. Here with 4:28 on the clock. There's no one on that D side at all for Chicago Aftershock. Both their bodies are from the Hertz Tower over here into the Snake.
So A-Rod in that Hertz Tower can hold him up on the Dorito side quite well. Oh, yeah, and he does shoot. I think that was Joel Eaton out of the Dorito too. So now a 2-on-4 situation. Just because you blow up that side on this field, if someone's in that Hertz Tower, you can't act like you have free reign over there, as A-Rod just proved. Altimore backing up off the Snake 1. Uprising knows the count. They call it pocket ghetto only. 4-on-2 situation. Aftershock wheeling and dealing. No reason to concede here with a 1-point lead. These two wily players on the field. Uprising just trying to develop and make it impossible for them to live. Altamore's in a fortress, though, in that outside snake 1. There's no way to pinch him out of there. A-Rod gets shot out of the Hertz Tower, though.
Nice little tactical retreat. Kind of had to do that right now. It's still not looking good for Altamore. This back corner bunker is a swarm of Uprising bodies are either at or very close to the 50-yard lines. They're going to dice up Altamore to finish out this point to tie this game up right now. Going to be 1-1.
At 3:15 left on the clock, this is already a tie game late in the match. The Arsenal Dynasty game, you're looking forward to an X-ball situation here.
X-ball meaning throwing it back to when we just had, with no split deck, 2 minutes in between points. So this time we say it will go to X-ball. Means you'll have 2 minutes in between points. Gets a little more frantic in the pits when you only have 2 minutes to work with.
In the Uprising pit now. Really nice point by them there. Uprising the first to really use the center in an attacking manner in this match. Went forward to that first center wedge. And then slipped out to the Dorito side center tower. Generated a kill out of that spot. So far, Aftershock just sending A-Rod to that Hertz Tower. He's doing a great job holding them up on the Dorito side, but with all those bodies coming off early, Uprising was in the driver's seat that full point.
He came in, and that's why I just kept going.
Hey, everybody on me. Last 5 on me when you can.
Paintball legend Tyler Show, former teammate of mine on Excessive, played for Dynasty. Tyler was an all-star back in the day, so it's great to see Uprising bringing him in to help supplement their coaching line.
He was the one who punched out his hopper, right? Didn't he punch his hopper off his gun in one of those old Dirter videos?
Yes, but I'm sure that's not what he wants to be.
No. He was a great player. I also remember playing as him in Greg Hastings' tournament paintball, and he crushed, so.
Yeah, lots of killers on that line. Uprising had a really good run towards the end of 2024 with that 8th place Chicago and then 10th at Cup, and they went 3-1 in the prelims, beat the Tauntauns, beat Revo by 1. They were in some battles, beat Blast Camp by 2, barely lost to Dynasty, barely lost Impact on Sunday. So really like the line that they brought.
You think they'll have a return to the top 4 this year? It's been a few years for them now.
I really think so, because of the you need skill, you need experience, and you need confidence, and you need some leadership. They have all of that right now.
You know who I think they need to step up or sort of reemerge is Brandon Olson. Used to be very dangerous going up the middle. He had kind of a down year last year. I'd like to see him get going. He hasn't played out here so far.
Well, one of my favorite sayings is one of your best abilities is your availability.
Right.
And so it's been hard sometimes to get all their guys there.
I get that.
For the past couple seasons. But yeah, they have a great line. But that's one of the cool things about the first event. All of these stories emerging towards the end of last year, and then the super chaotic offseason with so much turnover on these rosters. Teams changing their names. I do love the change from Revo to Arsenal.
Yeah, Marcus Nielsen posthumously going to enter the Paintball Hall of Fame out here. He was an Arsenal legend. Love the name change. Kyle Bone getting a spin for Arsenal out here. Benny Carroll as well. They're going to go 2 in the back center. Elliott might have taken a bounce going to that Hertz Tower. He's clean. 5-on-4 advantage.
So Danny Schonauer getting a spin on that D side here in point number 2 for San Diego Dynasty. Gets shot off the break. They double up the Hertz Tower here for Dynasty with Blake Yarber then releasing up into the middle. He's going to get over to the tower. So a double stack of bodies up the middle for Dynasty in this 5-on-4 situation here in favor of Arsenal. Arsenal gets Benny Carroll out of that back center where he was doubled up. Moving towards that D side.
So Dynasty hard in the center of the field. They got Arturo Andre shooting a cross shot from the snake insert. Neither team in the snake. I don't see where Kyle Bone ended up on the Dorito side. He's
in
Arsenal.
D1, Mike.
D1, so 5-on-4 situation for Arsenal. Converting these high body situations is so key out here in paintball. You got to convert somewhere between 70 and 90% of those if you want to win. Cody Mikowski going to dig out to the snake corner. That's a big fill for him. Arturo in the snake for Dynasty.
Yeah, so Dynasty's light on that D side. Closest body is Joe Barrett at the Aztec, and he has gone up that way to try to slow the attack.
Man, look at this trifecta for Arsenal. Stephen O'Mara, Elliott Weaver, and Cody Mikowski over here. These guys were playing great connected paintball in practice today. They got a 1-body advantage. Stephen O'Mara with a lot of options to get jiggy up here in the Snake. Here comes Alex Frazier. He takes a bounce going into that Snake side wedge for Dynasty. He's going to try to even the body count. He's going to come through. I don't think he could. They're calling a trade. Oh, it's a major
penalty. Major penalty going to be assessed here on Alex Frazier. That's going to pull out Artie and also Blake Yarber, but action on the D side in that penalty chaos as Dynasty still with one body left alive, and here comes the attack as throws his body forward. Going to be another major penalty, this time on Kyle Berry. So unfortunately, Kyle Berry's first spin in that famous Dynasty blue jersey is going to result in a major, which will carry over into the next point, because if you get a major, 2 bodies come off. If there's no one to pull, it has repercussions for the next point.
Major on the last body, worst case scenario there. You're making a desperation run in a low body situation, trying to get lucky basically. Gets caught, still shoots Kyle Bone out of the Dorito 1. So Arsenal going to tie it up 1-1 and start 5-on-3 in the next point. Nice job by Cody Mikowski and Elliot Weaver to make sure that they had Stephen Omar protected when Alex Frazier came through the middle. Alex drawing the first major, and then Kyle Berry in the desperation run, trying to catch Arsenal with their pants down. Does not. So tide shifting in that match. Man.
Yeah, in the pits with a frustrated San Diego Dynasty after that point with those 2 majors, as you were discussing.
Almost. That was the right move. You just can't push it. Okay. I mean, you got shot and then shot him. Oh, you missed it. I got a fucking major? You got a major.
There's no way. Coach asked him to review it.
On my move, the ref assumed what he saw.
He missed me. He turned his gun and missed me.
Hey, guys, let's turn away from the penalty talk and focus on the play, please.
Thank you, Yosh. Right, Yosh, the voice of reason.
The voice of reason. We got to move on, boys.
Yeah, somebody's got to be that guy in every team, right?
Yeah. Kyle Berry, unaware that he drew the major there. Ryan Greenspan letting him know. It's so calm, those 2 in there. Not giving a hard time to the new guys, just sort of, here are the facts. Here's what we need to do. Let's move on. That's veteran play. That's the veteran attitude.
Yeah, because inside they're probably dropping a lot of F-bombs in frustration at their new pickup. However, that's not always the move from a psychological perspective.
Right.
To just start ear beating your newer guys and get them out of the game mentally.
Yeah, that's what practice is for.
Or Sundays.
Yeah.
So Chicago Aftershock, Seattle Uprising, tied at 1.
3:15 left on the clock in this one. This is a really, really important point. I know it feels like we're early on Friday morning here, but this is the late stages of this match. The team that wins this point is really in the driver's seat, might even come away with a victory.
Yeah, crucial moment here. Impact, Aftershock, Infamous, Uprising, and Leverage in bracket C. So if you're Shock, you're playing Uprising, the 4th-ranked team. As good as Uprising was, you really need to be putting up W's against the teams that are down in the division.
Yep, you want to beat those Tier 4, Tier 5 teams. Those are kind of the gotta-have-its if you're in the upper or mid-tier trying to move on to Sunday. You know Aftershock has ambitions to win tournaments out here. They're not just trying to make Sundays. Tie game here. Looks like, I think they're going to sit Corey Hall in this one. Yeah, I don't see Corey Hall out there. LJ coming back out here, playing well on the Dorito side. Altimore. It's Robbie Altimore is the one who plays Snake. Had to think my way through that one. Spider-Man, Robbie Altimore playing well for them. A-Rod going to go right back up to that Hertz Tower, I bet.
So on the breakout, both teams doubling up that back center as Alex Rodriguez going up to the Hertz Tower up the middle here for Chicago Aftershock with Altimore, Connor Kelly in the back.
They switch Alex Rodriguez's gun. He's shooting Snake Way this time from the Hertz Tower. Now he's going to switch to the Dorito side. Head on a swivel there. 5-on-5 situation. Both teams with 2 in the back center.
Yeah, great break here for Uprising as they get Mark up into the Snake 2 pretty much immediately. He's ripping a lane inside. He's being very proactive in his spot. He's going to get help, though, as Nate Trader dives into that outside Snake 1. He makes it clean. So a little bit better real estate owned by Uprising here currently. Shock going to answer. Gets Altimore into Snake 1. As Uprising repositioning on the D side, getting into D1 as well, too.
Yeah, Uprising developing pretty well. 2-man attack on the Snake side. 1 out wide on the Dorito side. Aftershock able to get in the snake. Baltimore playing proactively in there. You'll see a lot of paint zinging around in this snake with a lot of bunkers in there, a lot of bounce shots available. This could turn into the point, unless someone dies in the next 15 seconds. We're already down to 1:42 in a 5-on-5. Potentially even going to overtime unless some bodies start to drop out here. Both teams wide, both 5 alive. Good field understanding from both teams. Uprising, their back line is crossed. Oh, but Aftershock going to lose A-Rod out of the Hertz Tower, so Uprising definitely with an advantage here.
I think that was Mark. Popped the top from Snake 2 and got the drop in on A-Rod. So beautiful job. Mark was a beast. Absolute menace in the Snake towards the end of last season here for Uprising.
That Hertz Tower, you're playing whack-a-mole on the Snake side. He might come out of one out of any 10 spots, and you got to come out of the same spot.
Down to a minute here, Mike. Baltimore outside wide, using that center 50 giant brick to block him out. Gets up to that spot, wraps around. Hasn't touched the bunker to telegraph his move. Crossfield kill here to even things up for Chicago Aftershock. Going to be a 4-on-4 situation with 45 seconds left to go.
See, that was a bad death by Julian off the Dorito side, because all you need is Mark Meterman to trade with Baltimore if you have a one-body advantage, and you're going to win this point and the match. But instead,
referee is yelling at Baltimore. That's going to be a penalty. If the referee has to try to pull you out, that's going to pull out Connor Kelly behind him as a move being made on the D side here. We'll see if Uprising can make something happen here as they are now on the attack. Here D side as Parrish for Chicago Aftershock at the 50-yard line. But here comes a big move as Nate Schrader's going to get all the way past and onto Aftershock side, but he gets diced up.
2-on-2. 2-on-2, 9 seconds left.
8 seconds left to go. I think they're going to have enough time to steal this win here as Mark is going to launch with the full send. Might have got caught before he got there, though. Going to hit that buzzer. I don't think they put a paintball on him. I thought I saw something on his left thigh. Maybe not. Might have been rubbed. No, thumbs up from the ref. The point is good. And so Seattle Uprising going to steal this win here from Chicago Aftershock. Got a bit of a gift with that minor penalty assessed on Baltimore here, Snake side. So really rough turn of events here for Chicago Aftershock, but what a great first W for Seattle Uprising in game number 1.
Yeah, big difference there. Uprising going up a body early, throwing it away with Eaton dying, but then Baltimore drawing the minor penalty. Once they saw that flag go up, they got on their horses, raced downfield.
Hey, Daddy still loves you, baby. Hey, get this. They're reviewing it. They're reviewing it. Get ready, please. Get ready, please. Come on. Review what?
They're reviewing the chaos here, Mark. Yeah, it was a very chaotic finish with attacks on both sides of the field. Parrish gets to the 50 for Chicago Aftershock on the D side. He gets there untouched.
Yeah, Parrish did a great job there when he saw the minor come up, recognizing that an attack would slow down Uprising.
Yeah, just getting some information from the booth downstairs. After a further review with the major penalty on Kyle Berry going to be overturned. So Kyle Berry was right. He said, sorry, coach, I did not get a penalty. Please ask them to review it. They did. Penalty overturned. And Dynasty will be starting with 5 bodies. That's huge for Dynasty and unfortunate for Arsenal.
Yep. If you're Arsenal, you got to keep your chin up. No gifts out here. 5-on-5 tie game. All day to go in this match. Probably looking at like 12 minutes or so left.
I think it's a minute and a half. Or sorry, 11 and a half. So on the breakout right now, Arsenal on the blue side, Dynasty on the red side. Yoshua going to launch early up the middle with Greenspan hip shooting from the Hertz brick. Sorry, the Hertz tower. Joe Barrett still at that back center. 5-on-5 break with, 11 and a half minutes left to go. Tie ball game.
Stephen O'Mara in the Hertz tower for Arsenal. He looks like he's trying to go up the middle. Running referee coming in to check. I believe that's Caleb Abel. He's hit. So 5-on-4 advantage now for Dynasty. Yosh Rao, I believe, shooting him from the center wedge there for Dynasty. Harrison Fry getting out wide to the Dorito side. I think Stephen O'Mara just got shot. He did. 5-on-3 advantage now for Dynasty. They're up the middle with Harrison wide on the Dorito side. Archie Barnes Jr. getting into the snake for Arsenal, though.
Yeah, excellent job for Dynasty zone control, because Stephen O'Mara was in a good position up that middle. Same, he's mirrored up with Yosh Rao, but as he tried to get out into that temple, he got smoked. So gives Dynasty a huge advantage. You were talking about converting high body situations needs to be a very high percentile, and Dynasty is doing it very intelligently right now. When you're in a high body situation and you already have outside containment and you know that there's just 2 or 3 bodies left alive, just put a ton of pressure on those 2 or 3 bodies.
Yeah, and you got to keep eyes on them, right? So I don't know that they know that Archie Barnes Jr. is deep in the snake here. He's the last body alive. Might hear a horn come here to save Archie some punishment. As Harrison Fry streaking down the Dorito side, Danny hunting for Archie. Dynasty figures it out. They close it with 5 alive, I think. Yeah, it looks like they had 5 alive. Really good point by Dynasty.
Yeah, perfect point from Dynasty.
9:57 left on the clock. Arsenal trying a lot of different personnel groupings out here to start. Haven't really settled in. Elliot Weaver having some up and down points. Archie, their primary one on the snake side, but they also gave Steven a spin over here.
Well, it's close, obviously, but Dynasty's just doing a little bit better job of gunfighting right now, and their moves are a little bit more coordinated.
Yeah. Yeah, they looked like a connected unit out there. Benny Carroll calling them out. They like it up the middle there, which is true. Dynasty with a more point of coming forward. Even though Alex Frazier got that major in the second point, Dynasty clearly making it a point of emphasis to be in the middle early. Tom Ford talking about a center push now. We'll see what Chris Jansen, new coach for Arsenal, fires up here for him. Really calm in the pits. Mikowski and O'Mara, the 2 great leaders on Arsenal.
And I don't see Uprising or Shock taking the field, so after, looks like they must have reviewed it, and I'm guessing win for Uprising.
Nice job by Uprising.
They are still reviewing that down in the booth right now.
Gotcha.
So, waiting for their information on the Chicago Aftershock and Seattle Uprising match. So, Shock praying to the paintball gods right now that our commissioner, Jason, finds something that will benefit them. It did look, again, it was a very chaotic point, but up in the booth, it looked like Uprising is going to take it.
Yeah, I saw Mark, when he was going toward the buzzer, it looked like he hesitated for a moment. I couldn't tell if he was dodging a stream before he was coming past the Aftershock home. I never saw anything come off him, so it would be shocking to me to hear that it was a dirty hang or anything like that.
Yeah, I thought I saw something on his, I think it was his right thigh, but that could have been rub off a bunker.
Right. Yeah, Uprising doing a really nice job once they saw that minor go up on Altamore and the Snake to take advantage and come streaking down the field. You don't really have a lot of time to communicate or wait or figure it out. You got to kind of play on instinct there. Sometimes they've gotten in trouble doing that. They've caught majors, they've thrown bodies away from being a little too eager.
Connor Kelly doing a little snap shooting drills here.
Love it.
As we're waiting. Yeah, beautiful morning here, Tampa Bay, Florida, right outside of Raymond James Stadium. I'm Matty Marshall alongside Mike Jeffrey, and still awaiting the call here from our commissioner to see if it's going to be Uprising stealing the win from Chicago Aftershock. Don't go anywhere. Coming up next set, kicking things off here Friday morning, early prelims, going to be Infamous taking on Leverage. So Leverage first event here is the pro team that earned their spot. Also in that set, longest running pro team in existence, the Los Angeles Ironmen taking on New York Extreme. Kind of a mixture of the ML Kings and New York Extreme.
Yeah.
Their bodies from, fortunately got relegated down to the semi-pro division. Harris Hussein comes in. They bring back the name New York Extreme to rename the ML Kings. Lots of stories out here, Mike.
Yeah, in beautiful Tampa, Florida. One of the most impressive venues in recent memory. Tom Cole really crushing it with the first event of the year choices. Las Vegas last year. Beautiful weather. Being near the NFL stadium does offer an aura of legitimacy and optimism about the game, I would say.
Give me some nostalgia from back in the mid-2000s. It was last time we were here.
How'd you do at that tournament, 2006?
We didn't win, so because I can't remember much of the how we finished. I think we took, I don't know, 5th or 6th.
Yeah, you repressed it. Yeah. Bianca working with Junior Brown here in the Dynasty pit.
Yeah, Dynasty and Arsenal having a lot more time to discuss their game plan. Sometimes that can be a blessing or a curse.
Yeah,
You have an extra 5 minutes to talk about things, start triple guessing things.
I like hearing Joe Barrett being vocal in there saying, listen, they're not having any success going wide, Dorito side, they're going to come up the middle. You know, sometimes the new guy on the team, even if they have a lot of experience, will be hesitant to speak their mind. They want to wait a little while first. Joe Barrett, not being domineering, but offering input. Love to see it.
Kyle Bowen's the wide on the Dorito side. That's when they play that slow side, heavy gun. So on the shorter, that's going faster.
Kyle Berry.
How stoked do you think Kyle Berry was to have that major overturned?
Super stoked. That might have been the only point he played all tournament, if that one stood.
Yeah, you get picked up by Dynasty, dream come true, point number 1, major.
Yeah.
But hey, he was right. He called it.
Yeah.
He said, Coach, I did not get that major. Please ask them to review it. Sure enough, they reviewed it.
And he was chill about it, too. You know, if the guy screams at you that it's, you know, a bad call, you kind of don't believe him. It's like, why are you so upset then?
Yeah, that could go either way. It depends on the person, right?
It does, yeah. I definitely respond to the calmer tone of voice more than passionate fury. Passionate fury I'm generally suspicious of.
It depends. I mean, if Yosh Rao came out with some passionate fury, I'm like, man, Yosh is probably right because I've known this dude for 20-something years.
That's true.
And he typically doesn't
get
that hyped up unless he's right about something.
Right. If it's out of character. Yeah.
Whereas if it's the hothead on the team screaming bloody murder, I'm like, well, you're always screaming bloody murder, so.
LJ Parrish and Connor Kelly having a laugh out there. You can't forget to have fun at the paintball field. Tournament, practice, scenario, Major League, it's all fun.
It is a beautiful sport.
Wow, they're coming out to the field.
So it looks like we're there. So the review is still ongoing, but because we are in split deck, we're going to be playing the San Diego Dynasty and Arsenal Point here to try to keep us on schedule. 10 sets to go today, 10 sets tomorrow here in the prelims, as there are hundreds of paintball teams playing tons of different divisions. We'll see the best of those divisions Sunday right around noon.
So Sean Salcedo getting his first spin out here for Arsenal. Look for him to play the Dorito side. That side has been a little bit stagnant for them so far. I think they need Elliot Weaver to live deep into this point, and for Sean Salcedo to be smart on the attack. You got to expect Dynasty to be up in the middle again. They've had real success going up to that Hertz tower in the center wedge. Archie Barnes Jr. and Cody Mikowski on the Snake side looking at Greenspan, Harry Fry and Arturo, Joe Barrett and Alex. Is that Alex or Yosh? That's Yosh.
Dynasty up by 1 here with a little under 10 minutes to go, as Dynasty going to run that inside and out route to get Arturo into the Snake, and he makes it clean. 5-on-5 break here. A release for Barrett. Barrett going to double stack up the middle with Yosh Rao. Yosh at the Hertz tower, and then outside move from Greenspan to make it in. Running referee is going to be calling out Benny Carroll.
No, that's Sean Salcedo.
Sean Salcedo. No penalty assessed.
5-on-4 advantage for Dynasty.
Yet the situation for Arsenal is they're just dropping a body early. They're losing more gunfights than Dynasty. They don't really have big, huge problems, but they are sacrificing a body early to a lost gunfight or a move through a zone that Dynasty has control.
That's correct. Elliot Weaver unable to shoot Arturo, crossing over into the Snake off the break, but Archie Barnes Jr. now getting into the 50. Coming past it for Arsenal.
Yeah, Dynasty is a little bit crisper going through the zones and a little bit crisper on the gunfights. But now they're in a 5-on-4.
But if Archie can just come inside real quick and kill Yosh, it's going to change the whole dynamic of this point. It's got to be careful. Down a body. A lot of bounce shots that come in there. On the wrap now on Yosh is Archie Barnes Jr. If he comes forward, he'll have Joe Barrett's back. But he'll also probably get... Oh, he just shot Yosh. Now he comes forward. If he looks inside, he's going to have another kill. He's going to come down the wire first.
But, Mike, he did not check off on that inside lane. He has a free kill on Joe Barrett.
Here it is.
Probably going to find it right now. Okay. Gets that free kill on Barrett. A little 2-pack stacked up right now for ABJ. This is why ABJ is getting paid this year. Turn this point around here single-handedly. Dips into the Snake. Gets the first kill. Gets the second. He's going to beat Arturo in a gunfight. He needs some help. So it looks like Weaver's going to come across to give ABJ a little help. ABJ just feasting here on Dynasty side of the field in the Snake.
All he's got to do is trade with our
triple stack of kills, so I'll take the 3-for-1 trade any day.
3-on-2 situation, Dynasty on the Snake side over here. I can't see who that is on the Doritos. Oh, it's Steven Omar is alone on the Doritos side for Arsenal. 3-on-2 advantage. Omara with no one in front of him. Just 2 bodies left alive on the Snake side. It's Arturo and Greenspan, though. Dynasty so good at pulling out these low body situations. Greenspan playing.
Archie almost catches Weaver as, Artie almost catches Weaver. He goes up to that 50-yard line. Weaver matrixes his way away from that paintball. And then Arturo going to do a couple tactical retreats to put him in a more defensible position, getting back to Snake, too.
Steven Omar onto Dynasty's side of the Dorito 50. He checks off that 50 Snake. Arturo coming forward again. You know, you kind of multiply your body when you move around a lot like that in the Snake. It makes the team have to check off every spot in the Snake, not just one. It's good to be fluid, not static in those situations. Here comes Omara now, though, coming onto
100%, Mike. He's being very proactive in his spot, popping up in different positions, different angles. He absolutely knows all these angles, and now it looks like the gunfight won down the sidelines. Elliot Weaver's going to clock in. It leaves just Arturo Andrade as the lone soldier out here to try to keep this one for Dynasty. It's going to be tough, though, as he's getting swarmed. Totally focusing his gun towards that Snake D side first. Head checks towards the Snake side. It's tough. He has to protect himself here as he's the last body left alive at that big brick. So he's going to launch. Gets to the 50. Can he catch Weaver and turn this angle here?
Cody Mikowski did a great job communicating there. Elliot comes through and makes the trade. Really nice job. Oh, is Arturo still alive?
No, he's not.
Okay. Really nice job by Arsenal there. Steven Omara did exactly what he needed to do, which was go forward onto the Dorito side with free reign over there. Kills Ryan Greenspan crossfield, leaving it to a 3-on-1 situation. Then all you need to do is find Arturo and trade with him. Cody Mikowski calling God only, Cobra, keeping track of Arturo. Elliot comes and gets the trade, and Arsenal's going to tie it up 2-2 with about 5:30 on the clock maybe by the time he hits the buzzer.
Well, the story of that point was Archie Barnes Jr.
Absolutely.
He did exactly what they picked him up to do, which is just be a gigantic threat in the Snake. He goes into the Snake, he gets a 3-pack of kills before he finally gets clipped out of there. It did take Arsenal a little bit of time to react to those 3 kills, but after they figured out that he had gone through with the sledgehammer, they adjusted nicely. They started swarming on Dynasty. They took the appropriate moves. And then the reason why the close, like you had said, find Arturo and trade out with him, right?
Yep.
You're in a 3-on-1. You just need to find that guy, and somebody needs to go not get a penalty and go trade out. But it took him a while to figure out exactly where he was to do so, because until he committed to that 50, he was all over the place.
Exactly. Really nice job by Arturo, even though it didn't work out for him. But Archie Barnes Jr., to go forward when you're down bodies, too, is scary. He's not hearing any comms at that point because he's on his belly on their side of the field and they're down a body. It takes, what expression do we want to use here? Courage to be able to do that, generate kills, turn the tide of the point, and tie the match.
Well, the way to look at a low body situation is to have utmost confidence and no fear. Why? Because you're not supposed to win them.
Right.
There should be no pressure in a low body situation because you're not supposed to win 3-on-5s. If the 5 does what they're supposed to do, you're supposed to win that 0% of the time. So you're facing an instance upon which you should not prevail, so you should feel no pressure in that moment.
Right.
Because if you lose that 3-on-5 or that 1-on-3, no coach in the world is going to be like, hey, you really need to play better out there, kid.
No, absolutely not.
And Arturo was absolutely playing with complete confidence in that situation.
So Dynasty and Arsenal coming back out here so we can safely say that Uprising took the victory in that Uprising Aftershock match. That is finished in the books, official. The story of this match for me now is, can Arsenal get someone out alive deep into the point on the Doritos side? That's really been their weakness so far. First point, even though they lost it, Caleb Abel was on Dynasty's end of the field. He's probably who I would go with here. Benny Carroll back out here. He's someone who can play every spot on the field. I wouldn't be surprised to see him play the one on the Dorito side. It's going to be Benny Carroll, Elliot Weaver, Archie Barnes Jr., Cody Mikowski, and Steven Omara. Tie game. Archie Barnes, Snake off the break. Dynasty deep into the center off the break.
Yeah, Dynasty, Mike, they've really been pushing the issue up the middle a lot more than pretty much any team we've seen. They isolate and figure out how to shoot ABJ, get that early kill. Another 5-on-4 situation here in favor of Dynasty. Oh, but then Blake Yarber dies out of that Hertz tower and throws away the advantage. Greenspan still up in that 50-yard line here and locking down that D side for San Diego Dynasty in this 4-on-4.
I'm pretty sure Greenspan crushed Archie Barnes Jr. from that snake side 50 wedge, but Arsenal killing Danny, trying to get into the snake. That's Elliott Weaver from the Hertz tower. So 4-on-3 advantage in a tie game for Baltimore Arsenal. Benny Carroll does get wide on the Dorito side. He's got Joe Barrett and Harrison Fry in front of him. Benny Carroll extremely familiar with Harrison Fry's game.
4:10 left to go here in this first match. First event of the season.
This is a huge, huge point for Arsenal here. You have the body advantage. It's a tie game, low clock. They kill Greenspan, 4-on-2, make it a 4-on-1. They're calling kill 3. Just Joe Barrett left alive. He's getting out to that Fortress Dorito 1, but he gets shot. Arsenal's going to win this point. 4 alive. Expect that line to spin in the driver's seat now. Up 1 with 3:43 left on the clock. Long way to go, but with a 1-point lead.
Tough one for Dynasty, right? You know, they had to figure out a way to shoot ABJ early because of the damage that they know he can do once he gets into the snake. They risk up the middle. It works out great for them. They go up into that 54, that 5-on-4 situation. But then they lose 2 bodies very quickly after that. Blake drops out of the Hertz tower. Then they lose Danny out of snake 1.
Yeah, Danny's death is really the tough one there. Yeah, Blake's is tough too. I mean, a lot of bounce shots can come into that Hertz tower. If the back center guy knows he's there, you can shoot it off the pin. You can shoot off those wedges. Things will zing in there. But Danny dying on the move across, Elliott Weaver connecting on his shot, that was really what turned the tide in Arsenal's favor. Cody Mikowski playing great. They lost Archie. Big guy, no hesitation getting in the snake there, following up.
In the pits right now with Arsenal. Caleb Abel talking to Cody Minkowski.
I would say just be cautious over the top. Like, you were inside, that was good, but he didn't wrap that far.
Remember, we're far side.
I got you here already.
Sean Saucedo, extremely intelligent paintball player. Even when he's not playing, he's watching, and he's a guy you want to listen to. Really understands the geometry of paintball very well. Jansen feeding Cody Mikowski some intel. Those are some Wisconsin, Midwest guys. Cheese, curds, and beer. The Wisconsin diet.
And garage hangs.
Garage hangs.
Does everyone have a beer fridge in the Midwest is my question. I think they do.
You know, I just fly over those places, so I don't really know.
I've been in enough of those garage hangs to just wonder.
Benny Carroll going to spin as he's going to play the 1 on the D side for Arsenal the rest of the way through is my expectation here.
1-point lead here for Baltimore Arsenal. Starting on the red side here, Dynasty in their iconic blue jerseys as they're going to run the inside-out route here with Arturo Andrade. And this time, Arsenal is able to pick it up. That's Weaver with the shot.
Yeah, 4-on-4 situation. Dynasty losing 2 in quick order, though, so now it's a 4-on-2 situation for Arsenal.
Look for concession, Mike.
Absolutely.
Look for either Junior Brown or Coach Bianca to hit that buzzer to deserve time because it's a big high-body situation right now. Already up a point with just 3:18 to go. They're going to let it play out here for a little bit, though.
Greenspan and Yosh Rao still alive for Dynasty. They're looking at, there's the towel as they're not moving forward. They have no wide progression, too difficult of an ask. And you got 4 really smart paintball players coming off for Arsenal, and Benny Carroll, Stephen O'Mara, Elliott Weaver, and Cody Mikowski. You're seeing a starting line start to solidify here. 2-point lead with under 3 minutes left to go. Man, Arsenal in the driver's seat, Maddie.
Well, what they're doing well is what Dynasty was doing just a little bit better than them to start things.
Absolutely.
So all of a sudden, they kept it close enough, had some decent breaks, and then now they're starting to win gunfights, and they're starting to hold those lanes to start things out to put themselves in a high-body situation.
Yeah, they were unable to shoot Arturo off the break early in the match, but now they're connecting on that shot. He tried to float over, running and shooting to the Hertz tower and then diving across. Did not work this time for him. They did shoot Archie Barnes Jr., but then a bomb going off on the Dorito side.
Yeah, I like the game plans that Coach Brown and Bianca and the team have put together here for Dynasty. But now, just like Arsenal to start things out, they're just losing a couple bodies here or there.
And what's the difference, too? Benny Carroll living and winning gunfights on the Dorito side. Instead of having a guy come off over there, Benny's been able to value his body enough and also generate some kills over there. Arsenal now with a really solid cross-field attack. Elliott Weaver going through the middle. Caleb Abel going to get a spin on the Dorito side. You know he's coming out here hungry. Kyle Bowen as well.
30 seconds.
Caleb actually might play. Caleb or Kyle, I bet, is going to play the snake side on this one. I bet they sit Archie 1.
Well, Mike, seeing as how you were the coach of this team last year, I'm going to default to whatever you say about Arsenal.
Yeah. Let's see here. Yeah. Cody is going to play the 2 on the snake side. Actually, Omara, I think, is going to play the 1 over there. Yeah, it's Kyle and Caleb going over to the Dorito side.
Big point here for San Diego Dynasty. They go heavy guns up. They're going to be losing a body early, as it looks like Harrison Fry shot off the break, and they're going to be losing Yosh Rao as well, too. And they didn't shoot anybody, so it's a 5-on-3 situation here in favor of Arsenal yet again. They're going to be losing Arturo as well and kind of running out of options. They can concede this point, but also got to be worrying about margin now.
They're thinking margin now, and Arsenal's thinking a 3-point lead. Caleb Abel going into the Dorito 3 almost instantly, generating at least 2 kills from that spot. It's a 5-on-2 with 2 minutes and 35 seconds left, and Arsenal's fully in control, but here comes Greenspan. He catches Cody Mikowski and lives. Now he's going to die. No bodies left alive for Dynasty. Arsenal is going to take a commanding 3-point lead here with under 2 minutes left to go.
Well, Dynasty does throw the towel in here with 2:17. It's been all Arsenal these past few here, Mike, just really tightening things up with that starting line. Everyone going out, shooting better lanes off the break, so they're starting with an advantage, and then winning a couple quick gunfights for these last 2-3 points.
They're winning on the Dorito side now, too. They've been fairly even on the Snake side. That's been blow for blow, but now Arsenal is able to get out wide over there. They held up Kyle Bowen short there. He's got a great gun off the break. Caleb Abel playing with pace over there. Really love the daring switch by Chris Jansen there. Benny Carroll was playing well. He's like, I'm trusting Caleb Abel to go up there. Caleb eats for him. This match is far from over, though. Three-point deficit, 2-12. There is time left to go. We're going to see our first look at what it looks like when you have to press the pace. I don't expect Dynasty to be looking to take a 3-point loss here with much satisfaction.
No, of course not.
I think they're going to go for it.
Margin is obviously crucial out here. So the way you get 4 games in the prelims, you need to go at least 2-2 with right around even point spread, ideally in the positive by a couple points to have a good chance to move on to Sunday. But Dynasty, one of the most legendary teams ever in come-from-behind victories.
Yeah.
I mean, go back to the finals. The last event that Dynasty won was in Vegas. They were down by 3 against the Hurricanes and came back to win that game. So definitely in some universe, potentially this one, Dynasty could come back if Arsenal rests on their laurels here.
So these are really useful opportunities if you're playing Dynasty later today, if you're playing Arsenal later today. What's their look when they got a lead in low time, right? I think on this field, you really want to be in the first Dorito, and you really want to be in that outside Snake 1 if you're trying to kill clock. Those spots are fortresses. Not easy to make off the break, but if you get there, if Arsenal gets to the Dorito 1 and the outside Snake 1 in this point, they can end the match here.
Yeah, so Mike, what Mike is just breaking down is if you're Arsenal and you have a lead and you need to burn clock, what positions do you want? Yeah, so Dynasty with a full send all the way outside and up to D3 off the break, and they are going to be shooting a body off that D side here, so it's a 5-on-4 situation in favor of Dynasty. Dynasty with Harrison Fry untouched into the 50. Arturo Andrade also, as another body comes off, and a minor penalty here on Arsenal. Dynasty feasting right now here, trying to score a quick one as we crack the 2-minute mark. Trying to make this a 2-point match as they clear the field, and Arturo going to get team killed. Blake going to hit the afterburners. Looks like Harrison Fry is going to beat him there to keep every precious second on this clock. Harrison Fry going to do the spin for the referee, looking for the thumbs up. There it is. 2-point ball game right now, and there was a very efficient quick point for San Diego Dynasty.
Yeah, and plenty of time now, right? You're down 2, but you can basically play 60-second pace. Once you get under, you have to score more than a point a minute, which, you know, they're on the borderline there. That's when you start kind of playing out of character a little bit. Here they can play in character with pace and erase this deficit. If you're Arsenal, you're in this tough position where you can't really just pocket up and try to kill clock. You don't want to... Paintball is not played well on its heels except for by really extremely advanced teams. You know, impact, damage, they like those situations. For the most part, when you're playing on your heels, you're playing out of character. It doesn't feel good.
Yeah, you're playing reactive instead of proactive. Yeah. And in that last point, well, actually, let's listen in real quick here to Dynasty's pits.
All right, boys. Mike, is that the same? Yes. Hey, eat him up, Blake. Let's go. Let's go, Blake.
Well, Mike Bianca tested here in his very first game.
Let's go, Harry.
Taking over the reins from Coach Kevin Brettauer with one of the most legendary runs we've ever seen in the history of the sport. Past 4 years here for Dynasty. Came to an end as Kevin Brettauer took the offer from Tampa Bay Damage, so he will be at the helm of Tampa Bay Damage. We'll see them later this afternoon, but yeah, Dynasty with this new look tested early. They answered in that last one. Now just down 2 here, Mike, with a little under 2 to go. It started with Harrison Fry on that D side. Huge bite up to D3, and the intel coming to me from some of these teams and players as everyone was training on this layout past week was how powerful that D side can be if you do not have control over it. If you get a guy up there and he's playing on his toes and no one's looking at him, he's going to feast.
The only spots that can really hold that guy up are the Hertz Tower looking inside, that center wedge over there. Otherwise, he has real free reign. He can wrap on the back center, which is not a good spot. That Dorito side temple can't do anything to slow him down. Look for Arsenal to send somebody to the Hertz Tower looking Dorito side this point. It looks like it's going to be Elliott Weaver.
So Weaver is going to go to that Hertz Tower. He is looking towards the D side. Did he make his shot, though? I don't think he did, as Dynasty flying all over the field yet again. They lose Greenspan. They make it into D1 and D2 with both Barrett and Harrison Fry. It's a 5-on-4 situation. 4-on-4. 44 right now.
Yeah, I think Arsenal lost Archie Barnes off the snake side, off the break. I didn't see him walk off. Harrison Fry all the way into the 50 Dorito. He's putting the pinch on Elliott Weaver heavy. Harrison Fry is bullying Elliott Weaver over there in this point. He's going through his gun. He's into the 50 now, coming down on a minute left. So Weaver, Dynasty down 2.
Yeah, Weaver, Mike, had his gun to this guy, feeling that pinch, and now back him on that lane. But in that slight bit of a lull with that gun down, here comes the second attack with Joe Barrett. So Joe Barrett's going to get there too as we hit the minute mark. Dynasty still needs to press the issue here. They're going to lose Fry, but Barrett takes over the attack. It's now a 33 as Mikowski drops. Joe Barrett past the 50 with Blake Yarber also on the attack in the middle. Barrett's going to get clipped, holding the line. Can Arsenal get it done? It doesn't look like, as I believe that back center just got clipped in his, got to be careful not to get a penalty. Blake Yarber going to get in there and hit the buzzer. Going to be a 1-point ball game here with 38 seconds left to go. Arsenal, Mike, needs to stop the bleeding.
Yeah, really tough there. I mean, they had a good play call drawn up for it, but Harrison Fry just not being denied on the Dorito side, going through Elliott Weaver's gun, generating offense. Benny Carroll was able to sneak outside. I think he might have shot Harrison. But the story has been right now, Dynasty pressing the issue on the Dorito side. Harry Fry staying with Dynasty in the offseason, switching back to the Dorito side with Chris Shear's departure to Damage. Really playing great out there. That's the side of the field he wants to play. Needing points fast. They're pushing it. There's 44 seconds left. They're down 1. Like I said it a couple points ago, there's a long way to go in this one, and now we're looking at a 1-point game.
Yeah. Dynasty just so legendary in these moments throughout the years. They still have one more to put up here for a tie, so still a nail biter.
All the momentum, though, right?
They have all the momentum. They have to keep a very aggressive mindset out here because have to be pushing into these guns. This is put a guy in and make the move type situation here for San Diego Dynasty. They've been doing it very nicely.
Bianca really wants to find a kill off the break. Harrison Fry advocating for something over there. Yosh, really good instinct right there. We don't need to take really far spots with 44 seconds left.
Yeah, Blake. Blake, which way you Blake, you got to be up in there.
Yeah, look for a potential timeout right now, because there hasn't been a timeout called yet. You don't want to slow your momentum too much, because if you're Arsenal, you're kind of shaking your head in the pits thinking, Jesus, what just happened these past 2 points?
Yeah. And, you know, Stephen O'Mara, Cody Mikowski, Elliott Weaver, these are calm guys. I think that, you know, you can keep your poise. You know you've lost a couple points. It's not about pocketing up. It's about communicating, rolling your guns, connecting on shots, and playing with confidence. You know they're going to come forward. You got to be there for the fight.
Well, Harrison Fry's made it through Elliott Weaver's gun 2 points in a row.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see Stephen O'Mara go up to the Hertz Tower this one. The way they're lined up, it looks like Elliott's going to do it again. Elliott's a guy you give a bunch of tries to because he's a super clutch player, doesn't miss a lot, doesn't lose a lot of gunfights either.
Yeah, Weaver's got a lot more paintball famous in the past 2 seasons by being super clutch.
Here we go. Dynasty down 1, 45 seconds left. They're going to go hard, not necessarily far. Harry Fry going to the Dorito 2 off the break. He lives and the kill. Archie Barnes Jr. off the break. 5-on-4 advantage for Dynasty. Greenspan getting into the Snake now.
Down under 30 seconds left to go as Greenspan's going to get all the way to Snake 3. They're going to lose Arturo. Harrison Fry still alive and attacking on that D side. Blake Yarber's looking for it in the middle of the field. Fry now at the 50. Dynasty at all 3 50s. Weaver comes off. Now just 3 bodies to kill, but they only have 13 seconds left to go. Dynasty got to push the issue. They're going to get 1, they get 2. I think they're going to have enough time to tie this game up and take it into overtime here with the 5 seconds still on the clock. I think officially 3. Another beautiful attack here from San Diego Dynasty. And again, it started with Harrison Fry taking a ton of real estate off the break and Arsenal not able to put a ball on him. And then Greenspan quickly attacks in the middle with Blake Yarber up. Greenspan gets in the Snake, Yarber up the middle. The only flaw was losing Arturo, and that's just look, man, when you're going full bore for 3 points in a row, you're going to be losing bodies early.
Yeah, and the big difference there is Dynasty is killing 1 off the break, right? They're playing with pace, and they're playing 5-on-4 off the break. They have all the momentum. They've won 3 quick points in a row. Arsenal has to find a way to come back together and play with confidence. It's an overtime point, right? Dynasty doesn't have to come pressing, but they've played well with a lot of pace on that Dorito side. Harrison Fry is eating right now.
I have been in Arsenal's position playing against this team before, so I'm kind of chuckling underneath my breath right now. I'm like, God, Dynasty, are they going to do it again?
Well, and that's the issue is when you go up 3, the match is not over. You have to play it all the way to the finish. Dynasty is a team, you give them an inch, they take a mile. Really good job playing with perfect pace those last 3 points. They pressed it exactly as much as they needed to. It wasn't chaotic. It wasn't panic mode. They went hard. They didn't really go far.
Their clock management was a 10 of 10.
Yeah.
When you see up-and-coming teams and they don't practice 2 moments like this, all of a sudden you're like, oh, if we just had 10 more seconds.
Right.
Oh, you have to be practicing. And you know, these guys obviously have been doing this for so long, but they played the tempo of those points perfectly so that just 3 seconds was left on the clock after their 3-point run. And now Dynasty has to kind of gear back into that mentality of we don't have to be risking as much. Obviously, you have to incur risk in the game of paintball to succeed.
So here's a smart thing that Dynasty always does, is when there's...
Let's listen in real quick.
Tiger yellow, if it's double zebra, he stops.
Because this is the situation...
All right, well, these 2 are having a lot of success.
Just keep them doing
their thing.
Yes.
And I think right now, all it is you know, they know Blake's going up here a lot.
They know I'm slow rolling in here, so this guy's coming in and wrapping on me now, which is super dangerous.
Yeah.
So can we try and get somebody pushing?
So they're going to put 5 bodies out to just burn this clock right now because they need to get through to get it to overtime.
Yeah, and then I can
with me, and then we'll.
Yeah, I like that.
All right.
Listen, Artie, if there's only one guy in the zebra, run to the Snake.
Okay. It's what they're doing is they're going to the command center, behind the command center, so we can't see them when they line up. You know what I mean?
We can see them.
Yes, but they hide from me until the last second, and then they go like that.
Listen, we're gonna be on this close side. So you guys, someone needs to be somewhere that can see the triple.
Putting together an audible for Arturo. If they see a certain look from Arsenal, he's going to run Snake off the break. Dynasty's so smart. They always do this thing, too, where when there's under 10 seconds left to play, this isn't going to be a real point here. They're going to break out, everyone's going to shoot their gun, and then we're going to go to overtime. Dynasty always demands to play this point because it's effectively a timeout for the starting line. Some teams you'll see them say, no, we don't want to play, we don't want to play. They're always like, nope, we're playing it. We're putting our bench out there. We're taking a breath. We're 43 years old.
Well, absolutely. 42, most of them. The core, at least. Absolutely, Mike. The situation is, if the situation gives you something, take it, right? So if you have that 3 seconds to burn, just throw bodies out there. And then, like you said, it's essentially a timeout. So now they have all that time they just had to discuss things. They're going to have another 2 minutes here to try to put together whatever they think is the perfect play, given the situation. But now we're going to throw 5 minutes on the clock. For Dynasty, it's been playing on their toes, full court press, basically forcing moves out here, going through lanes. Now they have to gear back into that normal mentality here because you have 5 minutes to work with. But at the same time, because they've been doing that so well, you still want to be riding on that reckless edge and taking those moves if you think they're there. And then for Arsenal, again, I've been in this situation before multiple times. It's very incredibly frustrating and momentum stealing to be where they are right now in their headspace. You're like, oh my God, we had a 3-point lead. So you have to really not let that affect you too much. Just let the lessons resonate, tighten it up, and move on. They're missing their shots. They are just flat out missing their shots off the break. Harrison Fry has been extending as far as he possibly can. He went to D3 one time off the break in that first point in the comeback. Then he's going to D2. They're just missing that shot on him off the break. And he's been getting there alive 3 points in a row. So if Arsenal wants to win this one, the principle remains the same. The situation has changed, but the principle is the same. Go back to what was just working when they started taking that big lead. Winning gunfights, making those off the break shots. Playing up bodies.
Yeah, and they were winning on that Dorito side. And I know Harrison Fry is not going to take his foot off the gas here. The play call might be for him to go short, but he has a ton of confidence coming forward right now. He's going to keep doing that. Might not be a deep run, but expect Harrison Fry to get after it over here. He's playing with a ton of confidence. He's going against Benny Carroll for Arsenal over there. Overtime point.
5-on-5 break here. Looks like they are going to be aggressive snake side this time. Running referee coming in to check out Harrison. So after making it safely with risky runs, Harrison Fry goes short and ends up dying either out of his spot or really quickly. Mikowski might be taking the walk from that back center. Might have caught a bouncer. Arturo Andrade in a great position here in the snake for Dynasty. So Dynasty controlling more real estate right now with this presence of Arturo in the snake. He's almost to the 50. He's going to post up at snake 4.
I don't think Dynasty knows that Elliot Weaver is in the center 50 wedge for Arsenal. If Arturo comes forward, he's going to have a kill on him, though, which will even the body count. I think it was Stephen Archie Barnes Jr. dies out of his spot. Dynasty now really with a huge advantage, being in the snake, undetected, I believe. No one wide on the snake side for Arsenal. Here comes Cody Mikowski trying to fill out to the corner. He makes it. Huge fill by Cody.
Yeah, risky run, had to be done, makes it clean. Cody Mikowski able to get to that outside baby Dorito here, snake side of the field, but Arturo Andrade definitely has the ball, meaning most important position on the field.
And even though Arsenal's the only one wide on the Dorito side, they have Benny Carroll out in the Dorito 1 or maybe the Dorito 2. Dynasty has the Dorito side tower holding him up over there. So Benny is not really going to be able to generate much forward progress. Elliot Weaver switching his gun over to the snake side from the wedge there.
Greenspan gets to the outside snake 1 position, but Arturo Andrade with that crucial kill inside on Elliot Weaver, leaving just 2 bodies left alive. 3 bodies? Where's the third?
Yeah, Benny is in one of those Doritos over there.
D2.
Yeah, D2.
So it's D2 Aztec. So 2 bodies on the D side here for Arsenal, and just Cody Mikowski in the back corner bunker here, snake side. Dynasty with a big advantage. This is a huge situation. Try to score 4 unanswered points to get this victory in their first game of the first tournament of the year.
Or Omara swabbing his gun over there for Arsenal. Cody Mikowski, really dangerous player. If they can kill Cody out of the corner, it's going to be a wrap for Arsenal. If Cody can find a kill, or if Benny can get going on the Dorito side, it's just really tough with Blake Yarber in that tower there. Ryan Greenspan, free reign over the top, communicating, understands the situation.
Greenspan just looked at the clock to make sure they got enough time here. Greenspan here on your screen, 2:36 to go, trying to close this one out. Arsenal dug in like ticks right now. Just the tips of barrels and the edges of goggles is the only thing that Dynasty's seeing. Arturo's going to crawl up to improve his position. He's blocked out from that crossfield kill on D1 from the Hertz Tower.
Setting up for an inside shot. He doesn't have much unless he wraps all the way inside.
Well, he has
Benny just died out of the Dorito one. Just 2 bodies left alive for Arsenal. Stephen O'Mara and Cody Mikowski not in great spots. O'Mara's going to die.
Yeah, Arturo just connected on that shot. O'Mara, that leaves just Cody Mikowski in the back corner bunker in a 1-on-a-lot situation here as Dynasty floods Joe Barrett up to the 50. They got to get a clean close here. 4 unanswered points here for San Diego Dynasty to steal this win. And Arsenal, the slow, dejected walks off as Cody Mikowski got his eye dotted there as the last player left alive. Very frustrated with how this one ended for them. But San Diego Dynasty going to be feeling very positive here about their new look with their line because they were tested and they answered the test nicely here, Mike.
Yeah, really veteran play from Dynasty. They can change bodies in there, but they still have that core of Ryan Greenspan, Yosh Rao, Alex Frazee, Blake Yarber been there. That team has been through every situation. They went down but didn't get down.
So stick with us here. 2025 Tampa Bay Open, first event of the season. It's going to be Infamous taking on Leverage. First time we're going to see Leverage as a pro team. And the LA Ironmen taking on New York Extreme. I'm Matty Marshall with Mike Jeffrey, and we'll be right back. Stick with us.
Hey, Blake, right when you dove in, I shot that gap for that little bit so I could hold it out of the Texas, and I saw you.
Rumor has it, I'm a savage. Drop the classic, thinking back. Drop the classic, too established. Got the magic, saw the magic. Got a magic. Who was that? Living legend, meet the weapon. Mastermind, never tried. Tell them all. Big dreams, I got big dreams just like baby. I've been joining forces with the likes of an A-team. Jumping off of buildings used to be so stimulating. Now I'm reaching new heights. I'ma need the off-white. Play with the fire, you get burned. All of my struggles became lessons well learned. I got his eyes, they keep me grounded, that's for sure. Cause one day we gon' make it out this earth. Where's your worth? I'm sick of your talking, you got the wrong one. I'm taking your king and I leave him broken. If I am in second, it's after no one. Just give me a second to let them know. I'm the headline, the deadline. I'm ahead time, the rare kind. I'm a living legend, lethal weapon, the king is back like prodigal. I gave him time, it's been too long. Was silent calm, but now the storm. I'm not the one you can't ignore. I never line, the deadline. I'm ahead time, the rare kind. I'm a living legend, lethal weapon, master. Big time. Now look at this.
Hey, it's BRNT with CRBN, and I have our new IC PWR Nano Barrel System here. This kit includes our famous ultra-lightweight injected carbon fiber back with our new Nano Tip, which features over 700 microports. This microporting prevents any debris, paint, or moisture from entering the bore and also produces a unique low sound signature. These barrel kits are compatible with all PWR inserts, including our own series from 679 to 691, and are also compatible with all PWR inserts, including those made by Planet Eclipse, Dye, and Inception Designs. Check them out at crbnpaintball.com.
Powering on. Welcome to the HK Lux experience. Introducing the Shredder Lux, a cutting-edge paintball marker and a true modern work of art. With only 25 in existence, this exclusive masterpiece redefines performance. Featuring HK Army Shredder milling, a precision-crafted trigger, and an HK Army Freak XL barrel back. Enhanced ergonomics with a redesigned foregrip, plus a 1.5-inch full-color side grip LCD screen. Enjoy toolless frame and eye system, an updated ASA lever, and an improved core bolt for superior shot quality, sound, and paint handling. The Lux Experience. Elevate your game.
Hey, this is Walker with Carbon Paintball here to talk to you about our SC custom jerseys. To start your team's design, head over to crbnpaintball.com, fill in some team information, including what colors, what template you want to base your jersey off of. upload your main team logo and any sponsors, enter your name and your number, and we're gonna kick you back a 3D image of your jersey. The custom jersey is built on a 5-panel design that's all customizable. The jersey features a DWR coating all throughout the jersey, so it is water resistant. It also is stain proof, and it has side mesh venting. The jersey is also very fitted, so it has a compact neck collar, and it also features elastic thumb loops to keep the sleeves in place while you're sliding or running. To start your team design, head over to crbnpaintball.com.
Brent is the one that selects everybody that he wants to have show up here at the NXL to represent himself, Air Assault Factory, and Carbon Paintball. We've got an assortment of guys now, kind of a rebuild from our semi-pro days. A pretty aggressive team. We usually identify our opportunities very quickly and then try to exploit them as soon as we can. I would say working with Carbon is unmatched in the industry. From the first day that we joined the program, I felt like I had a voice. I think the thing that sets Carbon apart is just the constant desire to improve. From the time that I get a product, I'm constantly getting bombarded with phone calls, text messages, emails from Walker personally, asking me my thoughts. And I've never had that type of interaction. Where you see other brands, they're putting their pro athletes up on the pedestal and they're the ones marketing the product, but at Carbon, you can get your photo up on the website and you can see yourself holding the new product and taking promotional shots, and it's just kind of a cool thing that...
And we are jumping into set number 2 here. First event of the 2025 season, the Tampa Bay Open. It's going to be Infamous taking on Leverage as we are getting into the action. I'm Matty Marshall alongside Mike Jeffrey, and here, point number 1 just kicked it off. Looking over the shoulders here, Infamous, Callie Rudolph in that back center. Good to see Zach Patient out here as he's going to be leading the attack for Infamous on the Snake side. They're playing Leverage here, rookie pro team. Earned the right to be here by winning the overall series title in the semi-pro division. And they're looking pretty good here in point number 1, Mike, 5-on-5.
5-on-5. DeVivo in the Hertz Tower. Ricky Moran slipping out to that Snake side corner for Leverage. They're without Chris Caputo, their standout player, if you ask me. But
he'll be here tomorrow.
Be here tomorrow, right. He's at the New York City Fire Academy. Can't miss this Friday. Alfred De Los Santos making moves up the Dorito side for them.
Oh, and they get the first kill, so Ryan Hall trying to make it to the Hertz Tower. Taking the walk, though. 5-on-4 situation in favor of the rookies here, Leverage. Their tower's having some problems with his gun, though. He's staring down, he's hitting his hopper, trying to get it rolling, so it's essentially 4-on-4, but there are 5 bodies out because I do not think that gun is working currently. Yeah, he's going to rip that loader off. Might have caught a fat ball.
It's a really tough spot to do gun surgery, too, because you're going to catch a lot of heat in there. Everyone knows that bunker's going to be hot. It's really important out here.
Ricky makes a nice couple set of moves to get into that Snake 2 position.
But they're going to lose their back center player, so 4-on-4 situation, effectively 4-on-3 for Infamous, although it looks like Geiger's doing gun surgery, too.
Well, Dominic got his gun back up. I did see a paintball come out of that barrel, so no, it looks like it's down again. Now they lose Santos as well, too, so what initially was looking pretty good here for Leverage. A couple deaths puts them in a tough low body situation as Geiger and Patient trying to make something happen here. I don't think they know that he's right in front of them. They don't.
Oh, kills Zach clean, it looks like. Ref's going to check him. Really nice job by Ricky Moran.
Oh, they get a crossfield kill on Tim Brusselback as well, too. So the tables turn. Another body coming off. A little bit of chaotic close as Infamous losing Moran. Moran makes Geiger pay. Patient's still alive in front of him, though. But there comes Callie Rudolph on that D side as we follow him to the 50.
And this Leverage guy's gun is down again, so Callie has free reign. It's effectively a 2-on-1 in Infamous's favor. They lose Ricky Moran now out of the 50 Snake. Just one body left alive. They should blow the horn. His gun doesn't even work.
Yeah, so Dominic Very frustrating situation for him as gun went down probably about 30, 40 seconds into the point. So Patient, Zach Patient, Callie Rudolph staying alive here for Infamous to put up point number 1 on the board.
Infamous with some offseason changes, bringing in Zach Geiger, Rob Velez, and Trevor Reeser.
Love those pickups.
No more Brett Messer for them. Abul Hassan coming over from Blast Camp. Travis Lemansky been at the helm there for quite some time. Infamous famously left the old NXL as Miami Effect, and their first event was MPPL Tampa back in the day, and they beat Dynasty, Chris Lasoya. Know your paintball history, folks, right?
I remember that one, unfortunately, because we didn't win that event. Like I said, you asked me in that first set, I was like, I don't want to talk about it.
I remember seeing that in the magazines at Barnes & Noble back in the day. Shout out Great American Paintball. Print is back. Now we're looking at the Ironman and the New Look NYX. A lot of ML Kings alum, but that's Will Hennessy. He's been on NYX for quite some time.
Yeah, Taylor's out there.
That's Nico Acevedo that the camera is following. Formerly Sacramento guy, moved to Florida a couple years ago. Loves paintball. A lot of potential in that Nico Acevedo. Coached him at a WCPPL event back in 2023.
Yeah, he had some good looks last season.
Yeah. Yeah, they'll need him to be big.
Hennessy going to be going towards that D side. On the breakout, both teams doubling up that back center. Both teams sending a body to the Hertz Tower. Running referee going to come in and check out player here for the Ironman.
That's Jerry Caro, formerly of NYX, now with his new home, Los Angeles Ironman.
Yeah, Jerry Caro is, they nicknamed him, you get your nicknames and you don't have a choice, and one of his is Scary Jerry, because when he's on, he's one of the best players out here.
Definitely. 5-on-5, NYX stuck in the pocket, 2 in the back center, and they don't have anywhere to fill out because they have both those Aztecs. Now Harris going to launch into the middle, going to double up that Hertz Tower.
So Sense was looking snake way. Now he's going to post up on that D side from the tower, Hertz Tower, to try to stop the attack, which isn't really coming. New York Extreme is just completely pocketed up, but as soon as Sense launched up that middle, NYX feeling no pressure on that lane, able to get into D1. So Sense in a really good position here on the left-hand side of your screen for the LA Ironman, as Ironman have pretty good positioning on the D side as well, too. The D1 and the Aztec right behind them. 5-on-4 situation here as the first death's going to be for New York Extreme. Nico taking the walk.
But filling out into the, he gets shot, so it's going to be, but they do lose Tom Guest. Bodies dropping in bunches for NYX, just 2 left alive.
Yeah, but Henry Sense is just feasting from this center right here. He's able to control that snake lane. They had no idea he got up there. He wraps around to get the kill on Hussein. So high body situation right now for the LA Ironman, as Carl's going to get in, get that crossfield kill to finish things off. Nice first point here from the Ironman.
I thought Henry looks great. I thought that was Tom Guest going up there. The way he was moving, going to that Hertz Tower off the break, crushing up there.
Yeah, he's slimmed up over the years, but still not nearly as tall as
no.
the tower that is Tom Guest.
Frank Anto-Tomaso playing behind Kyle Nicolau over there on the Dorito side in the Ironman pit here.
Yeah, quite a bit of roster changes for the Ironman past couple seasons. Kind of a story for a lot of these teams, though, in this 2024-2025 offseason has been absolutely crazy. That's what makes the first event so fun. First event and World Cup, probably my favorites.
Exciting time out here seeing Leverage in these purple jerseys. They're pumped up. Let's win this expletive match. Looking at DeVivo, Infamous, new pickups, but long-running program.
And these teams switching sides when a point is won, so Leverage and their second point as a pro team to be on the red side. They double up that back center, take a little bit of ground on the D side, but here comes a quick attack for Infamous all the way up into D3 quickly. Rodarte up the middle. Infamous, a good crossfield spread right now.
Yeah, Rob Velez in that Hertz Tower for them was living in the blind spot, shooting the snake gap for a while. Lets Rodarte launch up the middle before he comes into the bunker. Rodarte and Velez going to be able to hold up Leverage's outside attacks from those 2 spots. Alfred De Los Santos in the Dorito 1, though, communicating. Leverage has played together for a long time. These are adults. They may be rookies, but they're not super young or inexperienced. They know how to play together. They connect out there.
Yeah, it looks like they're going with Sanborn and De Los Santos for Leverage on that D side as the 1 and the 2. Santos playing, De Los Santos playing the 1. He's talking it up nicely with Sanborn.
Alfred, he's got some pro experience, played on Top Gun in the pro division back in the day. Former teammate of mine way back when. Leverage, they're doing their recon call.
Well, Infamous playing with some control. They took risks at the start of this point. That attack on the D side, get all the way to D3, Rodarte up the middle, and then now with this 1-point lead, playing very intelligently. Just everyone's out of their bunker right now, ripping lanes of paint, trying to control those zones they know that Leverage has to run through.
Velez shooting low, communicating with Jonah Jamrose. They do get, Ricky Moran does get out to the snake corner for Leverage, but Jonah gets into the snake for Infamous. Infamous definitely with a better spread here. Not by much. Alfred De Los Santos getting into the Dorito too.
Yeah, patience. De Los Santos able to get through that gap, and he's going to get some help, but losing a body in the middle, so a 1-body advantage for Infamous in a 5-on-4 situation. Now going to be 5-on-3 as Moran gets shot out from this snake side. It's never a good thing when you're playing if you're Leverage and you're looking across the field and seeing 2 of your guys walk off from different sides of the field at the same time. Infamous seeing blood in the water, advancing their positions. We're going to be losing Rodarte, though. Here comes De Los Santos making something happen here on the D side. Infamous does have that body in D3, though, but they have no idea that De Los Santos is at that 50-yard line, and he could make them pay.
Misses Jonah, though, so they're going to know he's there now. De Los Santos, really good job pressing the issue in a low-odds situation. Generates 1 kill to 3-on-4. Infamous's advantage, but Jonah, with no one in front of him, just going to keep crawling and try to find Alfred cross field.
Well, he's going to have a free kill on D1 here in Sanford in a second.
Jonah's playing this really well, recognizing that there's no one in front of him. Let me get to a spot where I get the free kills. Going to kill everyone behind Alfred. Oh, he just gets shot by Alfred, though.
Well, Alfred head on a swivel, but as Alfred had to make sure that he shot Jonah Jamrose, here comes the attack as Sam Silberg is going to finish things off. He's had enough of that. Great job by Sam to close it out and give Infamous a 2-point lead as long as we get a thumbs up from the ref, and we do.
I talked to Joe Barrett in the offseason for a piece for Gap, and he was talking about how Infamous really struggled on the close the past couple years. They were really good in their comms, really good in their shooting off the break, but struggled to really finish points well together. That situation, they almost let Alfred turn the tide by sneaking into the 50 Dorito structure, generating a kill over there, but able to clean up, go up 2-0. Rob Velez communicating.
I saw he beat you, right?
There was a 100, 200. I didn't know that.
Okay.
And when I bumped the fucking Dallas, he was 200 rapid.
Okay.
I thought it was 100 still.
Okay.
So
They went 1 off the break.
That's
You know that, right?
Yeah. That's the only reason I died.
That's all good.
Velez, calm, cool, collected, smart paintball player. Had a pretty good point going up the middle there. I thought that was a good pickup for Infamous.
I love all these pickups. I mean, the past couple seasons, the way that he's been trying to craft his line, Travis Szymanski, I thought it was cool to see Ryan Rodarte come back. And then, picking up Reeser, Velez. It's just it's a very offensive line with a ton of experience. You were just talking about how Barrett was talking about they're having a hard time closing. Well, when you have that type of experience, I think it's going to help things out.
Yeah, and I think guys like Velez and Reeser, who were in the Impact program but didn't play a ton in the big spots last year, those guys come out with a ton of experience and very hungry into a program where they're going to be in the starting line or in the rotation much more frequently. Looking at the Ironmen on your screen, Tom Guest, Kyle Nicolo, Jerry Caro, new pickup there, Henry Sense.
Yeah, I had a chance to talk to Shane Pastana, coach and leader for the Ironmen, and he's really happy with this starting line. Really thinks they're going to be able to put their best foot forward here in 2025 as the guys are getting buy-in and they're starting to gel together.
Who's this snake player they have on the outside here?
I think that's Baldwin.
Baldwin going to go out to, he takes a bouncer, it looks like.
Yeah, it's Garrett.
Garrett
Carl,
Ball.
though. Yeah, Carl very quickly here into Snake 2. Got to worry about who's staying up the middle. For Extreme now on the red side. Still doubling up that back center. They're going to be losing Harris Hussein and Hennessy at the same time, though. So, but they shoot Jerry Carl. 4-on-3 situation here in favor of the Ironman. Now going to be a 4-on-2. Just trapping Extreme in the pocket.
Extreme's going to have to find a way to get outside one way or another in this match. Nico Acevedo filling into the Snake. I like it. Down bodies, down a point. Got to attack there. Not looking good, though, for NYX. Acevedo going to hunt for kills. Good time to be proactive. Try to turn the tide, and if you're not going to turn the tide, get on to the next point. Henry Sense cruising through the middle, though. He's coming on to NYX's side of the field. Streaking down the D's now is Kyle Nicolau. Henry Sense does find Nico Acevedo, and Kyle Nicolau is going to shoot the back center. Ironman in control of this one. And new look NYX. Kind of looks like the same NYX if we're talking about last year.
Yeah, again, a mixture of the ML Kings from last season,
right,
and the bulk of the bodies from New York Extreme. Speaking of New York Extreme, Pat Kraft Jr. was a core member of their starting 5.
Yeah, along with Jerry Caro. Both those guys dealing with injuries last year, but coming back strong for the Ironman.
On the god. Bounced me. Yeah,
Okay,
off break.
I need to
but if I get up, bring my gun up, I'll survive. I just slid too far on my knees.
That's fine. That's fine. Hey, I need to hear your voice. If you're talking, I'm comfortable up there, right? Because I know you're behind me. Then I'll chill the fuck out.
I was trying to talk to Tom.
Okay, say Jerry.
Yeah.
Anything.
That is a lesson for every 2 and 3 out there. I need to hear your voice so I feel comfortable.
Yep.
Anytime I coach divisional teams, I'm always yelling at my 2s and 3s to talk to him.
Yep.
To give that front player the confidence he needs to go do his job.
It's so critical. That guy's going to catch so much heat. If he feels alone up there, he starts getting skittish, worried about someone bunkering him, that no one's protecting him. He hears your voice, he feels comfortable, he'll get on his feet, he'll start generating the offense you need. Henry Sense, smart paintball player. He seems hungry out here, coming through the middle.
Henry's been doing this for years. He's definitely a huge component of the starting line for the longest running pro team in existence. And yeah, Henry really would like to get a victory.
For sure.
In a pro paintball tournament.
He and Stephen O'Mara, first season ever for them in pro where they are not teammates. Meeting tomorrow, end of the morning set, when Arsenal and Ironman will play. But now looking at Infamous and Leverage. Infamous up 2. Leverage going to dig out to the Dorito 1, but they lose him off the break.
Yeah, good zone control here for Infamous as they get that first kill on the D side. They do lose Brustleback, though, so 4-on-4 situation in favor of no one, but definitely Infamous with this 2-point spread. 8:41 to go. In a real good position right now, try to burn some clock off in this even count.
Infamous has Ryan Hall in that center wedge. That's going to make it difficult for Leverage to get out wide on the Dorito side. Coming into that tower, he gets caught probably by Ryan Hall.
Yeah, he tried to use his gun as a walking bunker, and it was not efficient. And they're going to lose his teammate as well, too. I think that's Sanborn taking the walk.
I think it's De Los Santos. Yeah. But just 2 bodies left alive for Leverage. Ryan Hall, good job up the middle there. He's coming off now, but I believe generated his kill. So it's just a 3-on-2. So not a huge advantage for Infamous, but certainly an advantage with just Ricky Moran.
Well, the problem is anytime you're in a low body situation and you're down a couple points, it really puts you at a deficit. You're at a deficit on the body count and a deficit on the points, and then Infamous just slow play a 3-on-2 as long as they want.
Right, and when you're in that Hertz tower, it's tough to get wide from there when they know you're there. You're going to come through the middle. You can't trade when you're down to 2 bodies, but Ricky Moran switching, going coast to coast to the Dorito 2. He's hunting. At their practice last weekend at Quick Shot Paintball in New Jersey, Ricky Moran kind of stood out for me. He was always one of the last bodies alive. He was connecting on a lot of long-distance shots. He's gun battling with 26 in the insert, but he's going to die, Ricky Moran, so no bodies left alive for Leverage, and Infamous up 3.
Yeah, beautiful close by Callie Rudolph over there on the D side. Went all the way out to the right by the sideline, almost out of bounds to get that kill, but just perfectly executed by the veteran Callie Rudolph.
Yeah, Infamous, you know, 3-on-2 situation, but at no moment did it feel like it was out of control for them.
Yeah, and they just going blow for blow on the body count for the most part until they got into that 3-on-2. And yeah, just total control, burnt a little bit of clock off. 3-point lead. Everything's working for Infamous here. Welcoming Leverage to the Pro League.
Yeah, really similar set so far in this, where kind of those bottom tier teams, New Look NYX and Rookies Leverage, both having a tough time. Neither team really getting out wide with much efficacy. Both losing up the middle. NYX trying to make it a point of emphasis to get up the middle, but unable to generate any offense on the outside.
Well, if you're Ironman playing New York Extreme right now, you're in a bracket with its Heat, Dynasty, Ironman, Arsenal, and NYX.
Mm-hmm.
So Dynasty and Arsenal just had a barn burner of a game. That's up for most entertaining game, and we still have a ton more to go,
Yeah.
but it's going to be hard to beat that one. Point being, you have to win this game with as big of a margin as you possibly can if you're the Ironman.
Absolutely.
You're playing the last seed in your bracket. Looked like Arsenal is as advertised. Dynasty looks good. Ironman look pretty good through a couple right now. And then we'll see what Houston Heat looks like. Point is, it's always a tough bracket. Got to beat the team that's lowest ranked in your division. Ironman going to be dropping that first body, though, since taking the walk from the Hertz Tower.
And Ironman now in a tough situation with 2 in the back center with not easy fills to make. Frank Antetomaso also going to take the walk from the insert. So a 5-on-3 situation for NYX. Harris Hussein wrapping that 50 wedge coming through on the Doritos side. Middle is Harris Hussein. NYX getting outside off of the pressure he's generated. Just 2 bodies left alive. Really nice point by Harris there.
Yeah, and good to see New York Extreme get outside off of the chaos that Harris is causing up the middle. When you have one player on their side of the field shooting bodies, well, and you're not getting shot at, you need to get that outside containment as quick as possible.
Nico Acevedo in the snake corner for NYX. Oh, they lose another body, though. So 3-on-2 situation in NYX's favor. Or is it a 2-on-2? Now it's a 2-on-2 as NYX loses their 50 Dorito player, so squandering a 4-on-2 advantage. These are crushing. Having an opportunity to cut the deficit to 1, but now they're in a 2-on-2 situation.
Oh, might have got the crossfield kill, and he does. So this is just an absolute disaster here for New York Extreme. They had a big high body situation, and now they're in a 1-on-2.
And this guy's hopper's down. He can't even get paint out of his gun, so NYX going to absorb.
If you're coaching New York Extreme, this is when you want to throw your clipboard against the net and start screaming at your guys.
Yeah, it's Charlie Givens, who was ML King's coach last year.
What a great job by Baldwin and Guest. They
Really
tightened
nice.
it up, just caught a bunch of New York Extreme players making some big mistakes here to squander that 4-on-2.
Yeah, that was just poise by Guest and Baldwin and individual play by NYX. You don't need to take any gun battles when you're in a 4-on-2. Someone is going to be able to shoot someone in the back if you just communicate and apply pressure and move up the field together. You do it one at a time, you get picked off one at a time, and all of a sudden you're down 3 when it should be down 1.
In the pits right now with a frustrated New York Extreme. Let's listen in.
Josh, Taylor.
A little flat in the pits right now.
Bro, you just got to follow Harris up, man. He's fucking playing the game. He kills 3, 5, 2. Hey!
3-0 is the score in favor of Infamous. And on the break, another advantage created by Infamous as they get Jonah Jamrose in the snake. A minor penalty going to be assessed here on leverage. Not looking good for them right now.
Yeah, Infamous is probably going to go up 4-0 here. If you're leverage, you need to understand that these points from here on out matter. You cannot just be like, we're getting blown off the field, let's take it to the next match. You need to find a way to put a comeback together for your margin if you want to have any hope to move on to Sunday. You lose 0-6 to somebody, you're in huge, huge trouble. So even though in a match environment you can feel like, oh, we're getting beat, let's just move on to the next one, this one's over, you have to find a way to be mentally tough and play through these points and put a couple on the board.
Yeah, and I agree with you completely. You coached Revel last year. Anybody that's been in this situation at any level, divisional or pro, you really have to be careful on the margin. You have to go 2-2, and you need to be slightly in the positive to assure yourself a chance to be in that top 10. This is game 1 for them, so they have to stop the bleeding right now. They cannot get mercy ruled. Obviously, it's going to be a blow to the momentum, but then you go in 0-1 with a -6.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to be too hyperbolic, but, like, your tournament's basically over. You're 0-1, and your margin's -6, so you got to basically go out and mercy someone to get to 0.
Pretty much. It's not that much of an exaggeration to explain it that way, because, again, we've all been in this situation before. Sure, if you go and win the next 3 games, okay, you're going to be fine, right? But with that 3-1.
Right.
However, if you just got mercy ruled,
your
chances of winning the next 3 games aren't exactly, that's not the best case. Well, that's best case scenario, but it's not most likely going to happen.
Goals versus fantasies, right?
Yeah, 100%. So, but hey, again, the road's long. You get 5 events, but leverage. Game number 1 here has to stop the bleeding against Infamous.
And I think that's a big lesson for a rookie team, right, is you're probably going to find yourself in situations where you're 2-2 and on the bubble, and you got to know that these points in this 0-4 match really matter. If you can get that down to a 4-2 loss instead of a 6-0, huge difference.
Yeah.
Huge difference.
And Extreme is in the same situation here against the Ironman. They're going to be a little deflated in the sense that it's 3-0, but also they just blew a 4-on-2. Ironman are pumped up right now. That's why if you can pull off a low body situation, everyone's watching from the pits. It's like, they're thinking, okay, those 2 guys just did it for us, so Baldwin and Guess were the heroes. Okay, now I want to go out and be a hero for my team.
Absolutely. I like that NYX has Josh Taylor back out there, experienced player. Let's see if NYX can get something on the outside here. They're going to send 2 bodies up the middle. They get 5 out alive, and they kill Baldwin. Oh, no, that's Pat Kraft. So 5-on-4 advantage for NYX. 2 bodies up the middle, and now, who's that? Hennessy getting outside wide for him. Then they kill Henry Sense out of the middle.
Yeah, point looking really good for Extreme as they're attacking up the middle. Got that early kill on Kraft. Hennessy at the 50-yard line here in the snake. He's wrapping around. And the Ironman now with just 2 bodies left alive again, but it's a 5-on-2 this time here for Extreme.
5-on-2. Gotta connect on this one. Josh Taylor, head on of Swizzville. Will Hennessy on the wrap. He's got no one on the wire for them. Looking at Tom Guess, one of the heroes from the last point. Ref coming in to check Kyle Nicolau. He's clean. So Jess Guess and Nicolau. 9 minutes left on the clock. Long way to go. NYX can find a way to close out this point. They're right back in it. Cut it to a 2-point deficit with plenty of time. But first they got to close it. Hennessy can go forward. Instead, he's going to get shot. So really bad death by Hennessy there. He really could have gotten on his belly and crawled all the way to Ironman's Snake 1 and probably ended the point.
And Mike, those are the deaths that Extreme cannot have in these high body situations.
Yeah, and now you got 17 gun battling from a pin. They are able to kill Nicolau. He gets a minor.
Bit of a gift here.
I don't think they enforced it too. That's the thing about catching a minor right there is Tom Guest then gets shot in the fill. They did not enforce that minor. Ironman probably should start down 1 right there. So that's a big thing, right? A flag comes up. It's not automatic that the players are dead. It has to be enforced. If it's not enforced, then it gets applied to the next point.
Well, the way that shook out, I think Tom and Kyle are discussing probably that exact thing with the ref right now.
They're trying to sell it that Tom Guest, he's going to say, like, oh, the ref called me out. That's why I was going there. Bop, bop, bop.
You got to plead your case, right?
You got to plead your case. Yeah, it's really important.
You have to be careful about pleading your case, but you have to plead your case.
I expect Ironman to start down 1 there based on how I saw it from up here.
I would agree.
Yeah.
It looked like Tom was making that lateral movement, got shot while they were going to enforce the penalty. So Ironman should start down 1. That's going to give a bit of a gift potentially here to Extreme if that is the call.
Tom Guest.
But the chink in the Ironman's armor now is this is 2 points in a row where they've put themselves in a low body situation. Sure, Baldwin and Guest show up, be the heroes to put that 3rd point on the board, but 2 points in a row, they're letting Extreme either shoot them off the break or win some gunfights early.
And it's NYX pushing the issue up the middle early, shooting those Ironman bodies coming out wide. That's been the difference. Both teams started out this match really pocketed up, 2 in the back center, 1 in the Hertz Tower. Now NYX sending Harris up the middle. Harris is generating kills up there. He's playing well. He can connect. And then chopping up the Ironman players on the fills on the Snake side. Ironman have barely been in the Snake so far this game. Haven't had to, but at a certain point, they're going to have to generate some outside offense in order to take that middle away.
Well, for the Ironman, they cannot get complacent with the score or how they're playing, obviously losing these early bodies. We saw this in the first set with the Dynasty and Arsenal match. You had said when there was about, it was way less time than this. They probably around 4 minutes left. Like, by no stretch of the imagination, is this game over? Same situation here. 8:49 on the clock. Probably going to be a 2-point spread.
All day. Yeah. Long way to go in this one.
I do agree with you. I think Harris is playing well up that middle. He's getting kills. He's being proactive. Harris is a great gunfighter. He's got a big mouth, and that definitely affects his team sometimes. But I remember when I heard about Harris and I showed up to a practice to watch him play, he's a hell of a gunfighter.
Oh, yeah.
He's a good gunfighter. He's got a good shot.
Bring an extra pod.
He'll win a one-on-one. Guys don't like losing one-on-ones to him either because he's got a big mouth.
Let's go, Will. Come on, Nico. Peterson, if this works, I'm going to fucking suck you. I can't say it on TV, but if it doesn't work, you're going to suck me.
Always parental advisory anytime we cut to the pits.
He's a showman, too. He's a funny guy.
Yeah, Harris turns it up to a 10 anytime he sees a camera.
He finds the line. He steps over it. He walks it back.
He kind of dances around the line.
Yeah. He's a line dancer.
Yeah, still haven't heard anything yet from the booth, so not sure where we're at with that. Infamous and Leverage ready to go, though.
You guys chopping at all? Right.
A little bit.
Yeah, they're going to be checking to see if that penalty was enforced on Tom Guest. Trozen in the booth. Head ref does a great job out here. Has people screaming at him all weekend. If you walk around these pro pits, you always hear people saying, Trozen!
All right? This should be a 2-2 match right now.
With that exact pitch.
Yeah. Trozen!
Yeah.
Do you hear that?
Different levels of bass depending on who's talking.
Don't get baited. Come. Find all the bodies together.
Yeah, he's gonna be in the center looking at the snakeway. Hey, here's the thing. Yo, guys, I put so much pressure on them the past 2 points going up the center. They're gonna be looking for me.
100
They're gonna be looking for me.
That's correct.
Pocket on snake side every point. They might send it. Oh, wait, that one. They got punished for it.
Yeah, the Ironmen have to figure out a way to deal with Harris in the middle right now.
Yeah, and the way you make those center guys have a bad time is you find your way out wide and you stitch them in their back, right? Because he can only pick one side to contain. And guys don't like getting shot 8 times in the back and not even seeing where it was from. Those sting. Those ones sting. And so that's how you take a center guy's confidence away. If he feels like if he guesses the wrong way, he's going to get stitched up his back, he's going to be a little hesitant to go up there. Or you can punch him in the mouth. You can send someone up there too and make it a one-on-one mano-a-mano potential Mexican standoff situation.
So still waiting to see what the call is going to be here. Looks like Infamous is summoning their bodies to the start gate, so I think we might be getting things rolling.
Yeah, I feel like we could probably do these reviews while the points go. Oh, I guess Trozen has to see both points happening. That's the issue.
Have to clone Jason.
Yeah. They could give us the authority. We could be the tiebreaker.
I don't need any more jobs.
Every time I've called a penalty from the booth, I go back and especially last year when I was coaching, every time I was like, that's a major, I was wrong. Like 100% of the time.
Well, at least you did the due diligence.
Yeah, I did. Like,
right
there was one that I remember Alex Frazier getting mad at me because I made a comment about Dynasty. I was like, that's a major all day. And it was not.
Did you text Alex and be like, my bad, bro?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, he texted me. I called him. I said my grandma would be so disappointed in me.
Well, we have the publisher of Great American Paintball.
Yeah,
and,
we work together.
Calling the editor. So.
Yeah. We work together, so we try to.
Well, it looks like we're ready to go here. Fortunately for Leverage, though, it still is 4-0 here in favor of Infamous with 6:25 to go. It's a 6-point mercy rule, and it looks like Leverage is going to be dropping a body on the break. Running referee going to check out Infamous, and D1 looks like he's good to go. So it's a 5-on-4 situation here in favor of Infamous, and they have some great real estate owned in the Snake with Geiger already in Snake 2. Leverage not in the Snake yet.
Yeah, Leverage, Travis Baskin and Alfred De Los Santos both trying to fill the Dorito 1 at the same time. Baskin does retreat back into that Dorito side. Aztec, but just not connected out there. They're 4 across the back, down 4. Infamous developing nicely. Leverage, you can't blow the horn here. It's past that point. You need points. You're not going to win this match, but you got to find a way to score a couple points here. They're not in positions to do it.
Yeah, they're down bodies. They have no forward progression. They have a little outside movement, obviously, with the back corner bunker Snake side and D1, but they're just catching a ton of pressure right now. Infamous has put themselves in really good spots. They're in D1. They have Geiger in Snake 3. And he's going to get some help with Patient. This is perfect. It's a one-body advantage right now for Infamous. Look for them to, just roll guns, talk it up, burn time. They know Leverage has to push in these guns eventually.
Yeah, Ricky Moran does manage to sneak into the Snake. That's huge for Leverage. Sanborn gets outside to protect him. Alfred De Los Santos slipping into the second 2. Travis Baskins filling in behind him. So Leverage now getting some penetration here. Ryan Hall in the Hertz Tower looking cross, slowing down Alfred's movement forward on that Dorito side. Zach Patient and Geiger, the 2-man op on the Snake side. Patient has the wire so that Moran can't just come down and wrap that 50 brick. Geiger now crawling forward. Leverage not really going to be able to keep close tabs on him because they lost their center player early.
Brusselback moves up into D2, and Geiger is just completely posted up, waiting for Moran to try to make something happen.
Yeah, and it's smart, right? Because Moran has to go. They don't know where he is. Geiger doesn't need to do anything. Infamous is quite content with taking a 4-point victory here. They have all the spots. They're up a body. It's tough to push forward against a team. The best defensive positions are a little bit forward, right? Playing defense, you actually don't want to do it 5 across the back. You want to do it like Infamous is doing right here. On the cross from the Dorito 2, in the Hertz Tower, in the 50 Snake. That's where you kill clock from.
And they took small bites to get to these great positions.
Moran crawling forward into the 50 Snake, so there's going to be a showdown imminent between Geiger and Moran in the 50 Snake.
Yeah, Geiger has come off the sideline and now he's looking inside. He's going to cut across.
Moran was inside. Now he's coming out to the wire. 50 Snake showdown imminent over here. It's a trade. So, one body advantage maintained for Infamous.
And Patient was close enough. You want to keep those second attackers as close to the first attackers as you can, give contingent on the situation. But Patient played it perfect. As soon as he sees that trade, he's close enough. Now he makes that move slightly past the 50-yard line and just puts Infamous in a really good position to just try to strangle these last players left alive here for Leverage.
Yeah, down to 3 minutes. We're playing margin ball out here, right? Leverage just trying to put a point on the board to slim it to a 3-point deficit. Infamous happy to put another point up, happy to also kill clock here, up a body. They're going to kill Alfred out of the Dorito 3, so it's a 4-on-2 advantage now for Infamous. Full driver's seat. Leverage should not throw the towel here. That would be a mistake. Try to win a 2-on-4 here. Maybe get a chance to play 5-on-5 and cut the deficit another.
Infamous just chilling in those spots, watching the clock, talking it up, and burning the time off.
Patient looks like he wants to eat. He's coming into Leverage's side of the field. Ryan Hall alive, yep. Inside wrap on the Snake corner. Nice job by Zach Patient. Just one body left alive. They're going to throw the towel. 5-0, 2-17, Infamous. looking great out here.
Yeah, so well played by Infamous. Small bites. They took their primary positions, and then when not feeling pressure, slowly improved and took that real estate. They got to really good positions, won a couple gunfights. Almost no mistakes from Infamous out there. That was a almost perfectly played moment for them. They burnt clock. Sure, if your opponents are gonna give it to you, take it. We would love that extra point for margin, but let's just go in the highest probability of us winning this game with the 4-point margin we already have. Beautifully done by Infamous.
Yeah, I love Zach Geiger getting a trade right there.
Yeah.
A body advantage and huge lead. That's all you need. Trades. Ryan Hall holding it down from the Hertz Tower, making sure Alfred De Los Santos couldn't come streaking down, keeping that D side attack in check. You're going to see that all weekend long out here. Someone in the Hertz Tower keeping the D side in check, or that center wedge standing up, or that center tower.
So Ironman getting ready to play this next point here against New York Extreme, and it does look like they are going to be down a body.
Yep.
Starting with 4 here.
It's going to be Jerry Caro, Henry Sentz, Tom Guest, Kyle Nicolau for the Ironman. Trozen strutting below us.
Jason's been doing a lot of work already this morning, our commissioner.
Yep.
2 sets in, multiple reviews. Going to be a long day for Jason probably.
NYX has Harris, Hussein, Nico Acevedo, Will Hennessy, Josh Taylor. Someone else.
This is a huge moment right now for Extreme. They're down 2. They're going to be on a power play. There's a decent amount of guys on that roster, and with the name on their chests, a team that got relegated last year, you cannot squander opportunities like this.
No, this is huge.
The past couple points, they've been winning these initial engagements.
Got to survive the breakout here.
For the Ironman, they have to find a way to live through the break. Get 4 bodies alive and shoot a body. That's exactly what happened. Oh, no, minor penalty going to be assessed on Jerry Caro. It's going to pull out Tom Guest as Henry Sentz takes the walk as well. That leaves just Kyle.
So Ironman do get a kill off the break, but then Jerry gets the minor penalty. Nico Acevedo, really nice job. Goes to their snake 1, calls it out. Dorito 1 only. They kill Kyle. They're going to cut the lead to 1 with 8 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, Nico got a really good read on that. Time's still going to be an issue here. You're still down, and we saw in that first set between Shock and Uprising, it's more like a 7-minute long point.
Right.
We've seen a lot of quick points. This field has gone back to what we thought we were going to be seeing as far as pace of play is concerned, but just a great read and react by Nico. Saw the penalty flag go up, no one in front of him, takes all that ground, and closes out as quick as possible. Still 8:15 here to work with for New York Extreme. But the past 3, they've looked really good. They did let Tom Guest and Garrett Baldwin pull off that 2-on-4, but they still put themselves in a 4-on-2. And now the past 2 points has been looking a lot better here for Extreme.
Yeah, they're playing up bodies, right? They had 1 bad close, but they haven't made a trend out of the bad closes, right? And the Ironmen have caught the penalty bug out here. So it's allowed NYX to get right back in the match.
Yeah, that's the key. The Ironmen need to have a talk and stop these relentless penalties that seem to be playing.
I recommend everyone read the rule book. There are about 6 pages that are relevant to you, and there's a lot to be gleaned there. For example, minor penalty. Players are responsible to be aware of their own hits. You get shot in the pack, it's your responsibility. You have to know it. You have to work on that. You lift your gun up with a hit in your pack, you don't even have to shoot. That's a minor. Posting your gun.
The finer details, Mike.
Yeah, it's 6 pages of reading, right? If you care about the craft and you want to be really good, I think you can read 6 pages of the rule book once a year.
I don't know, that's a big ask. 10 seconds to go here. Start of this next point. It has been all Infamous welcoming this rookie pro team here to the league. And 1 point away from a Mercy Row win. Infamous on the blue side.
Leverage got a bad jump. Trying to run deep on the Dorito side, had to tag up and hold up in the back center. They do manage to keep 5 alive. Come into the middle now, does number 3. I think that's Domenico, but I think, oh yeah, Rob Velez, I don't know how he knew he was going to be there, but did. Had slid into the 50 side, the snake side 50 wedge, ate up the center player for Leverage. He dies, 4-on-4. Situation, minute 45 on the clock. If you're Leverage, you do need to score a point here. This point matters. You don't want to let this go to time. Even bodies press the issue.
Well, Leverage rolling their guns here with a minute 30 left.
I mean,
Infamous not giving them much.
Yeah, I mean, I really do think it's ride or die, though. You know, losing by 4, you have a chance in the tournament. Losing by 6 or 5, you kind of don't, if you ask me. So even though this one might go to time with even bodies, I think that would be a missed opportunity for Leverage. I think they need to force the issue. Really like the fill by Trevor Reeser there for Infamous into the Dorito 2.
Yeah, Infamous is just playing masterfully with this lead. They're doing everything you're supposed to be doing. Love the game plans. The execution has been mostly perfect. Everything's going Infamous's way right now.
Here comes Leverage through the middle, though. If he can launch and kill Rodarte out of that tower, that'll free up Alfred to come through the Dorito side.
Yeah, because Rodarte is completely focused at that center tower on just stopping the attack on the D side. He does get clipped out of that spot, though, so Leverage is trying to force themselves down the field, but they lose that body in the middle.
Reeser comes and tries to trade with Alfred, does not. Alfred de los Santos coming up the Dorito side. I think it's a 2-on-2. I think Trevor might have shot the player behind Alfred.
20 seconds left to go here. See if Leverage can put at least 1 point on the board, decrease that 5-point spread that Infamous has put up.
They're not going to be able to do it.
I don't think they're going to be able to do it
either. No, not with Jonah on the cross. And I don't know who that is in the Dorito 1. Those are 2 good spots to be crossed for in that situation. They kill Alfred. 5-0 victory for Infamous.
Yeah. Perfect performance.
They looked great.
Yeah, they looked great. Infamous new line looking awesome. Leverage, on the other hand, has some work to do.
Yeah. You know, I was at their practice last weekend. They had a tough New England winter. It was not a Paintball Fit off-season for them. They had real-life stuff and really cold weather, so I think they ramped it up a little bit too late to have a great showing here. Missing Caputo.
They get Caputo back tomorrow.
Yep.
And they'll be able to look at that game and figure out what they need to do. And, you know, man, the road just started here in the Pro Division. So.
Yeah. It's so huge, too, for these teams that potentially are going to be on the bubble of regulation of trying to get to Tier 4 or Tier 3. If you get to those middle tiers, your road gets a lot easier. And so it's not always about winning the tournament when you're starting from the bottom. It's just about moving up a couple tiers to clear the path to be able to go deep on Sunday. And that's paying attention to margin, winning games when you got the chance. NYX against Ironman now.
Ironman need to pick it up. They've been making some mistakes and not shooting bodies on the break. They shoot a body on the break this time, though, so 5-on-4 situation, then throw it away.
Frank onto Tommaso, dying out of that insert bunker on the Dorito side. 4-on-4, exactly even positions, 2 for both teams. With the Hertz tower, 2 in the back center, and the snake insert, Aztec. Let's see which team can get out of the back center first. NYX coming through the middle again on that snake side, 50 wedge, and now Harris backing him up from the Hertz tower. Tom Guess, or no, Henry Sense looking like he's going to come try to bunk this guy. Both guys in the wedge.
Ooh, Henry Sense eats him up. Yeah, he stays alive. Ooh. Beautiful job by Henry Sense here from the Ironman. The Ironman do lose another body as Baldwin taking the walk, so it's a 3-on-3 situation. Harris Hussein's going to come up, try to deal with Sense. They almost collide with each other, and it's going to be a clean trade. No penalty accessory. Either squad, 2-on-2 now.
Man, Henry's playing great up the middle there. Getting the clean kill and then trading with Harris. They're going to dap each other up. Those guys love to talk trash to each other, but they're both sweethearts in the end, if you ask me. 2-on-2 matched up positions here. 1-point lead for the Ironman with 7 minutes left. This is a critical moment in the match here. You run these drills at practice sometimes, right? Especially in the early season, the 2-on-2, maybe on the half field. This is a full field. Working with one guy, working together to figure out the situation.
Yeah, advantage Ironman, even though it is locked up 2-2 on the body count here, as the Ironman still have this 1-point lead with 6 minutes and 30 seconds left to go.
Tom Guest and Kyle Nicolau against Nico Acevedo and Josh Taylor. NYX going to spread the field. Josh Taylor slips out and connects on Kyle Nicolau. Then he's going to streak on the Dorito side. Josh Taylor, great job in the 2-on-2. NYX going to tie it up.
NYX showing a lot of fight these last few points.
Yeah.
It's so good to see. Again, last year, a lot of members of the squad playing with the team that did get relegated, and then they merged with the ML Kings, bring the name back. But to see them go down early against the Ironman squad that was just outplaying them in those first couple points and then lost the momentum, losing that 2-on-4 situation, but instead of, as the Rusty Glaze used to say, or all of us used to say back in the day, is like, hey, let's not get down, let's get up.
Yeah.
So sometimes, and then we even cut to the pits and it looked super flat in there as well too. So just great amount of gumption being shown here by New York Extreme to tie this game up 3-3.
Yeah, on Revo we used to say not too high, not too low, right? Harris calling the line here.
Player coach Harris Hussein. Going to be in X ball, 2 minutes in between points now.
Man, Harris really conducting in there. It's cool. Calls the line. Charlie, look at the clock. Be ready for that timeout. Where'd they go? Wants the breakout.
Hey, is my head clean? Is my head clean?
Making sure he's clean. Keeping it calm.
Hey,
if the Ironmen end up losing this match, talk about a momentum killer in match 1 for the tournament. A game you're up 3-0.
And a game you're supposed to win. That's your tier 5 team, right? You really, it's a mystery how these teams are going to perform out here, but I can tell you that the Ironmen are looking forward to 3 tough matches.
Well, the Ironmen, middle of the pack heading into 2025, very up and down year last year. As high as 3rd place, and then the very next event, 20th, last place.
Right.
So inconsistent. So, the leadership of that squad is hoping for more consistency this year, because when they're on, they can beat anybody.
Yep.
As evidenced by that 3rd place finish in a semifinals appearance. But we're already seeing it here in the very first game of the season with a lot of inconsistencies.
And, Henry's playing great out there, but I think because they lost Stephen O'Mara, Henry's playing more of that offensive forward middle presence, right, instead of being one of their anchors in the backfield, because they have to make up for that offense that they lost from O'Mara. Not seeing much Pat Kraft out here. Let's see if Jerry Caro can get something going on the snake side for him. 5-on-5 breakout. Both teams pocketed up.
Yeah, it's exactly the same game plan, but here Harris Hussein going to secondary up into that middle. Going to be looking D-side, so first on the attack is New York Extreme. They are going to be the first to lose a body as Hennessy taking the walk from the Aztec on the D-side. No one on that D-side at all right now here for New York Extreme.
But they do have this wedge, Harris, coming forward. He switches his gun inside. That's going to allow, I'm not sure who that is on the outside for the Ironmen. So the Ironmen with their outside progress, and just Josh Taylor looking that way. They got Nico Acevedo as well. Oh, Josh Taylor going to die. So 5-on-3 situation for the Ironmen. Now they come through the middle.
Tom Guest drops the hammer as they lose Henry Sense, but Guest stays alive, gets that crucial kill on Harris Hussein to get this 4th point on the board here as we hit the 5-minute mark. Point conceded by New York Extreme, 1-point lead for the Ironmen. And again, it will be 2 minutes in between points with the conclusion of that infamous and leverage match.
Yeah, I think Guest clapped up both those bodies in the middle there, Harris and the other one. Really nice job streaking through once they saw Josh Taylor come off. So far, both teams content to pocket it up with that vanilla game plan. We're going to see a lot of that this weekend. 2 in the South Electronics back center, the insert bunkers, and the Hertz Tower. The difference strategically has been NYX pressing the issue into the wedges more often early in the point with Harris Hussein. That point, though, dying out of the backfield, which allows Guests to come through and eat up those middle presence players.
Well, Tom's been...
He's a great player.
Yeah, he's really good, obviously, but one of the things he's been really good at is his reads.
Yeah.
He's very quick to figure out, okay, where are the variables in front of me, what needs to happen next, and then execute on that.
Always alive late in the point, uses his height really well.
Yeah, he's definitely he's very tall, so he can shoot angles other guys can't shoot. His survivability has been great. We haven't really been saying, I don't remember him dying early in any of these points. He was one of the heroes with Baldwin in that 2-on-4 that they pulled off. Talking to Shane Pestana, he thinks that, that Tom is, at least from what they saw early on, looking the best out of everyone on that roster.
And he's one of the pillars of this new team. I would say, like, he and Henry from last year were their big pickups that really stuck. Kyle Nicolau has emerged as their go-to threat on the Doritos side one over there. I think Jerry Caro was a great pickup for them because they struggled a little bit with their one on the snake side last year.
Indeed. Yeah, that was a huge pickup for him. Playing his former squad.
Yep. Jerry Caro very familiar with these fellows.
Yeah, we've seen Frank out there a little bit. He's died early a few times. Pat got shot off the break.
Yeah, the only point he played, I think, it's Lennon. It's Lennon over there playing the one on the Dorito side for them. Former New York Wrecking Crew player.
Yeah, I heard good things about him in practice as well. So good to see him getting some spins.
5-on-5, again mirrored up are these two teams. Hertz, Tower, two in the back center, and the insert bunkers.
Looking over the shoulders here, New York Extreme on the red side of the field. Taylor wants to get out. Harris Hussein wants to get up, and he does. Going to go double up, pauses briefly at the Hertz wedge, or Hertz Tower, and then gets to the wedge clean.
Yeah, this is the recipe from NYX so far. Harris filtering up through the middle, 5-on-5. Long point developing, critical point here now as we approach the 4-minute mark and NYX down 1. They're going to have to find a way to get outside against these strong Ironman guns. They have their middle attack set up. Both those guns looking the same way. I don't like that. Now Harris switches. Those two middle guys got to switch off their zones.
Well, we were just watching the Ironman still doubled up in that back center, but they can do so because Extreme they're focusing their attack up the middle, and they're not getting their guys outside wide efficiently.
Exactly.
So that's going to give more breathing room. This game's very much about angles, so Tom Guess is back up off that spot quite a bit, just pumping paint downfield. And there's nowhere for him really to go. Every bunker around him has another body in it.
Yeah, NYX, Hennessy, I think, trying to get outside wide. He has to go through Henry Sense's gun, which makes it difficult for him. Nico Acevedo, I think, is the one who needs to find a way to get outside against the back center and his mirror. If Nico can put in Jerry Caro and get to the outside, it'll swing the momentum in NYX's favor as we approach 3 minutes now. You know, these 5-on-5 points where everyone's alive and sort of pocketed. Oh, Harris dies, though. 4-on-5 situation.
Yeah, they fill that spot, but Ironman doing a really good job of protecting from the pocket. Carl's going to get out wide and makes it clean. Another body coming off right now for Extreme, so it's a 5-on-3 situation here in favor of the Ironman. Taylor scurrying out towards the snake side. Try to give Nico a little help. Nico popping the top, feeling no pressure. He's going to continue his attack. Ironman need to pick up Nico over here as he's reached the 50-yard line here in the snake. And the Ironman drop that body. They trade out.
1-on-3 situation. When the dust settles, it's just Josh Taylor, I believe, coming down for NYX. Nico Acevedo was able to get 2 for, a major.
On Pat Kraft Jr., so Pat gets a spin. Was it a major? Who was a major on?
They're pointing at Ironman. It's going to pull out their last 2 bodies.
Going to be a no point.
No, if it pulls the last body on a major, it's a swing point.
Yeah,
if it's
right.
a minor, it's a no point.
Yeah. Oh, tough situation here. If that is the case for the Ironman, it was looking really good for him in a very high body situation. And the penalty bug yet again here, Mike, costing the Ironman. If they play this game with no penalties, totally different scenario here. That's at least 3, maybe 4 penalties the Ironman have got.
One of the worst possible moments to get a major. High body situation on their last body.
1 point lead.
Yeah.
Yeah, rough situation here.
Really?
Penalties are going to happen, but it's when do you get them?
Yeah. And you know, sometimes you get that minor when you dive out to a spot, you get shot in the pack, you don't know it, right? That stinks.
Yeah.
The major is always a choice. You've been shot and you're shooting someone else.
Yeah, so Ironman just doing a little bit too much extra out there and drawing too many penalties, and they have really made those penalties have made this a game.
Yeah.
Because that should have been a walk away, 3-on-1. You're up, burning time off, burnt it off nicely, won those initial battles, and then that penalty makes it into a potential tie ball game right now.
Yeah, and the difficulty there, right, is not getting 2 down. We were just talking about this. We should be up 2. The match should be almost over. Instead, it's a tie game. And now these points, you need these points. These are huge, right? You need to come into them with full confidence.
No, it's a penalty. They're probably just seeing the body. No, you're good, baby. You're good.
Yeah, at a certain
They
point.
seem kind of happy.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if maybe the penalty was on New York Extreme. They were pointing, it seemed like, towards the Ironman side.
They're starting with 3 is
Okay,
what it sounds
so
like.
it does.
Oh, okay.
See, yeah, I was seeing that innate joy on the Ironman's faces.
Yeah.
I'm like,
confusing.
Yeah, I think the penalty must then be on Extreme.
Oh, okay. So then they get, all right, so, sorry, Pat Kraft, you did great. Nice job getting the trade. Josh, bad penalty, getting the major there.
In your defense, Mike, and our defense, it did look like the referee was gesturing towards the other side.
Yeah, it sure did. But it looks like then the Ironman will be up 2 with NYX starting probably with 3 players.
Well, penalty being reviewed here, but potentially the case. Yep, there goes the 5th point on the board right now for the Ironman. So they're going to have a 2-point lead.
So also a really bad penalty for Josh, right? Because it's a 1-on-3. You're probably not going to turn that situation. And now instead of being in a situation where you're down 2 and you have a potential to get the lead to 1, right, in a 5-on-5 situation, now you're probably going to lose this match by 3 points. You had an opportunity to win it, and now you're going to take that -3. The margin ball matters out here. Getting late penalties unnecessarily will kill your chances when you're looking at the scores on Saturday afternoon.
Massive power play for the Ironman with 2:15 on the clock, and another penalty going to be assessed here on New York Extremes.
I really don't agree with that breakout there from NYX, right? You're down 2 with 2 minutes left. I think you kind of try to slow play that a little bit, get it down to a minute. Now you're in a situation where this game's kind of running away on you.
Well, you go, fortunately, you go from a situation, as you were just breaking down, where without that penalty, so it's 6-3 right now, 3-point spread. And you just got murdered in that, low body situation, that power play for the Ironman. And now so there's enough time. They could lose this by 4.
Yeah, I guess it's, I'm sort of walking back my initial feeling because it's sort of like, all right, we're going to lose this point anyway. We may as well lose it quick and then save time in order to maybe put a couple points on the board, right? There's 2 minutes left, so you can play 1 minute pace and try to score 2 points.
The asterisk there is that you need to be able to play with that pace like Dynasty did in their match.
For sure.
And and decrease this margin.
Yeah, for sure. But I think if the situation for NYX is, okay, we've put ourselves in a really bad situation, we're probably going to go down 3 because we're playing 3-on-5 off the break, right? Your odds in a 3-on-5 off the break are probably like under 20%. Then you're preserving your time to make a little comeback and play full strength and score at least a point.
Yeah. Well, when you're in a 3-on-5 and your game plan is to try to stretch on the sidelines, you're hoping that guy makes it.
Right.
And then that way you can actually have a chance of winning that
Win
one.
fast, lose fast.
Exactly. Or you punch up the middle.
Right.
You don't have a lot of great options when it's 3-on-5.
Right. Yeah, I fully come back around. I think that was actually the right call on NYX. Down 3 here. It's got the penalty really derailed them in what was a close match. It's not over. If the Ironmen catch a major off the break here or you're able to get somewhere really far off the break, you're all right. I think if you're NYX, what you really don't want to have happen here is you have like a stupid, really wide breakout. You lose 2 off the break, and now you're down 4 with 1:30 left. That's the worst case scenario. So you got to be smart. It's really tough to kind of pick the right spot on the aggression lever here, right? Because you want to go for it. You want to, at least get this to a 1-point game to preserve margin. But things have really gotten bad fast for you. You don't want to have it all collapse on you and suddenly you're having a 5-point loss.
Well, that's why winning paintball tournaments is so rewarding because it's so hard to win a pro paintball tournament.
Yeah.
And because you have so many of these different little mini situations and battles that you must prevail in to give yourself a chance to even make it Sunday.
Yep. I'll be curious to see if NYX, where they risk an outside run here. I don't think they should really do this 2 in the back center, the insert bunkers in the tower, down 3 with 2 minutes left. I mean, that's what I expect from the Ironman here. Henry Sents to the Hertz Tower, Tom Guest and Frank in the back center. Nicolau to the insert.
Looks like Hennessy's going to try to take some ground. Nope, just got low to get out alive. So heavy guns up here, and a conservative break pays dividends for New York Extreme as 2 bodies have come off. It is now a 5-on-2 situation as Kyle takes a walk as well. So
Really good look here for New York Extreme to try to win a quick one. This was best case scenario for them.
Yeah.
They're going to get 5 kills within about 15 seconds, and this is going to be a 2-point match with right around 1:40 left once they scan the field and go in and hit that buzzer.
Yeah, I didn't like the idea of being conservative, but you know what? They got 5 guns up. They generated 3 kills. They get a quick point, and now they're in a situation where you're playing at 45-second pace now, right? So you have 90 seconds to work with. You're down 2. You need to win each of those points with 45 seconds. And that's a really hard thing to do, right? Because sometimes guys go to the box with 1:30 left, and they just play like we're trying to win a point in 1:30 seconds. They look at the clock, 60 seconds left, but you need to win 2.
Well, we'll see how much preparation Extreme has had running 45-second points on the pace.
Yeah.
This has to come in your training.
And that's why I'm really against just playing points all weekend at practice. Right? Every match, every point has a situation. When you play those 0-0 points at practice, you're not playing situations.
Yeah, I don't have a lot of pet peeves, and that's one of them.
Yeah.
If you're a division, obviously we got a big part of our core audience. Big shout out to everyone out there watching. Are divisional players, right? That are looking to get better by watching the masters at this craft. And yeah, if you're just going and running every point like there's 12 or 15 minutes on the clock and there's no score, you are not training properly to win paintball tournaments.
Yeah, you play maybe one of those points a match, right? The 0-0 point, and then every other time you're playing with a leader or deficit, and your pace is dictated by that. So I'm a big advocate of that. Shout out to X Factor Jeff down at X Factor Paintball Park. That guy is the monitors in the pit. They run it like a pro match down at X Factor. You get a good practice there. Ironman up 2. I believe we have the score wrong on here. NYX just scored that point.
For sure.
It's 6-4. Ironman lead. 1:39 left.
20 seconds.
NYX very much in this match.
If they can do that again, absolutely.
Huge point.
Yeah, the issue is tempo and pace right now. The Ironmen need to have a 5 alive break and then get in a couple positions, snake 1, snake 2, D1, where they're a little outside wide, not just trapped in that pocket.
Same breakout. Henry takes a bounce going up the middle, but he's alive. 5-on-5. Henry in the pin. He gets caught, though.
And they lose a body in the backfield at the same time. So another great breakout here for New York Extreme. 5-on-3 situation with 1:22. That should definitely help out this 45 seconds a point pace that they need to run.
Yeah, as long as Nico needs to get on his horse, he needs to get in the snake. He can't hang out in that corner too long.
Hennessy improves his position going into that D2 spot. Harris. The shoulders here. The Ironman is trying to hold the line. As we hit the minute mark.
They kill the Dorito player. Harris coming through the middle, kills another in the back center. NYX going to cut the deficit to 1 with about 45 seconds left on the clock by the time they hit this buzzer.
Yeah, Harris throwing a haymaker up the middle of the field. He's been playing really well for him up the middle of the field.
Really nice job. Perfect pace. 45-second point. 45 seconds left to tie the game. Plenty of time. You know, you have to play forward the whole point, but you don't have to run all these 50s off the break. You can go hard, not far.
Yeah, the thing for Extreme is you can have what's close to a traditional breakout with 45 seconds.
Yes.
Once you get down to about 30, 25, you're into that staggered attack, reckless moment, which becomes a much lower percentage.
Totally. And they're crushing off the break right now.
Yes, Extreme is doing a great job off the break.
I think one of the issues for the Ironmen here is that they've become so vanilla in their breakouts that NYX can actually shoot for the short spots, right? They don't have to worry. If you don't have to worry about swinging your gun wide for a wide runner and you can just pull up on your short shot, you feel really good about connecting on that first ball. These guys can connect on the short shots out here. That's why deep runs, even though they're quote-unquote risky, it's important just to adjust the gun of the other team. I think Ironman just got a little too vanilla here with the Hertz tower, the inserts, and 2 in the back center. You know, if you know where the other team's going to be off the break, you feel pretty confident in how you're going to try to beat it.
Yeah, the Ironmen have gone 3 points in a row, essentially running the exact same game plan.
Yeah.
Maybe slight variance on lanes shooting off the break, but...
Yeah, that one, instead of Henry going to the tower, they sent him forward. He took a bounce and then got picked up when he was in that pin before he made it to the wedge. I think Harris killed him on a bounce shot off the snake side wedge into that pin. So let's see what the Ironmen have. Man, real back and forth pendulum swing of momentum in this one.
Yeah, 2 sets and 2 really good games. I mean, the Uprising Aftershock game wasn't actually 3 good games, because that game was amazing. Uprising stealing that win in the last second against Shock. And then Dynasty with that come from behind victory against Arsenal. So they're both sitting at 1-0. Infamous beat up on Leverage, and now just a barroom brawl here between New York Extreme and the Iron.
45 seconds left, 5-on-5 breakout, perfectly matched up for both teams. 2 in the back center, insert bunkers in the tower. This tower player for NYX coming forward, Harris following up behind him. They do lose. Harris is going to get a penalty here, or nope.
No penalty assessed on Harris Hussein as we're at just 20 seconds left to go. Extreme down a body. Can they make something happen?
Yeah, it was Peterson who died. Oh, but Frank dies out of the back center, so 4-on-4 situation. 10 seconds left. It's going to be too late. The Ironmen are going to win by 1 against NYX.
Cardinal sin of paintball is to be alive in your bunker when time expires, down 1.
So NYX, 2 huge errors that cost them the match. Blowing a 4-on-2, catching the major penalty. You gave 2 points away. You lost by 1. You're looking at your meeting later. That's what cost you.
Not a bad look overall.
No,
for a team that essentially, a lot of those guys have played together before, but it's a merger of the ML Kings and New York Extreme from last season. Considering that they were down 0-3 at one point in time, not a bad look for New York Extreme. Congratulations to the Ironmen and Infamous taking victories in this set. Stick around. Next up here at the 2025 Tampa Bay Open, your Major League Paintball, best teams in the world, throwing down on center court. It's going to be Edmonton Impact taking on Uprising. First time we've seen Impact. Uprising again, 1-0. And then Houston Heat with their new line taking on Arsenal, who lost a heartbreaker to Dynasty. So I'm Matty Marshall with Mike Jeffrey. We'll be right back.
Dreams since like baby, I've been joining forces with the likes of an A-team. Jumping off of buildings used to be so stimulating. Now I'm reaching new heights, I'ma need the off-white. Play with the fire, you get burned. All of my struggles became lessons well learned. I got desires that keep me grounded, that's for sure. Cause one day we gon' make it out this earth, where's your worth?
I'm sick of your talking, you got the wrong one. I'm taking your king and I leave him broken. If I am in second, it's after no one. Just give me a second to let them know. I'm the headline, the deadline. I'm ahead time, the rare kind. I'm a living legend, lethal weapon.
The king is back like prodigal. I gave him time, it's been too long. Was silent calm, but now the storm. I'm not the one you can't ignore. I never line, the deadline. I'm ahead time, the rare kind. I'm a living legend, lethal weapon. Big time. Now look at this.
Hey, it's BRNT with CRBN, and I have our new IC PWR Nano Barrel System here. This kit includes our famous ultra-lightweight injected carbon fiber back with our new Nano Tip, which features over 700 microports. This microporting prevents any debris, paint, or moisture from entering the bore and also produces a unique low sound signature. These barrel kits are compatible with all PWR inserts, including our own series from 679 to 691, and are also compatible with all PWR inserts, including those made by Planet Eclipse, Dye, and Inception Designs. Check them out at crbnpaintball.com.
Powering on. Welcome to the HK Lux experience. Introducing the Shredder Lux, a cutting-edge paintball marker and a true modern work of art. With only 25 in existence, this exclusive masterpiece redefines performance. Featuring HK Army Shredder milling a precision-crafted trigger, and an HK Army Freak XL barrel back. Enhanced ergonomics with a redesigned foregrip, plus a 1.5-inch full-color side grip LCD screen. Enjoy toolless frame and eye system, an updated ASA lever, and an improved core bolt for superior shot quality, sound, and paint handling. The Lux Experience. Elevate your game.
Hey, this is Walker with Carbon Paintball here to talk to you about our SC custom jerseys. To start your team's design, head over to crbnpaintball.com, fill in some team information, including what colors, what template you want to base your jersey off of, upload your main team logo and any sponsors, enter your name and your number, and we're going to kick you back a 3D image of your jersey. The custom jersey is built on a 5-panel design that's all customizable. The jersey features a DWR coating all throughout the jersey, so it is water resistant. It also is stain proof, and it has side mesh venting. The jersey is also very fitted, so it has a compact neck collar, and it also features elastic thumb loops to keep the sleeves in place while you're sliding or running. To start your team design, head over to crbnpaintball.com.
Welcome back here, 2025 Tampa Bay Open, first event of the Major League Paintball season. I'm Andy Marshall alongside Joey Blute, Mike Jeffrey. And we got Edmonton Impact taking on Uprising, Houston Heat, and Arsenal in this set. Looking over the shoulders here of the superstar lineup for Edmonton Impact. First time we're going to see them. Can't wait to see how this team is going to play here. And Uprising warmed up, stole a win away from Chicago Aftershock at the last second. Jumping into point number 1. And on the breakout, looks like Impact's going to be losing Justin Cornell. And another body coming off, this time for Uprising. 4-on-4. Another body coming off for Impact. So Uprising with a 1-body advantage right now. They have a little bit of that outside progression on the D side. Oh, they get chewed up, though, trying to attack up the middle. So now it's a 3-on-3. Bodies dropping everywhere here as Impact going to be pushing up on that D side, getting to that 50-yard line. So better field position, better real estate, controlled by Impact. But here comes the attack for Uprising as they get a body into the snake. And all the way to the 50. Marcelo Margot going to filter out wide.
Big fill by Marcelo there. I don't think Impact knew that Uprising was in the snake. He was on the verge of getting a free kill on Tyler Harmon.
Uprising's running around that middle like crazy right now. 44, or is that 21? I can't see his number right.
Alec Holland.
Yeah, he's all over the place.
Actually out in the open on the blind area.
Yeah, and so is Brandon Cornell. Brandon Cornell and him sort of jousting in open areas. Brandon Cornell does connect. They trade cross field. Tyler Harmon getting killed, though. Just Marcelo left alive in the corner for Impact. 2-on-1 for Uprising?
Yep. Maybe a 3-on. I don't know if there's anyone in the
He died. He died. He traded with Brandon.
1-on-1.
Bloodbath first point here. Bodies dropping all over. Marcelo Margot is going to connect with one of those shots. So I think he was in a 1-on-2 here.
Yeah.
Now it's a 1-on-1.
It was Brandon Olson, I think he killed over there. And now it's a 1-on-1. Really clutch Marcelo Margot. Probably one of the clutchest to ever do it. First point with Impact. Finds himself in a 1-on-1. Playing out of a little Dorito. Not an ideal situation, but still pulling it back.
Yeah, Marcelo Margot, paintball famous for many reasons, but pulling off low-body situations over the years, just been masterful at it. It was a 1-on-2, turns it into a 1-on-1.
Uprising with the advantage of playing a match already, nice and warmed up, but Marcelo Margot lives for these moments. He's pulling second to last pod, I think.
Uprising onto Impact side of the field, so a little bit closer to that buzzer. I think it's Alec is the last body left alive.
23. I just saw a flash of his number. I believe that's Alec Holland. He's really stepped up for Uprising in the last 2 years. Longer 1-on-1. Marcelo pulling his last pod now. He's going to make a move forward.
Marcelo using that Hertz tower to block out to dip into the snake, and he makes it clean.
Marcelo, smart player, knows he loses his last pod, so decides to get a little bit jiggier.
Oh, Marcelo Margot connects with the shot. He's going to win a 1-on-2 here. So first point for Marcelo Margot with his new squad, Edmonton Impact, and just immediately clocks in to win a low body situation, put the team on his back, and score that first point. So nothing's changed for Marcelo Margot other than the name on the jersey.
And the bank account.
Yeah.
That's why you pay him $100,000.
I was going to say, that's why you pay him the big bucks. Is that the number, $100,000, Joey?
I can't confirm or deny any rumors at this time. I know he's eating more steak than pizza at this point.
Beautiful job. Thumbs up from the ref. Point is good. 1-0 is the score.
Man, Uprising, high body situations thrown away. They threw away that body up the middle early, then below the 2-on-1 situation. Both coming up the same seam at Marcelo there.
Well, and Marcelo had a really difficult situation because he's playing out of a baby Dorito. He's on his side of the field, so he has to worry about protecting that buzzer. He has to dip into the snake after that, using the Hertz Tower. Snake's also not a great spot to play a one-on-one.
I'll be honest, in a 1-on-2 like that, with those guys both on the Dorito side, I'd rather be in that corner Dorito than anywhere else on the field. You at least have options there. You can turn the field.
Yeah, options for sure, but it's a baby Dorito that's not
Yeah, but you can live there. You can't live in any of those other spots of that 2-on-1.
Yeah.
They're going to pinch you out.
Heat versus Arsenal now. Arsenal coming off a tough defeat to Dynasty after they blew a 3-point lead. They send Archie Barnes Jr. to the snake off the break. 5-on-5 breakout.
Yeah, very aggressive break for Houston Heat. Send Ryan Moorhead all the way into D3 off the break. They do lose.
They're inside Aztec, snake Aztec.
Was that Dizon?
I couldn't tell. He dipped out too fast. 44.
Oh, Archie Barnes, though, dies out of the snake. Arsenal has changed their lineup. They've put Stephen O'Mara in the Hertz Tower. We saw Elliot Weaver playing there earlier. Elliot playing out of the back center now. 4-on-4 situation. Cody Mikowski in the snake corner.
Of soap coming off right now for Houston Heat to turn it into a 4-on-3 in favor of Arsenal. That was Ronnie Dizon first to take the walk for Houston Heat. And they're going to be losing another body as well, too. So a couple deaths out of their spots put Houston Heat in a bad position here.
Moorhead moved up to the Dorito side. He's up in the that mess over there. I don't know if you guys are calling it yet. They don't know he's there.
Snake structure. They don't know he's there, but Cody Mikowski is in the 50 snake for Arsenal. Stephen O'Mara hunting through the middle. I think Steven knows he's there. Steven's coming hunting for him.
Did Cody just get shot?
Cody's calling get out on Moorhead, I think. I don't think he got shot. He's still alive. Moorhead now on his end. He connects on Cody now. But I think Steven just shot him. Yep, Stephen O'Mara shoots him, so just one body left alive. It's Mishka. O'Mara closing it out well through the middle for Arsenal. Going to take a 1-point lead. I like the adjustment of having Steven play that Hertz Tower. Elliott, great player, but was missing on his shot in Game 1 against Dynasty. And Steven just likes to get after it up the middle. He's crafty. Craft on craft with Moorhead getting lost on the Dorito side. Moorhead shoots Mikowski, but Steven able to find him and close it out for Arsenal.
Well, the problem for Houston Heat is they were even essentially off the break with the 4-on-4 and then lose 2 gunfights.
Yeah. Can't die out of your bunker.
Yep.
So, Joey, we're going to see Tampa Bay Damage take the field playing Aftermath for your first game. Excited about the look you guys are bringing to 2025.
Yeah, we got a solid roster, man. It's top to bottom, probably one of the best rosters we've ever had. Guys are clicking, feels good. Everything seems to be flowing easily, which is good and scary at the same time.
Well, you guys have put up 4 wins on the board in the past 3 years, so we're expecting big things from you guys this year. Jumping into this next point here, because of the low body heroics from Marcelo Margot, quickly attacking up the middle here for Edmonton Impact as they send both Laval and Rainey Stanzik flooding up into that center 50 structure.
Impact has Tyler Panilio. They did pick him up before the last practice. It's a 5-on-5. They are running 2 lines as Impact. I was curious to see if they were going to stick with that. They have 10 guys. They do it. Mikey Urena getting in the snake. Uprising with Mark Meterman also in the snake. They're going to try to cut across.
They have 2 in the snake on Uprising now.
Yep.
Uprising's not afraid to move on these guys, even with them being in the positions they are.
Yeah, Uprising making some nice secondaries, and with the focus going here towards the snake side, Uprising initially dipped into D3 clean, but gets shot out of that spot. Good zone control here for Impact.
I think it was Tyler Panilio who might have killed him on his way forward into that 50 structure. 5-on-4 advantage and good spots for Impact. Oh, except they lose Rainey, so it's a 4-on-4. I think Mark Meterman might have shot him on a bounce coming into there. Tyler Panilio also going to die, so just 3 bodies left alive. 4-on-3 advantage for Uprising.
Yeah, when Laval sees that death of Panilio, slight tactical retreat to get back to the tower in the middle to look at that D side, try to stop the attack here.
Mikey wants to go.
Backwards, apparently.
Yeah. It's a good spot because now he can have some wire presence there when Meterman makes his move to the 50. He's being careful not to shoot his gun. Oh, tries to catch Schroeder playing the insert bunker for Uprising. Uprising with 3 bodies on the snake side.
Oh, bad
Make
death.
it 2. Bad death by Schroeder, like Joey said. Now it's a 3-on-3 situation.
Meterman's doing the right thing here.
Mikey in that outside snake 1 is not going to allow Meterman to have full presence, but Meterman, nice job. Joey, you called it. Creeping forward, kills Dalton, then retreats.
Super smart.
Real crafty, confident play from Meterman over here. Laval having a tough time in that tower on the Dorito side.
Yeah, Mark's popping the top right now, not feeling any pressure, trying to figure out where these last 2 bodies are. He has some help, has Alec Holland behind him. Laval is going to try to get across. Yeah, that's a big bite all the way into D2, and he makes it clean.
They did see the move, though. Coming forward, he's going to get bunked.
Graham Arnold begging for a penalty.
I think he's going to get it.
Is he going to get it?
Yeah,
he is. Major penalty going to be assessed here on Nick Laval. It's going to pull out Mike Urena, and also going to have an extra body that Impact's going to have to start down. That always is rough when you're running 2 lines, and then you get the major, and then the next line has to bear the brunt of your penalty.
So the funniest thing about that is Meterman's walking off saying, sorry, Mikey, sorry, because he shot him when he stood up after the ref called him out, because nobody wants that smoke from Mikey.
No, yeah. Mikey is a huge bully out there, so you don't want to let him know that was an accident. My bad.
Yeah.
Please don't give it to me on the
Definitely
next one.
did not say you're forgiven.
No.
That's for sure.
No, but Mikey's definitely that cat that will, when he bunkers you, shoot you 12 times instead of 2.
Yeah.
He's looking for an excuse.
Yep, exactly.
So Uprising, both those points playing up bodies, able to connect and convert on that one and draw the major at the end of it. First point, they blew it against Marcelo in line 1. Second point, they tie it up, and they're going to start up a body in the next point. So that'll be 3 points to start the match, that Uprising, assuming they live the breakout.
So Houston Heat bringing out, looks like a veteran line with the one addition, one of the new guys, Soap, going to be playing with Monville, Mishka, Moorhead, and Dizon.
Looks like Sean Saucedo and Benny Carroll getting spins for Arsenal over here. Elliot Weaver is going to go back up to this tower. It's going to be the 3-man off of Stephen O'Mara, Elliot Weaver, and Cody Mikowski.
Benny's shot on the break going wide.
Make it a 3-on-5 advantage for Heat as Sean Saucedo walks out early, 2 from the insert bunker.
Probably should switch those guys back.
5-on-3 for Heat with 2 bodies up the middle. No wide presence for Arsenal until now. Cody Mikowski tries to get out wide and dies. 5-on-2 situation.
This is a massive high body situation here for Heat. Need to capitalize on this one, tie it up.
You got to watch out when it's Mr. Weaver, though, out there. He knows how to connect.
They just let O'Mara fill out, too. They let O'Mara get out of the home. And then Weaver did shoot the Dorito guy.
He did.
So Moorhead is eliminated on that side.
You know, most 2-on-5s, you probably blow pretty quick. Well, I guess they got a lead. They don't have to blow anything. But especially not with these 2 guys playing. Weaver going to fill back from the Hertz Tower into the snake. Love that, Phil.
How do you 4-on-2 let him fill that?
I was thinking the same thing, Joey. So poor zone control in here in a big high body situation. They lose Moorhead on the attack.
O'Mara's dead.
They are going to shoot O'Mara. So now it's a 1-on-4 with just Weaver, and then Weaver gets taken out. So
you want to talk about poor zone control? That was no zone control. He goes from the Hertz bunker into the snake with a 4-on-2. Like that's.
Yeah. Joey, what do you say to someone when that happens after?
I call him an idiot and I sit him the next point.
Nice.
Like that's horrible.
Yeah.
Like whoever, because there's somebody. I guarantee you on that team, somebody has that job.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, Joey doesn't mince many words when it comes to coaching.
Can't. Not enough time.
Well, there's too many alphas on damage, too.
Too many alphas on all these teams. If you're out here on this field, you have an alpha personality. Very, very few people playing on the pro field don't have an alpha personality. They might get out-alphaed by bigger alphas, but nobody out here is weak.
Might get sigma'd once in a while. Got some weird...
My kids drop that all the time. I don't even know what it means, but I believe it.
Yeah, it just means you're sort of outside the paradigm. Yeah.
So, Edmonton Impact.
You guys can run 2 lines, Joey? You got 12 guys.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens.
Yeah.
People got to scout us, too. I can't give all the juice early.
I get you.
Yeah, 12:50 going down here, Eastern time. On the breakout right now, 5-on-5, but pretty big bite for Brandon Cornell. Goes outside and up into D2.
4 for Impact because they had the penalty.
Oh, that's right.
That's right.
Yeah, so 4-on-5.
He's in the Dorito 3.
And they even it up on the not only did they even it up, they actually have a body advantage. 4-on-3 now in favor of Impact as Brandon Cornell coasts into the 50-yard line.
Man, with no Hertz Tower inside presence, Brandon Cornell happy to take big bites and work his way into the 50. Uprising in the 50, but he gets shot by Cornell cross field. Just 2 bodies left alive for Uprising as Impact on the shorthand play, making work of Uprising.
Yeah, Rodriguez dying out of the snake. He's walking off, shaking his head, eyes to the sky in frustration, knowing there's a really good chance that they squandered this power play that they were on. This point started 5-on-4 because of that major penalty on Impact, but they let Brandon Cornell get into the 50-yard line.
Yeah, Impact didn't have the count there. They didn't see the bodies come off. Marcelo was calling a 44 when it was 42. Now it's a 41. They'll figure it out before too long, I'm sure.
That was a good retreat. By him retreating, he's going to force them to, once he shoots his gun, they're going to be like, both Doritos.
Get an episode of Play the Game podcast on the pro field right here as Marcelo and Tyler ask each other questions, conversing on the field to try to find this last Uprising body who's retreated. Trying not to shoot his gun, trying not to get detected, trying to catch a free kill. I think Brandon Cornell is still alive. He was sort of hiding out for a while. Really good comms here. Tyler calling across.
Minus not knowing the kill count.
Well, he said
and letting the guy run around.
Well, I just mean between Brandon and Tyler right there, asking what else. I think it's just the Utah, then getting it across. They had the slackening in the comms, but now they've picked it up. Zach Yakimek coming into the snake now. Just a matter of time.
I think this is Eaton left. He's putting up a valiant fight here in a 1-on-4.
Well, they don't have any idea it's a 1-on-4.
Yeah, not anymore. So they finally figure out where that last body is. I think that was Zach Connect on that last kill. Tyler Harmon runs in to hit that buzzer. Impact going to be taking a slight lead. Decent amount of time has been burnt off, though. 6:45 left to go here in regulation.
Yeah, great game by Brandon Cornell there. They killed the body off Uprising, who had eyes on the Dorito side. Trucks right into the 50 structure. Connects cross field on Uprising's only threat in the 50 snake. Takes Impact a minute with their new line to figure out the comms, find that last body, but able to close it out without any difficulty in a 4-on-5 situation.
It was still a bold strategy, too, taking the D2 off the hot.
For sure.
When you're down a body, like you're definitely throwing it against the wall and hoping. I mean, if it hits, that's what happens. If it doesn't, then that whole point goes real bad real fast.
Same line for Houston Heat. I think Caleb Abel's going to get a spin on the D side for Arsenal.
Yeah, and looks like Benny Carroll's going to switch spots. I think he's not sure where Benny's going. They're going to send 2 up the middle to the Hertz Tower with Omara and Benny.
No, they lose Caleb, so no one on that D side at all. They're going to lose Omara. Not looking good here to start things out in this next point in the tie ball game. 2 bodies coming off early for Arsenal.
Heat's playing a super tight pocket, too. Like, they're not risking anything. They're going to safe spots and just controlling zones.
Yeah, I watched a little bit of their practice against X Factor yesterday. That was their look there. You never know if those looks on the Thursday practice are going to be what they show at the tournament, but that's the case so far. Is that Jackson Frey in the back center for him? No, that's Sam Monville. Soap, the blast camp pickup, who's getting the lion's share of the spins for Heat out here in terms of their new guys. Benny Carroll in the Snake 50 wedge, though. I don't know that Heat knows he's there. Benny definitely doesn't know who's in front of him. He's far up the field. I don't know that he's getting the comms. Just Cody Mikowski and Elliot Weaver alive behind him. Mishka with a quick head check inside. I think they definitely know Benny's there now. He's going to crawl to the center 50 can, try to do something shiesty, generate something for Arsenal in this 3-on-5 situation in a tie game against Houston Heat.
5-on-3, they let him fill out of the corner, the snake corner, which that's crazy to me too. I'm confused on the zone coverage from Heat on that.
Oh, and they lose Soap. Yeah, so, poor zone control, or no zone control, as Joey likes to say.
Yeah. That was really shicey. That was Benny Carroll who had crawled into that can in the middle and then connected on Soap. Heat losing another, so it's 2-on-3.
Yeah.
Heat's advantage. But Benny's up in the middle, man. If Benny can get another kill out of this, it's going to be a 2-on-2. He's in a tough spot for it, but Benny's a crafty guy. He's looking back. Can I move backward? So much rattling around in there.
If Mishka can figure out there's not a Dorito side, he can start wrapping that, and then he
Just
can
go
actually
get
do
him.
work. Or he can literally wrap it, stay alive from him, and wait for his other guys to help out a little.
Benny just caught a bounce shot in the pack. Just accept it, Benny. They're not lying to you. Yeah. Benny's just got to know.
He's getting an earful from the head ref.
Yeah, because he didn't feel the shot coming because it was a bounce shot on his pack. Cody Mikowski getting a die, going back to the. So nice try by Benny to even that up. Poor zone control by Heat, but with those 2 kills off the break or early in the point, they're able to win and take a 1-point lead over Arsenal.
Well, whoever's responsible for the zone control on the Snake side, that's 2 points. We've seen that, whereas the zone control on the D side, much better. They were able to get that Arsenal body trying to flood out to D1.
Yeah.
So.
Don't get me wrong, from the Snake Aztec to the Snake Corner, it is significantly easier than the Dorito side, but if you have a gun looking this direction, especially after you get those first 2 bodies, there's no reason why they should be able to fill like that. And again, that's 2 points in a row they've done it, so they're definitely, and they're up on bodies when they're doing it. So.
Well, and the reason we're harping on this is because, well, you have a big high body situation, and what's the team going to do? They're going to try to get to those outside spots.
Impact spinning this line. The Marcelo, Brandon Cornell, Zach Yakimek line out here. JC running and gunning to the Snake Corner for Impact. They're going to kill 1 out of the middle. 5-on-4 advantage for Impact. They're wide on the Snake side. Uprising pocketed up.
Here comes, looks like JC's going to crawl. It started as his crawl initially to get out of that back corner bunker. Snake side gets into outside Snake 1 and feeling no pressure, wraps around and gets a kill.
So 5-on-3 and alone in the Snake. This hurts Tower. Might feel the hurt before long from JC. They do get Graham Arnold. Nope, they don't. Tries to fill the corner. Not going to happen. JC also going to kill the Hertz Tower. Probably a 2 or 3 pack.
Uprising should buzzer this. Just end this. 5-on-1. You're just literally letting the clock tick for no reason. I understand margin, but one guy standing out there getting pounded on for no reason.
And then, God forbid, you catch a minor or a major on that guy.
Which we've seen already today at the end of points.
Yep. So Impact, that line 1 looking good out here. Be curious to see if they go back to their line 2. They love running their 2 lines over there on Impact, but they had more off-season movement than they have in off-seasons past.
Well, I was in Dallas for the trial practice with some new layout or new formats. I talked to both Zane and Dave Baines about this. I said, well, what are you guys going to do about playing time, and you're going to run 2 lines? At the time, this is before they had Tyler on the squad. And then with not knowing if they were going to have that 10th body at some of these events, it still was unknown. And they kind of said to me, we're going to try to ride the hot hand. I don't know if we're going to go with 2 lines. We don't have the bodies for it yet. But so they're just standing out there burning some clock right now.
Looks like Uprising's playing margin.
For sure.
Which isn't an incredibly bad idea.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering how much of the time they're going to let go down.
But at a certain point, Uprising has to make the decision if their team's good enough to beat a team like Impact, which if they're in their mind as coaches, they're not. That's one thing. But if you margin's a fun game to play when you're coming up, but once you're actually an established team, it's not a matter of that anymore. So does Uprising consider himself coming up or established?
I think also, too, there's the factor of, do you want to play a lot of points against a team or few points? I think against Impact, there's really no benefit in letting it run down because they love playing the control ball, right? They're a really difficult team to play from behind against. If you're playing a team like the Russians, sometimes it helps to have a shorter game.
The Russians wouldn't let this happen.
But they wouldn't let it happen.
Yeah, the Russians.
Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, already hit the buzzer.
Uprising doing this, if this is the end of this game at a 2-1, this benefits every other team in the league by not giving Impact more spins.
Yep.
I see what you're saying there.
Less spins for them is good for everyone else because that means they think they know, but they may not know.
Right.
Well, and with that roster relatively newly assembled,
gonna have some cold players.
This is the most important time for them right now.
Yep.
Is to get that internal vibe that happens when you're playing with each other on the field.
Honestly, when they announced that roster, I thought for sure the SoCal guys would all be one line and then everyone else would be the other line. So it's kind of weird seeing Rainey not on that line.
Yeah. Arsenal and Heat coming back out here. Arsenal still trying to have their starting line solidify. They're going to give Kyle Bowen a spin over there on the Dorito side this time. They've tried Caleb Abel over there. They've tried Benny Carroll and Sean Saucedo. Kyle going to get his opportunity. Down 1 against Heat.
They should just run whatever line they ran the first point.
Cody Mikowski. Elliott Weaver's going to get shot off the break going to the Hertz Tower. 5-on-4 advantage for Heat. Running ref coming in to check Kyle Bowen. Cody Mikowski, the one on the snake side over here. Archie Barnes Jr. stuck in the back center with Steven O'Mara. Steven trying to get Kyle out wide, but Mishka is in that Dorito side tower. It makes it really difficult.
Well, ABJ able to gunfight his way to get out behind Cody Mikowski to get to that Aztec. Cody and Snake too. And here comes Dizon. He's going to answer and get into the Snake.
He was on that hard pocket again too.
Yep. Hard pocket for Heat. They generate their kill on Elliott Weaver off the break. First, one of the few times we've seen someone die. Cody Mikowski getting in the 50 Snake. He's got.
He doesn't know Ronnie's there.
He kills. Who's that? Soap? No, not
no.
Soap.
That's Sam.
Sam kills Sam out of the Hertz Tower to even the body count. Nice job by Cody Mikowski.
He doesn't know Ronnie's there though.
Yeah, Ronnie's posted up right now, waiting for Cody Mikowski to pop the top. Cody bowling his way and pays the toll, though. Beautiful job by Ronnie Dizon. Set a trap there. Very patient. Ronnie Dizon gets that kill. But then here comes ABJ. ABJ is going to filter in. Oh, and Ronnie Dizon trades out with ABJ, but I'll take that 2-for-1 trade, especially with the lead any day.
Attaboy, Ronnie.
So now it's just Steven O'Mara and Kyle Bowen back center in the Dorito side insert, looking at Mishka, Ryan Moorhead, and Soap. O'Mara now getting out to the Snake side. Soap getting into the Snake off that move. He's got free reign basically over here.
Kyle really needs to try to get there. You go.
Gets across.
No,
he does not.
Mishka was sitting on it, but you didn't have much of a choice. Like you're down on bodies and clock's ticking.
Yep, and he was holding his last pod in his hand as well. So they're going to be going down to about what's that clock at? About 8 minutes over there.
Right around 8.
So time to go, but Heat looking to put up 3 unanswered. Mishka.
So Tal. Looks like O'Mara not hearing the Tal thrown, fighting till the very last second.
He's mad.
He doesn't want it.
He's mad. He wanted the smoke.
Yeah.
It's only a 3-on-1.
He was about to get bunked, but, you know, Steven wants it. Steven always wants to go.
30 seconds.
He's only got like a half of a index finger on his right hand because he cut it off in a saw.
Oof.
That's a gnarly man.
How long ago did that happen?
Years ago. Yeah. Next time you shake his hand, look at it. It's weird. There's a little fingernail on it still, sort of. Yeah.
I don't think I want to see that.
It's a curiosity.
Sounds kind of gross.
Yeah, it is.
Looks like they're running the same line for impact.
Yep, spinning them.
No. JC's not out there, though, is he? No, they mixed.
Yeah, they're mixing, and it's also Dalton instead of JC, so they're running hot hands.
And Rainey.
So it's the other line plus Marcelo. They just spun Marcelo and Tyler. They spun the PTG guys on line 2.
Yeah,
Rainey just went through the middle.
Rainey.
Nice attack. Rainey stands going to get.
He's in the very center.
Right up in the middle.
Both still alive in the very middle. Rainey died.
Minor on Dalton as well, so Uprising in full control. 4-on-1.
Yeah, a bomb just blew up for impact. They had the penalty, another death. Not looking good here. Urena is going to get taken out by Nate Schrader. And the deaths came off so fast, they're unsure of the count. Rightfully so.
Shot at his own boy for a second.
Well, there's 3:15 left, so they don't want to squander time here because they want to, but still.
Yeah, they're okay.
A little bit of a gift here for Uprising.
Yeah, you don't have to worry too much about clock when you're going down 1, right? 3 minutes to score a point, you're okay.
Well, we did see a 7-minute point in the first set.
Right.
Yeah, that's because it wasn't the point to win the match.
Right.
It was just a point. Right. The first point usually can go slow, but after that, you need to figure
situations,
it out. Right.
Yeah, interesting. It seems like Impact is sort of in an in-between moment right now. They're not quite running 2 lines. They started with the 2 lines. Now they sort of abandon it. A bomb goes off. I think they're sort of trying to figure out their identity right now. It's a little bit different than years past from them.
Well, years past they had a set 5, 6 guys. Now they have 9 guys that would start on almost anyone's team.
Exactly.
So you put yourself in a situation where your roster is so deep. Good luck figuring it out first day, first match.
Champagne problems, as they say.
Well, that's Kevin Brethauer's problem on your team now, right, Joey?
Not my problem. My problem was to get the talent. I did my job.
Let's see, Kyle Bowen back out there. Same line for Arsenal. See if they can get 5 alive. Heat, same breakout. Kyle Bowen makes the Dorito 1 off the break. 5-on-5. Oh, I think Cody Mikowski might have caught one in a gun battle in the first 10 seconds. Yes, he does.
He did. So Cody Mikowski going down for Arsenal right now. 4-on-5 situation in favor of Heat. They also have a 2-point lead, but still 7:36 to go here in regulation. Dizon's going to get a check from a ref. Here as the first attacker on the Snake side, he's at the Aztec. Monville has improved his position, and he's at the Hertz, wrapping around. Mirrored up with Elliott Weaver for Arsenal. So, yeah, still 5-on-4 in favor of Houston Heat. Dizon is clean.
I'd like to see Stephen O'Mara and Kyle Bowen find a way to press the issue on the Dorito side without Mishka in that tower at this point. Archie Barnes Jr. able to slip out into the Snake corner for Arsenal. He's the first one wide on that side for either team. Ref coming in to check him. He's clean.
How does Heat still have 2 at home? That's what's amazing to me. Like, if you turn one gun back on those, you're going to get a body.
Yeah.
Like, Archie needs to actually get in the game now.
Yep. If Kyle Bowen and Archie Barnes Jr. can start putting the heat on the back center, they'll generate a kill and even the body count. Soap digging out wide, makes it. Dizon slipped out to the corner, so both teams in Snake corner. Heat with a body advantage on this side. Arsenal with the positional advantage on the Dorito side with Kyle Bowen wide in the Dorito 1. Kyle Bowen can go. He has no one holding him up except for the back center. Moorhead now getting out into the Dorito 1. Mishka filling out
now
behind
he
him.
needs to go. With Mishka filling out, leaving that, well, now the Hertz switches.
Instead he dies. 3-on-5 situation. Another bad death. Arsenal struggling out here.
It's one thing if you die moving. Mishka gets shot out, or Sam gets shot out of the Hertz.
Yeah, I believe that was Elliott, probably on a bounce shot. Now he sneaks up into that center wedge. 3-on-4 situation. Archie gets in the Snake.
Yeah, ABJ and outside Snake 1 with Weaver looking Snake side from that center wedge.
Omar makes Dorito 1 on all the chaos too.
Yeah, and then Moorhead dipped into D2. So moves being made from both squads. Still a 1-body advantage here for Houston Heat. Now down to 5:45 on the clock. ABJ's going to crawl up into Snake 2. Think about going across to Snake 3.
The problem with the way Arsenal's set up right now is they got 2 bodies on the ground, right? Not able to hold zones. He doesn't have to go anywhere, but they're also not getting pressure. O'Mara now scurrying into Dorito 2. Elliott.
How do you let that happen? You're 4-on-3. 2 guys have their face in the dirt. You have one job from Soap is to sit on that lane, and you let the guy fill through.
And ABJ has crawled up to the 50-yard line here on your screen. In the Snake, wraps around, almost gets a shot on Dizon.
Elliott Weaver crawled all the way around to the Dorito side 50 wedge.
Soap switches his gun off of that D-side lane to put more pressure on ABJ.
So you got 3 guys on Archie over here. Mishka just came off. Now Mishka makes it to the Dorito 1 and comes back this direction. So only Ronnie is on O'Mara at this point.
And O'Mara's and O'Mara dips into D3.
Soap switches, but it's too late. Mishka in that Dorito 1 ripping that bounce shot off the wing into the 50 Snake structure, trying to catch Archie playing big. I can't see Archie, so I honestly don't even know how
he's not big.
He's never big. Yeah. O'Mara now into the 50 Dorito side structure. It's quieting down as people get low on paint. Soap has an empty pack, it looks like. So O'Mara's going to have a little freedom with no cross body over there.
Archie now on to Houston Heat side. ABJ trying to make something happen here. Down 2 with 4.
He's going to have one shot on Moorhead.
He's going to have the shot across field on Moorhead.
Missed.
He missed his shot. Oh, Moorhead able to somehow, some way stay alive. Archie Barnes Jr. just missed that crossfield shot, had a free one on. But here comes the attack with Stephen O'Mara also on the Houston Heat side of the field, right in front of Moorhead.
This is that shot he missed. That's the difference between elite and good.
Right.
Elite guys don't miss that. Good guys do.
O'Mara on their side of the field. Elliott Weaver supporting him from the wedge. No paint in the air right now. Everyone probably on their last hopper. Elliott pulling an empty pod. He's going to load a full one. That's his last.
Soap has a pod. Can't see Dizon's pack. ABJ's got 2. Weaver's out.
Ooh. Steven putting the press on Soap. Unable to kill him. Moorhead, I think, wants to come get him. Oh,
Dizon eats up ABJ, and here comes a tactical retreat.
What was that?
As Weaver gets shot, but Dizon as well, too. So it is going to be a concession as Soap wraps around and stitches up Stephen O'Mara right as the concession happened. Bend don't break moment for Houston Heat. They're going to pad that margin just a little bit. Score is going to be 4-1 with 3:11 left to go. It does go back to that missed shot from ABJ.
Yep.
ABJ gets that kill, cross field.
3-on-3, better positions.
He popped up. He had that one opportunity. Moorhead, seasoned vet, World Cup MVP, felt the pressure, immediately head checked in, didn't even engage, stays alive. If he gets that kill, completely different situation.
Completely.
You're 2-on-1 on that side over there. You have Elliott in the wedge and O'Mara just with one guy in front of him and 2 guys in little bunkers over here that have to contend with him on the snake side.
Yeah, and O'Mara's going to have that outside containment.
And
the little differences out here.
As Archie, you shoot him, the D1 can't see you because the Hertz bunker's blocking it. You literally don't even have to worry about the inside anymore. Now you can start wrapping the inside and shooting back at those guys.
So now we're seeing the true line 1 as the match started from Impact with Brandon Cornell, Tyler Harmon, Zach Yakimek, Marcelo, and JC. They're running in to check Tyler in the tower he lives. 5-on-5 situation. Wow, the uprising player at Borromeo rips Graham Arnold or Schroeder in the back to make sure he doesn't get a penalty. 5-on-4 situation for Impact here.
JC's made it to the snake.
Yeah, Impact up a body and up a point here with 2:25 to go. Sitting pretty.
Much better field position.
Yeah, this is Impact Paintball. They took some ground and now perfect zone control. They're going to go up another body as they get the shot on Borromeo, who tried to extend into the snake. So now Uprising's in a real rough spot. They are making moves on the D side, D2 and D1, with just one body here on an island, snake side for Uprising.
As a coach, this is the worst case scenario. 2 minutes left, down by 1. What do? You blow this point, try to get back into it, or do you play the margin? It's Friday, you won your first match, you're playing a team technically you should lose to. This is a hard one for a coach.
It totally is. I think it depends on the personnel. If you have a side where you're 2-on-1, I don't like it with 2 guys in the Dorito with someone wide over there and that tower. I blow the horn. I try to get win 2 over here. I don't see a script here where a win is really coming forward unless it's lucky gunshot wins.
Possible weird penalties.
Yeah. If there's an area where you actually have a positional advantage that you can exploit with people who like to do that, I'll let it run.
The other side of that, though, is if they lose this by 1 point, their margin is still way to the good.
Yeah.
They do well in their next 2 matches. They're 3-1 with a high margin.
Totally.
There's a chance that they definitely make Sunday then. Or even if they lose one of their matches and they keep this one close, they get 2 good wins, they're still making Sunday.
Totally.
So again, it's that mindset I said earlier. Do you think your team is ready to win the tournament now, or are you just trying to make Sunday?
Right.
Well, time ticking off the clock. Almost a minute left to go here. 103. Impact with 2 bodies up, 5-on-3 situation, and they have real good ground to try to stop any sort of attack.
And if you're Impact, what do you do at this point? Do you try to get this point, or do you just chill it out and get the win? Like, that's another tough question.
Since they went up 5-on-3 with, what was it, maybe a minute and 40 left to go, I would like us to be able to score a point 5-on-3 to get that 2-point margin, but to incur as little risk as possible while you're making those moves.
And so that would require someone basically
to do something?
To come behind JC and to let JC get to their end of the field.
Instead, they fill the other way.
Right. JC now going to come into the 50 snake. They know he's there.
5-on-3, JC's on an island. That's confusing.
Yeah.
Yeah, Impact working into the strength of Uprising actually with that one, because there's 2 bodies in front of them and only 1 in a really bad spot here for Uprising at that Aztec.
Me no understand.
Yeah, so we'll see. I think this one's probably going to go to time just on Impact's body language.
Yeah, so...
Oh, yeah, the game was over.
Impact gets the win. It's going to be a 1-point win. Both these teams sitting on a 1-point win in this bracket as Uprising stole a win at the last second from Chicago Aftershock in their first match, so they go 1-1 today, even on the point spread. And we will see Impact play Infamous. They are on deck around 11:20 in a bracket with Houston Heat and the Ironmen.
I know, but it's smart. It's okay. Don't worry about it.
So now Arsenal down 3.
Not a lot of time left.
The Heat.
There's enough they can score some points still, but it wasn't a lot.
I think it was around 4 minutes, 5 minutes?
No, I think it's like 3:20.
Ooh, 3:20 down 3.
You can still get it. You just have to win one. You have to win one of these breaks.
Yeah.
Like, they're not winning the breaks. They've lost these breaks almost 1 to 2 people per point.
Yep. They're going to go with Kyle Bone on the Dorito side. Benny Carroll's going to go up the middle.
Well, this is almost the same. This is almost the exact same situation that Dynasty was in when they came back and beat Arsenal. Arsenal's now down 3, and they're going to get a kill on the break on Dizon.
And a penalty.
And a penalty going to be assessed here on Houston Heat, and they have a body past the 50-yard line. 2 bodies in that middle, pushing the attack right now for Baltimore Arsenal.
Man, Stephen O'Mara is in their center wedge with 2 bodies in front of him. Mishka
on it. 6 cents.
Oh, they kill Benny. He doesn't know he's there.
Mishka's going to go up the middle, and O'Mara has no idea that Mishka just made that move.
Elliott's going to go bunk him. Yep, Elliott kills him clean.
And then here comes Elliott Weaver's going to run through. He's going to stitch up San Monville. Goes through untouched, as that was the last body. Going to hit that buzzer with 2:30 left to go, down by 2.
Plenty of time. Over a minute per point left. I mean, just seeing O'Mara and Elliott back together, right? O'Mara is the first spear, and then Elliott comes in after cleaning up. Those guys are really dynamic. Mishka came through and got Benny, who was sort of the bait.
Spin him.
Spin him, absolutely.
I think Kyle's the answer on the Dorito side. Based off the 3 points that they can't keep a body alive over there, he's lived every time he's gone out. Keep Kyle out there. Keep those 2 pump in the middle. Have Cody shoot from the home and have Archie make a bunker alive. You don't have to go far. You just have to make it alive somewhere.
Yep.
Get a body and then start playing off of that. That's the formula for them.
Cody Mikowski ran and shot to the snake corner off the break that time.
Yeah.
Big guy.
Well, they also Heat risked the body wide too, which that's the first. I mean, we've watched Heat win multiple points now playing the pocket.
Yep.
When you're up by 3 and all of a sudden you want, I mean, I get you want to test some shit out, but you also got to be super careful here because you test out too much. Next thing you know, they're in this game again.
Yep.
And you're going, uh-oh, what do we do?
Yeah, far from over.
No.
2:30 left, down 2. Arsenal back on their toes after losing a bunch of breakouts in a row. See if they can find a way to win another breakout and make this a 1-point game. Got about 90 seconds to be in a situation where you're in a tie without having to be too crazy.
Well, it would be if Arsenal could find a way to come back and win this match to go 1-1, considering the completely disheartening way they lost to San Diego Dynasty in that first set. Did you watch that one, Joey?
Oh, yeah, I watched every point. Yeah. So bad. They had that. I tell you, on that one, the one that completely cost them was when Caleb went from the Dorito 1 to the Dorito 2 when there was 45 seconds left. He was the last body, but if he stays in that Dorito 1, they can't get him until they bunker him. He drains at least another 15 seconds off the clock, maybe shoots a guy or 2, possibly gets them a penalty. But just going forward, I was like, what is he doing? Just stay alive. Defend the buzzard, homie.
Arsenal with an opportunity here.
So we are starting to see a starting line emerge here for Heat because it's basically been the Vets and Soap.
Vets plus Soap. Sending Soap up to that Hertz tower. Arsenal with 2 to the tower to start again with Benny Carroll. O'Mara 5-on-5. Kyle Bone makes it wide for Arsenal to the Dorito 1. Benny now launching through the middle.
And he gets there clean.
But the bounce shot is coming in a little dicey on him. He's able to live from it.
He's definitely feeling some pressure. He's going to go low right now.
Heat did their pocket play. 100% pocket, 2 at home, both Aztecs and the Hertz bunker.
Elliott Weaver now behind Kyle Bone. They don't have that Hertz tower inside. They can get going on that Dorito side, and they're going to need to with the clock ticking down.
Yeah, the play Heat ran pretty much what is becoming the default play.
Just the back center holding up the Dorito side push for Arsenal. They got to find a way to go forward here. Not immediately, but soon. You got about 50 seconds to work with here.
Yeah,
maybe a little less than that, actually.
You need to get this
they need to get outside.
Omar's
coming. They've accomplished the goal to middle. They have to get outside. Sure enough, they dive a body into the snake.
Look at Cody.
Yeah, Kyle's got to play with better pace here. Here comes Omar. You know Omar's going to go. Oh, they kill one out of the back center. So 5-on-4 with Omar on their end. Benny feels the pressure come off, too, here. He's going to get on the wrap on Moorhead and look to launch. Ooh, I think he shot Moorhead.
They get the shot
5-on-3.
So, penalty assessed. It's going to be a major penalty that's going to pull out Ryan Moorhead, and Mishka leaves just Dizon. And here comes the close from Benny Carroll. He is going to get team killed by his own guy, and they need to hurry up. Every second is precious out here. Oh, a minor penalty going to be assessed. Major, actually.
On who?
On who is the question. Saw a minor go up first, then realized he pulled the wrong flag through the major. Who's that going to be on? Bit of a delay on that call. If that can't be from the same one, yeah?
He threw the paint that way. Hey, they might have got a major at the end.
So our commissioner is over here talking to the refs. I'm trying to listen and figure out what that call was.
It's on Heat. They're pointing at Heat. Yeah, they're pointing at a Heat player. I think it was on Ronnie, got a minor at the end there when they came through on him.
Well, door is starting to open here for Arsenal. 1-point game, under a minute to play.
Minute 30. No, it's not.
Minute 30 to go if there's no timeout.
1 minute, let's go, guys. 1 minute.
1 minute.
Let's listen in real quick.
With him going over to the Arsenal pit, I'm pretty sure it was on Arsenal. But they had a body to pull, he said.
Okay.
Same thing?
So it'll be 5-on-5. Heat up 1 with about 53 seconds left.
So you got some good games out here.
Really good games. Arsenal, always interesting.
Go to the rock. Right?
You think Joey, you think he goes with that default game plan again?
Yes.
Yeah, I think so too.
Elliot, you can also come up.
They may risk a body somewhere, but I doubt it.
Which way am I shooting? We got to try to break that Virginia ball snake.
Do you agree, disagree with that? If they run it.
I mean, they won 3 of the 4 points doing it.
That's what I'm thinking too.
They just got to be a little bit more cautious of the center stuff. That's where they're doing work now. That's the one change that Arsenal's made. So you just have to adjust for that those 2 guys. But that's not hard to do. You just have to do it. And it seems like they're running the same play with that switch.
I wonder if they send Mishka back to that Dorito side tower. They had him there earlier in the matches, being there to. Sometimes those center guys, when they get comfortable going forward, right, and you're digging in, they play with a lot more freedom. If you can be there and punch them back, it kind of throws the momentum back that way, even if it's an even trade.
Yeah, just throw the grenade.
Well, and also if Arsenal most likely to continue to punch middle because we're under a minute, they cannot spend too much time pondering their moves to get outside wide enough.
Correct. You actually have to force that wide as well, but you need to punch the middle, force them to react to it, and then still be able to make the outsides. Right. So, Arsenal's playing from way behind the 8-ball. They only got 4 out there?
No, let's see. No, Cody's right there. Yeah, so they'll have 5, okay. I assume. He's in the shade. He's talking to the ref.
Oh, no. Heat's 30 on a body. Is that what he just said? Did you hear him?
They got 5 out there. We will know momentarily what the body count is going to be to start.
Well, they stopped the clock at 30 seconds.
He might be reviewing.
Yeah, Trozen probably reviewing. Huge difference, of course.
So the penalty is going to be overturned. Apparently the shot hit the bunker and not his hand. So Arsenal will have 5.
5 on 5, I just heard.
Yeah, 5 on 5. Perfect. Will be the instance here. So both teams at full strength. See if Arsenal can come back and tie this ball game up here.
About 53 seconds. You got to go hard.
You don't too hard.
Yeah, not.
Yeah,
right. Yeah.
It's not a full.
You don't have
no.
to panic. Yeah,
no, it's not. It's not run to your death point.
Exactly.
But it's definitely like you have your initial shot and then run to your death.
Yep.
The sense of immediacy needs to be there after the break.
I will say Almara is one of the few people in this situation. He is a specialist.
He is. He's really amazing. Yeah. He'll never be alive at the end of the point. He's gonna send it. He's comes through really dynamic. He's not afraid to take 20 shots coming through the middle with 3 people in front of him. I think that's a big part of it. It's just, some guys got to take punishment just to open up the floodgates. So we'll see what Arsenal goes with here. 0-1 on the day, but with an opportunity to tie, come out of Friday.
Looks like Ryan's going.
So on the breakout, 3 guns up right now for Arsenal, and default play, and Dizon gets shot off the break, so it's a 5-on-4 situation. Door is slightly open here for Arsenal with 45 seconds left to go.
Cody Mikowski trying to get into the snake. They lose Benny Carroll out of the middle. Cody now launching up the middle. Elliot Weaver coming with him. Cody's going to die as well, so now it's a 4-on-3.
Good zone control here for Houston Heat in the middle of the field. They stopped that first attack, but here comes the move up on the D side for Arsenal as they're going to get all the way to the 50-yard line. Let's see if the guns change and shift into those positions here for Houston Heat. They do. They eat them both up, and that should do it here. 18 seconds left to go, but just Elliot Weaver left alive for Arsenal as these guys definitely died on their swords.
This is where Elliot needs to be smart and stay alive. You can't die here.
Yep.
Let it run.
yeah,
keep the margin.
Try to preserve that 1 point margin.
Really nice job by Elliott there. 7 seconds left.
So Elliott launches with a little time to not allow Houston Heat to pad that margin a bit. So it's going to be a 1 point loss for Baltimore Arsenal. Houston Heat, first look at this new roster, and it results in a win. So Arsenal going to go 0-2 on the day with a -2. And Houston Heat, one more game to go, going to be playing the Ironmen in the same set with Impact and Infamous. So thank you guys so much for joining us here. As next up, don't go anywhere though, it's going to be Chicago Aftershock taking on Leverage and San Diego Dynasty against New York Extreme. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Matty Marshall, Joey Blute, and Mike Jeffrey. See you in just a few.
No one, just give me a second to let them know I'm the headline, the deadline. I'm a head time, the rare kind. I'm a living legend, lethal weapon, master. The king is back like prodigal. I gave him time, it's been too long. Was silent calm, but now the storm. I'm not the one you can't ignore. Headline, the deadline. I'm a head time, the rare kind. I'm a living legend, lethal weapon, master. Big time.
Now look at this. You wanna see this?
Hey, it's BRNT with CRBN, and I have our new IC PWR Nano barrel system here. This kit includes our famous ultra lightweight injected carbon fiber back with our new nano tip, which features over 700 microports. This microporting prevents any debris, paint, or moisture from entering the bore and also produces a unique low sound signature. These barrel kits are compatible with all PWR inserts, including our own series from 679 to 691, and are also compatible with all PWR inserts, including those made by Planet Eclipse, Dye, and Inception Designs. Check them out at crbnpaintball.com.
Powering on. Welcome to the HK Lux experience. Introducing the Shredder Lux, a cutting-edge paintball marker and a true modern work of art. With only 25 in existence, this exclusive masterpiece redefines performance. Featuring HK Army Shredder milling, a precision-crafted trigger, and an HK Army Freak XL barrel back. Enhanced ergonomics with a redesigned foregrip, plus a 1.5-inch full-color side grip LCD screen. Enjoy toolless frame and eye system, an updated ASA lever, and an improved core bolt for superior shot quality, sound, and paint handling. The Lux Experience. Elevate your game.
Hey, this is Walker with Carbon Paintball here to talk to you about our SC custom jerseys. To start your team's design, head over to crbnpaintball.com, fill in some team information, including what colors, what template you want to base your jersey off of, upload your main team logo and any sponsors, enter your name and your number, and we're going to kick you back a 3D image of your jersey. The custom jersey is built on a 5-panel design that's all customizable. The jersey features a DWR coating all throughout the jersey, so it is water resistant. It also is stain proof, and it has side mesh venting. The jersey is also very fitted, so it has a compact neck collar, and it also features elastic thumb loops to keep the sleeves in place while you're sliding or running. To start your team design, head over to crbnpaintball.com.
Brent is the one that selects everybody that he wants to have show up here at the NXL. to represent himself, Air Assault Factory, and Carbon Paintball. We've got an assortment of guys now, kind of a rebuild from our semi-pro days. A pretty aggressive team. We usually identify our opportunities very quickly and then try to exploit them as soon as we can. I would say working with Carbon is unmatched in the industry. From the first day that we joined the program, I felt like I had a voice. I think the thing that sets Carbon apart is just the constant.
Jumping into point number 1 here, Chicago Aftershock taking on Leverage. Rookie pro team on the blue side of the field, and looks like they make the snake off the break. 4-on-5 here in favor of Leverage. They dropped their first game. They did not put a point on the board. So already in a must-win situation. Maddie Marshall alongside Mike Jeffrey and Female Player of the Year, Jen Folk. Jen, how you doing?
I'm doing good, Maddie. How are you?
Doing well. We've had some really good games so far this morning to start out the season.
Yeah, and some really good weather.
Yes, beautiful day here in Tampa. As double stack of bodies attacking on the snake side right now for Leverage.
Yeah, they switched Travis Baskin over here to the snake side, missing Chris Caputo just for Friday, and so far it's working out for him. 5-on-3 advantage for Leverage now against Aftershock. Trent Nita there in the insert for Aftershock. Both teams switching up their lineups a little bit, trying to get something going after losing their first. Trent takes a bounce on the way out. He's good to go, though. Back, three back bunkers for Aftershock, while Leverage making moves forward. Alfred De Los Santos going from the first Dorito to the third.
Yeah, Trent moves into the outside snake 1. No one on the D side at all here for Chicago Aftershock.
Yeah, just Corey Hall over there to keep eyes and a little sliver of pressure on De Los Santos. And A-Rod communicating. Oh, they get a kill though, so 3-on-4 situation. I don't know if that was A-Rod or Trent who killed Bass.
De Los Santos coming off as well too. So grinding gears on the attack right now. Leverage in what was a 5-on-3 big high body situation ends up being a 3-on-3. And looks like, but Corey Hall comes across. Minor penalty assessed though. Corey got diced up. It's a 2-on-1 here currently, I believe, in favor of Chicago Aftershock.
Yeah, correct. 2-on-1. Just the 50 snake left alive. Trent Nita calling it to A-Rod, who spread the field. Really nice job in the 2-on-1 to make this guy's life difficult. Here comes Trent. All he needs to do is trade.
He did not.
He did not.
Yeah, looks like that's Ricky Moran here in the 50 snake for Leverage. Holding it down here. Oh, and he's going to get clapped by A-Rod, who made the fill out to the 3-1 over there.
So A-Rod playing the hero for Aftershock, who's going to pull out a 3-on-5 body situation.
We have seen quite a bit of high body situations squandered out here.
What do you think has been the cause of that? Like, where's the ball getting dropped in those high body situations where they're losing?
It's been multiple instances. A lot of it is just poor execution on the side of that has the high bodies.
Right.
You know, just mistimed gunfights, deciding to get in a 50-50 gunfight you don't need to be in, poor zone control. Kind of a combination of those things.
Yeah, I would say that it's like people dying out of the wide spots, because it's not easy to get wide on this field. And if you kill one of the wides, what do we got, a replay here? There's a replay.
Thought about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm always about that, dude. If you got the high body situation, choosing your gunfights intentionally, that's one of those things that really bugs me, is when you're in that high body situation and somebody decides to over-engage just because they want to get the kill, you know?
Totally.
You see that every now and then. It's like, it's okay. Just chill. Chill out for a sec.
So I went back and ran the stats on this for a couple wins last year. Damage converted their high body situations 89% of the time at Chicago when they won. Fit in the World Cup prelims 90%. Yep. So there's not a lot of throwing those away for the teams that win. Now Dynasty against NYX.
Dynasty with a beautiful come from behind victory. A little bit of that Dynasty magic. They were down 3. Still prevailed against Arsenal, and they shoot a body on the break to start things out. New York Extreme had a little bit of an attempted comeback against the Ironmen. Did not go their way, but still just a 1-point loss for them. Good to see them hang in there and stay in the fight.
Yeah, they were right there against the Ironmen. I think the issue is that Dynasty is one of the best scouting teams to ever exist. I don't think those center moves are really going to be available for NYX in the same way that they were against the Ironmen. They do try to fill wide with Nico Acevedo. He makes it out to the corner while Harris filters up into the Hertz Tower. Arturo Andrade getting into the snake, though.
Harry Fry, though, getting shot trying to get into D1. That throws away the 5-on-4. It's now 4-on-4 in favor of no one.
And all the Dynasty bodies are this side of the field, Maddie.
Yeah, Jen, there's no one on the snake side or on the D side at all for Dynasty. So Yoshi's going to move up into the middle. Arturo Andrade is going to hit the back wall past the 50. And then rolling dice up the middle of the field. Looks like it's going to be a major penalty going to be assessed here on New York Extreme. That pulls out Nico, leaving Arturo in a really good position here for Dynasty to try to finish this one out.
Yeah, it was a very obvious major from Harris. You could see from up here. He came across from the Dorito side wedge, was hit in his side, continued forward, shot Yosh. Major penalty is shooting another player with a hit on you or passing multiple bunkers. Sometimes people think it's the location of the hit. It is not. It's what you do when you are hit that causes a major. So NYX able to get rid of their body deficit and even it up to 4-on-4, but then promptly catching a major. I was a little unsure if the refs were able to enforce that major and get both their bodies. It looked like at least one of those NYX players got shot as the ref was running into pole.
Well, Mike, also, that's when Greenspan came off, he was saying that same thing to his pit. Hey, they might be starting with 4.
It's really kind of a gray area, right? Like, when are you actually eliminated? Is it when the ref points at you? Is it when he says you're hit?
When you physically leave the bunker?
When you physically leave the bunker. Because sometimes guys will leave the bunker and get shot, and it's like, you were pulling me. It's like, no, I didn't actually pull you yet. Yeah.
Jumping in point number 2 here. Shock up by 1 against rookie pro team Leverage. Looks like they direct drilled the Hertz Tower off the break.
And Trent Nina actually got bounced going up to that Hertz Tower on the Aftershock side over here. So
I liked seeing Trent starting out here for Aftershock. He didn't play, I don't think, in that first match. They get him going here. Connor Kelly as well, getting a spin as the one on the snake side for Aftershock.
And we got a minor penalty here for Leverage.
Leverage is really, you know, they got blown out in that first match. Now they're looking at 2 penalties in a row, going down 0-2 quick to Aftershock.
They did get an elimination, but a little too late there. Still a 2-on-4. Leverage going to towel it out there.
And they bounced Trent, too.
Yep, exactly. That's tough.
That's another thing that changes when you go pro, right, is the level of paint management that occurs in the pro level with people keeping their stuff at the right brittle temperature with coolers and dry ice and air conditioning units and pit crew. No one's really shooting bouncy paint out here if they can help it. Down in the lower divisions, you'll see people like leaving their paint in the sun, and you know, you catch a lot of bounces. Not going to happen on this field.
Hey, they get like 4 tents down here per pit, you know, so you do get a little more shade over here in the pro pit.
That's true. That's true.
Oh,
they let you spread out a little bit.
Yep. All right, so we got Dynasty coming back out against NYX. Dynasty up 1 here.
Let's see if NYX tries to force the middle. You know Dynasty's looking for it.
So Dynasty going with Danny Schonauer this time as the first attacker with that early death of Harrison Fry. So he'll be the attacker on the D side. They also spin Blake Yarber as the attacker up the middle. 5-on-5 break.
Both teams like to stay in the pocket, Maddie, and it looks like the first body to drop is going to be for NYX off that Dorito side Aztec.
Yeah, advantage Dynasty.
They got Yarber in the wedge, hunting forward to the Dorito side. In the center 50 area is Yarber trying to shoot Peterson in that Hertz Tower. Peterson wary of the Yarber threat in the middle.
Dynasty launches Arturo Andrade, dives into Snake 1, crawls right into Snake 2, gets his gun up on the middle, reacting to that. New York Extreme going up into the middle. Gets diced up from the D side, though. Looks like Blake might have got that kill.
Yeah, Blake just snapped him on the inside. First ball connects. They kill another, so Dynasty in full control. They're looking like Dynasty right now. 5 alive, just 2 bodies left alive for NYX. Arturo coming through the Snake. Blake's got full control of that Dorito side. Alex Frazier in the Hertz Tower keeping Nico Acevedo in check. Little tactical retreat for NYX. He's going to get clapped up. Just Nico Acevedo. Never mind, he's gone. Dynasty going to take a 2-0 lead. And that's going back to the last match. What, 6 unanswered points for Dynasty now?
Yeah, Dynasty.
They've got it rolling now.
Masterful performance against Arsenal. Ended up getting a 1-point win, but
And I think what makes that story so compelling, honestly, for those of you that haven't maybe been keeping up with all the moves in the Pro League, Dynasty is, I don't want to use the term rebuild. That sounds a little too serious, but Dynasty did lose, a couple core players at the end of last season. They've been a powerhouse team leading up to this point. So I think a lot of people were curious to see how they were going to perform after losing some of their key players after last year. So they're coming out and making sure people know they're still here to play. So.
Well, you could make the argument that it is a bit of a rebuild.
Well, I was trying to.
So you have a starting 5,
yep.
And they lose Chris Shear, that's a starter.
Marcelo.
And they lose Marcelo Margot, starter, and then they lose their coach, Kevin Brettauer. So, yeah, and then, picking up Kyle Berry and Joe Barrett, Mike Bianca, help out Junior Brown. So, it would be very good for their program to show up on day 1 with a new line, have a come-from-behind victory, and then ideally for them smash New York Extreme. We'll see what New York Extreme's got, but...
They're on their way to a smash. It feels like a smash to me. I hope I'm wrong. I love to see it competitive. I love those New York guys, but we'll see.
Well, every game has been close out here today. We're in the 4th set. Only 1 blowout so far. Parity past couple seasons has been amazing.
Incredible.
Let's see if Leverage can get a point on the board against Aftershock down 0-2. Looks like they're going to catch a minor off the break.
Well, I think De Los Santos got shot as well, too, so he's lucky he got pulled on a minor.
Yeah. That is a lucky break. 5-on-3. Thomas Kim filling out behind Connor Kelly. Interesting that, Todd's going with an almost totally different lineup in this one. I wonder if it's a result of the last match, if it was designed.
Well, a very quick concession here is the towel thrown in for Leverage. I know I agree with you, but they only played 3 points in that first match.
Yeah.
And they had that super long 7-minute point.
Good point.
They let Uprising come back, and so he really hasn't got true looks at a lot of these guys with a huge roster.
Yeah, I was going to say they're carrying 11, are they not?
They brought an army to this event.
Yeah. That's true. Just 3 points in that last one. They had the long Uprising point. I was just going to jump and say that I hate that concession by Leverage right there, because you're on your way to a blowout. You're not really so much worried about time. Give yourself a break. Shorten the match a little bit. Try to score a couple points. I don't think you need to rush to be down 0-3 with 11 minutes left.
Not at the rate that these points are going. I know Shock obviously had the very long point at the start, but other than that, especially if you look at divisional scores, even semi-pro D2, like you're seeing 14 points in one match.
Right.
So I think you give yourself that room. Looks like Yoshi's going to take a bounce going up to the center wedge here.
And then immediately guns up and gets his kill. Danny Schonauer now snake side and immediately feeling very little pressure. The Hertz Tower not able to keep him from moving up to this 50-yard line. He's actually past the 50. He's inside.
That Yoshi's going to die coming forward, but the Hertz Tower dies. Harris dies coming through the middle. Dynasty making a point of emphasis to keep guns up the middle. Smokes Harris. They kill the others.
Well, other than Yosh getting shot, that was Dynasty by first-degree murder here at this point.
And that Hertz Tower, just for some field knowledge here, you can shoot the entryway into the snake over the beam, right? So make it hard for him to get in. But then you really don't have much. You can stop him on the edge of the inside snake too. But once he's past that, you're just playing whack-a-mole against 100%. The guy who has the wrap on you.
Yeah, and it's a guessing game.
Yeah.
You're in one spot, and they're in 17.
Yeah,
so.
Yeah, and you're getting heat on the inside. Like, those spots are tough to play, and you're always in the same spot, and that guy can crawl back, crawl forward, on the wrap, over the top.
Well, and Danny's showing us the power of the snake. If there's no one in there that you have to deal with, and there's no one inside wide, they don't know you're there. I think he got at least 3 in that one.
Mm-hmm.
And not only that, too, but when you're in that Hertz Tower trying to play whack-a-mole, if the center body for the other team comes into the snake side wedge in our center 50 structure, they can also catch loaders and barrels because you're so worried about trying to play whack-a-mole that there's that person right in front of you you're not really accounting for. I've seen a couple people get clipped out from that shot as well. All right, Leverage coming back out here. We got Alfred De Los Santos, Travis Baskin, Ricky Moran, Dominic DeVivo, new pickup for Leverage this year, coming over from Newbie Semi-Pro. And looks like Sanborn.
So Hosky going to get a spin. He was the go-to attacker for Chicago Aftershock in 2024, earned that starting roster nod. Been hearing he might be playing D-side, though, a little bit.
It's looking like.
And that's kind of where he's lining up. So
yeah, that's what I ran into him yesterday. He said he was playing the D-side. Hometown event for him. He's in the Clearwater, Florida area, so he's got a lot of friends and family out here. They can see him better on the D-side.
This is actually a pretty quick line. You got Connor Kelly, Hoskinson, both Altimores, and Trent Nitta. So definitely a quick line.
Joey Altimore, really good player. I think this is his first spin today. Plays out of the back, but really good quarterback guy who can get into the mix when he needs to.
You are right, though, Jen. That is a speed demon.
Right? It's an interesting approach, knowing that you're up 3-0. I love the strategy here.
Yeah, and not one of them over 5'10".
Right.
Yeah.
Looks like they're going to go a little bit pocket.
Yeah, so Aftershock actually goes pretty heavy guns, and then a couple secondaries. They get Hosky into D1, and then a pretty good, aggressive breakout here for Leverage all the way into D2 off the break.
Yeah, that was Baskin moving back over to the Dorito side. He'd played a couple points on the Snake side, backed up by Alfred De Los Santos, who sneaks into the Dorito 1. So good development here for Leverage. We like to see it. 2 in the back center still. Moran in the Snake insert. You're looking at De Los Santos and Travis Baskins on your screen. Down 3 against Aftershock. Long way to go in the match. Soaking up the experience as Leverage in their first pro event out here.
Hosky with the move. Nice move into D2. Makes it clean. Thinking about going to D3.
He does. He goes straight into D3, Matty.
And that's just really good field understanding,
But
right?
so does Travis over there. So they're matched up D3 to D3. Looks like Altamore getting a check here in the Snake corner.
Lucky doesn't get a penalty, but Hosky getting into the 50 now for Aftershock. So 5-on-4 advantage for Leverage, but good offensive positions for Aftershock.
Yep, Connor Kelly getting a check here in the Snake side Aztec. It looks like he is clean. He's good to go.
Hosky pulled, so he's dead. 3-on-5 advantage Leverage.
Leverage might be winning their first pro point here.
Looking good for him. We have seen some teams blow some 5-on-3s. Can't take it for granted. Connor Kelly dead, though, so it's a 5-on-2.
Yeah, good zone control here for Leverage.
Trent going to retreat to the back center. Athletically, that's tough to do. He's clean on the pack. I didn't see anything break. They call it rub. So just Trent and Joey Altamore.
All right, Travis is going to push into the Dorito side 50 over there for Leverage. Big move by Altamore down the tape, and it looks like he's going to probably trade out, and he does.
Love it with Joey Altamore there. 1-on-5 situation, may as well send it, try to get lucky. Doesn't work out. In Leverage, Ricky Moran running in there in the Boston Red Sox beanie. Going to be extra careful on this first point.
This is going to be a little paintball trivia. Who scored Leverage's first pro point? Who hit the buzzer?
Yeah.
Hey, I got one for you. I
hope I know it.
What'd you say?
I said I hope I know it.
Who hit the buzzer in the very first WNXL game ever?
Oh, that I have no idea.
It's got to be Jen Folk.
Is it going to be you?
It was me. Technically, it was the
loaded question.
It was the exhibition that we did at World Cup 21. It was like 20 girls on each side. We did like a 20-minute X ball match. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
And yeah, first one. I raced Alicia Valdivia up there. I was like, I gotta be the first one to hit this buzzer.
That's very fitting considering the run you've had the past couple.
I appreciate that. Yeah, this will be my my first season not playing the WNXL, so it's definitely weird, but
you're still playing though, right?
Yeah, I'm still playing with my home
husband,
team. Yes, with my husband. Yep, we're playing D2. I'm with Underground, but I'm still going to be here to support the ladies and the heroines as much as I can. So
you played great at World Cup last year.
I appreciate
I called that game. Yeah, it was impressive. Dynasty now.
Yeah, Dynasty 3-0 here. Extreme. Still a ton of time left on this clock. Heavy guns up for Extreme on the break. They get a body out wide. Snake side back spot makes it clean. Here comes Dynasty, though, aggressively pushing up the middle. Arturo, no problems getting in the Snake to get that inside kill on Harris. So 5-on-4 situation.
5-on-3 now.
5-on-3 now. Situation in favor of San Diego Dynasty, just pretty much on cruise control.
See, NYX fell into a trap right there. They would go down to 0-3 and they say, hey, why don't we try doing what we did against the Ironmen against Dynasty, where we do 2 at the Hertz Tower and then come through the middle. Dynasty, a great scouting team, says, hey, we know what this team likes to do when they're down 3. They do 2 in the Hertz Tower and come through the middle. They kill both those bodies and have a 5-on-3 situation.
Crazy's going to get out back corner bunker Snake side to give Artie and Blake a little bit of help. Blake up at the 50 at the wedge, middle of the field. Arturo Andrade, good communication here from Dynasty.
Love to see a guy in the center 50 turn his head back in a 5-on-3 and scream to his backfield what the situation is. They're going to kill another. It's a 5-on-2 now for Dynasty. Harrison Fry creeping, crab walking up that Dorito side, not getting any pressure. It's just Nico Acevedo. Never mind. Cursed him real quick. He's going to walk off with a fat hopper hit.
Yeah, last kill. Easy one.
I tell you what, that little Snake corner, little Dorito, that's a hard place to live in that situation. It feels like it gets smaller and smaller, man.
For sure. You can see a lot, as Joey Blute was pointing out. But
we did see Marcelo Margot pull off a 1-on-2.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
I like it. Was he was in that little Dorito snake corner? Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Uprising had both their bodies on the Dorito side. They kind of like
Okay.
Gotcha. Someone was wide on this side. I think it might have been a different story.
It just feels like when you're playing that little snake corner, it feels like paint can literally come at you from literally everywhere.
Yeah.
Like from another field over there, they're going to come shoot you in that little Dorito.
Someone's going to shoot you from the stadium?
Yes.
Here comes Aftershock. 3-1 lead against Leverage. Leverage trying to get back into this match.
So Aftershock going with a little bit more of their traditional line.
Trevor Baskins ran and shot to the Dorito too. Travis Baskin, they went 4 guns up, did Leverage. They were unable to generate a kill, but now they have both Dorito players alive. Travis Baskins playing with supreme confidence in that Dorito too.
They did exactly what worked for them the last point. They've got Moran here in the snake insert Aztec looking inside, which is exactly what they did in the last point. So I think they're probably trying to find their rhythm, figure out where they can win most successfully from on this layout with the team that they have, and obviously having De Los Santos and Travis Baskins over there seems to be working for them.
Yeah, they're going D side, strong side right now, D1 and D2. Stuck at those spots for now. There goes move up into D3, makes it clean. You can see here on your screen 3 guns looking towards Leverage's D side here. As Connor Kelly's actually going back and forth on that Aztec because he probably wants to dip into the snake when possible.
And that being said, I mean, they went with what worked for them, but I think they kind of got thrown a little bit of a bone here by Aftershock not really looking to push the snake.
Right.
Because they're putting themselves in a little bit of a defensive position over here, Leverage having just the Holmes gun this way with DeVivo looking this way, who's going to move up here into the Hertz Tower. It looks like a body going to drop. A-Rod's going to drop for Aftershock off the Dorito side.
Yeah, Leverage looking pretty good right now. Anytime you get A-Rod off the field, it's huge. Running referee's going to come in and he's going to pull out Thomas Kim. So line getting whittled down here for Chicago Aftershock.
I love to see this, though. I love to see Leverage keeping their composure.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of times you come out, you get mercy ruled your first game, or at least blown out, and you go down 3. Like, that's a situation where a lot of people don't have the mental fortitude to withstand something like that. That's a big ask, especially coming into the pro division. So I'm glad to see them holding their composure here.
Yeah, I'll be completely honest. I thought they were going to fall apart and look at another mercy rule, but they're in the driver's seat now, looking to cut the deficit to 1. Ricky Moran now getting into the outside snake 2. He's got like a halo with a Benjamin $100 bill print on it. Trent Nitta, though, really nice retreat to the corner and then forward to the outside snake, and they lose both players off the Dorito side to Thomas Kim.
Well, hang on.
Trent had to make that move because he lost his back player on that side. So desperation outside move. It's going to get a concession here from Concede.
Yeah, so there was 3 bodies left for Leverage, and just Trent here left for Shock. It looks like Parrish came off at the same time that both Dorito players came off for Leverage. So it's still a 3-on-1.
They must have really not wanted Trent to catch any cleanup balls that he has to do in the pits because
they are
up,
lead,
right? They
yes.
have a 2-point lead.
I would let Trent roll with that too. Trent's just one of these guys who has a shot.
Well, and if as long as you have a lead, every second that comes off the clock is a big boost to you. So yeah, I would have been like, look, man, we have a lead. I'm not conceding it. We have 11 guys, so
yeah,
I don't mind if you have to sit a point for us to clean up 15 hits off you if we can take 15 more seconds off the clock.
I am curious what kind of adjustment Shock's going to come out with next, knowing that Leverage seems to be going with what seems to be their quote-unquote bread and butter in this match at least. So I'm curious to see if they try to push the snake at all.
Dynasty up 4-0. Let's see if NYX can get some of that magic going and get a comeback going. They're going to send Peterson up to the Dorito side, 50 wedge off the break. He ran and shot and then came up in there. They kill Arturo, so 5-on-4 advantage for NYX. Greenspan able to get wide, but they lose Danny. 5-on-3 now for NYX.
Yeah, it's looking that New York Extreme very much could keep themselves in this match. Still a 9:30 on the clock. Yeah, big, huge 4-point deficit. They have a high body situation right now. They got a lot of time to work with. Let's see if they can get the momentum to shift their way. Making moves here on the snake side. Greenspan trying to stop the bleeding. Gets outside wide. That back corner bunker. Here on the snake side as well, too. But they're going to be losing Yosh Rao. They did not know that Extreme had pushed into the 50-yard line here in the snake.
Big move on the Dorito side for NYX is in the Dorito 50 at this point.
I think that might have been Jackson Blue over there. And now it's just Joe Barrett and Ryan Greenspan left alive. Up 4 points, so there won't be a concession coming. NYX gotta have it.
Oh, wait. Okay, that Dorito player for NYX does take the walk.
Hennessy.
It looks like that was Hennessy.
Yeah.
But Greenspan gonna die, so just Joe Barrett left alive, looking at least...
Josh Taylor pushing down the Dorito side now.
He's looking at 3 NYX bodies. Nico Acevedo gonna quickly pop the top on his end, and NYX gonna put a point on the board. Josh Taylor, emphatic on the buzzer slam to cut the deficit to 3 with plenty of time left.
Yeah, signs of life here from Extreme. Shot bodies early, didn't squander that high body situation. Few mistakes here or there, a couple guys on the close, but just mostly solid work, good zone control, making it happen here for New York Extreme. Now going to be a 3-point spread.
30 seconds.
Yep, as Tom Ford loves to say, wide wins. NYX able to kill Danny and get wide early in the match based on their center presence in the first off the break. Now Leverage hustling out here.
Looks like Shock going to spin Trent, actually. So maybe that was their thought there. We don't want to clean Trent up.
Leverage a little late to the box here, running the same 5. Down just 1 now to Aftershock. They run.
Aftershock taking a big bite with Connor Kelly to the snake off the break, and they're going to be getting a kill on that D side, so it's going to be a 5-on-4 situation in favor of Chicago with Connor Kelly in a real good position. He's already at snake 2. Looks like A-Rod's going to fight his way to get to the wedge. Connor Kelly's going to get a little bit of help.
So that's the adjustment they made based on the action for Leverage on the Dorito side. They send A-Rod to the Hertz tower. He shoots Alfred off the break and then comes to the wedge. Leverage is not going to have any action on that Dorito side at this point, the way the Aftershock is set up.
Yeah, Shock incurring more risk in this point, and it has paid off for him as basically Leverage is just completely out of the play. They're tucked in those back spots. They're feeling a ton of pressure. They're going to lose that back corner bunker snake side. Now a 5-on-3. Ooh, no, penalty going to be assessed. It's going to be a 3-on-3.
Trent died out of his spot. I don't know where the minor came from.
2-on-3 situation here. Only 2 left for Leverage here in the Dorito 1 and the snake insert Aztec. Shock's got the snake 40, the Dorito side tower, and the Dorito 3.
So much better spots for Shock. Connor Kelly now getting outside wide. He's going to wrap and kill this guy.
Connor Kelly making the snake. Big difference in this one as far as strategy is concerned. And they're going to force a concession to get that 2-point spread back up with 5:48 to go.
Big point for Aftershock to re-seize the momentum. Lost their first match. Don't want to come out of Friday sitting at 0-2. Really need to win this one against their Tier 5 opponent in Leverage. Leverage showing some fight out here. Just down 2, but they put a couple on the board. I think they got their confidence a little bit. They were late to the box on that one, running with 10 seconds left. Might be a decent time for a timeout here, getting late into Friday.
And you guys said they're missing Caputo just today.
Just today.
Because it looks like they also, I'm shocked to not see Frankie
he got
Pashuta.
hurt. He got hurt, I believe. Yeah, I was
about
at
to
their
say,
practice last week, and I remember hearing that Frankie was hurt. Yeah.
Because Caputo and Frankie are 2 of like their core, like play every point kind of guys. So I was shocked not to see them.
Dynasty, NYX. Dynasty up 3. They're going to risk 2 bodies wide. Harry Fry to the Dorito 1 and Danny to the snake. They got Danny playing both sides. They're going to eat up number 88.
Well, it worked out well for him. They spread the field nicely. Got Danny Schoner actually into outside snake 1 off the break.
Incredible zone control here from Dynasty.
Well, and then either good comms or a good read by Danny as he realizes there's no one in that center because he has Blake up there doing some work as well, too, so he gets right to the 50. Dynasty is going to be losing
Kyle Berry.
Body. Yeah, Kyle Berry taking the walk. But just a full court press here from Dynasty. Alex Frazier feeling no pressure behind Danny, and that is going to do it here. So a couple gunfight wins to close out this point, put their 5th one on the board.
Blake is crushing up the middle.
He absolutely is.
Like, he just took away what NYX had in their first match. It's like, oh, they're a middle team? Guess what? It's Blake. And so that's Blake's zone until you take it from him in this one.
At the same time, Dynasty also elected to go both Dorito 1 and snake off the break when they're up 3-1, you know? So you can't, it's one of those things where it's like, okay, we're concerned about Blake, we're concerned about Danny, we're concerned about Harrison.
Yep.
You know, what can you do?
Well, it's going to make them a little harder to scout, too, because everyone is going to watch every single point of every team you're going to play. So, okay, what does Dynasty do if they go up, right?
Right.
Well, they just took a big risk, sending 2 bodies out wide, drawing the guns, get Blake up the middle. And, yeah, if I was coaching Dynasty, watching that first game and how New York Extreme was able to do up the middle, I would have gone to Blake and Yosh, too, because Yosh is spinning a lot up the middle as well, too, and said, hey, you got to go to war with Harris up in the middle.
Yep.
You outplay him in this game, we probably win.
Yeah, they've made it a point of emphasis. The first kill for Dynasty has been coming out of the middle most often. Looking good. Now Leverage trying to cut back into this lead.
Chicago after shock on the red side, Leverage on the blue side, and looks like Leverage going to get smoked trying to get to that D2 off the break. 5-on-4 in favor of Shock. They get their body outside wide on the D side into D1, doubling up that back center still. Leverage into D1.
Yeah, so they switched A-Rod back into the Hertz tower for that shot, and that's 2 points in a row where he's connected on Leverage's outside body, going to the Dorito side off the break.
And A-Rod is at that Hertz tower, totally focused on the D side, just dumping paint in that lane.
So now Leverage down a body, still has to come forward with 5 minutes left, 2 minutes on the clock. They're going to lose Alfred De Los Santos, so just a 3-on-5 now. They do fill into the Dorito 1.
That's A-Rod on that shot.
Yeah, yep. Absolutely. I was going to say, I think the Hertz bunker is probably the most important bunker on the field, and what they're electing to do changes the pace of the game.
Yep.
Like 100%. I think it's that simple.
Bad death.
Yeah, Connor Kelly getting smoked trying to get into Snake 1.
And that's a perfect example, because you got DeVivo here in the Hertz bunker looking Snake way. You've got A-Rod in the Hertz bunker looking Dorito way, and that's the power of that bunker.
Exactly. But that goes to they have to make a decision,
yes,
right? On the
you
game
absolutely
plan. Are you looking
have
Snake
to make
side, or are you looking D side?
100%. And I think, honestly, I think the plays are kind of built around what that body is doing.
And you're seeing teams have two up off the break up there, right? To have the gun inside and then launch him into the wedge, right? Or Heat was playing that Dorito side tower. So using the best containment guns are in the middle on this field.
Pace is slowed down a little bit here as Aftershock sitting on a 2-point lead. Leverage has to go, already with a 5-point loss in their first match against Infamous, but looking a lot better here in this match.
Yeah, looking much better. They still seem confident. You can see they play with a lot of trust. They've connected on some shots, but the difficulty here is that Aftershock is playing this. They're in no hurry. They're happy to take a 2-point win out of here. Leverage, the way they're pocketed, or sort of like their body language right now, is that they're not looking to force the issue. In the next minute and 30, they'll have to get it going. They don't have to be in a huge hurry, right? They're trying to cut the lead to 1. As long as you can cut the lead to 1 with a minute left on the clock, you're in decent position. The difficulty becomes, as you get low on paint, your ability to work behind your gun forward is diminished, right? Then you're just trying to connect on little lucky balls.
Yeah, you also can't just sit posted on that Hertz tower and just rope 3 pods of paint in through a zone when you're out of paint.
Yep,
it's a little easier to move when your opponents are out of paint.
And I don't mind him doing it right now. Thomas Kim stuck in that back center. A-Rod's just inside all day. A-Rod looking to come forward now.
A-Rod still has plenty of paint too. To your point.
Yeah, and they're up. Yep. They're playing really smart paintball right now.
Yeah, a second ago we were listening to the comms on the webcast here, and you could hear Thomas Kim telling A-Rod he needed to find the center body. It looks like they're trying to spot exactly where DeVivo is, in the center here for Leverage in order to try to break this.
Yeah, A-Rod getting creative right now, exploring options in that middle, find a way to put a lane on that D-side attacker for Leverage.
The bad death off the Dorito side, and a minor, terrible by LJ Parrish right there. Gets shot down the wire, and now it's a 3-on-2 situation in Leverage's favor.
Yeah, Corey Hall had just filled that spot, but gets pulled on the minor, so now there's no outside containment at all. It puts A-Rod in a tough position. A-Rod has to really be focused D-side right now. He's actually going to scurry his way over to that 50. Good zone control, though, as Leverage shoots A-Rod and then gets a shot in on Thomas Kim. So Leverage has answered the call here with about 2 minutes left to go. It's going to be a 1-point match. And it all comes down to that penalty on the D side.
Yeah, I mean, you're stepping out wide to get outside of that brick to shoot someone down the wire, and then you get shot, right? You don't even need to be doing that anyway. You're hunting for a kill, up a body, up points late in a match, and then somehow you catch the minor on it too. This guy's puking through his mask over here.
Ricky Moran puking.
Ricky Moran.
Ooh. Oh, there we go. Release the demon kid.
You got to crack that mask up, dog. Gnarly. Man. He was playing in Carhartt overalls last weekend. I think wearing the jersey. Maybe he should wear the jersey next time.
I think they're running 5 right now.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure they're running 5, maybe 6, but.
Yeah. Oh, that was gnarly.
Yep.
Had at least 4 or 5 solid heaves.
Man.
Oh, still coming.
Yeah. The puke cam, one of the great features of the GoSports. Yeah, let's stay on the puke, guys.
I feel like we need some puke emojis popping up on the screen here. All right, MYX going to take the snake off the break, and they're going to get a kill off the break. They're going to shoot Danny Schonauer.
Ooh, I thought they might have caught Alex on the fill out too. They did. 5-on-3 situation. Harris now has full control. He can wrap from that wedge. They're in both wedges, NYX. They kill the back center, Kyle Berry, who's struggling out here. Harris can come through and bunk Blake Yarber if he wants. Not anymore because Harrison Fry's switched off. He's killed. Just Blake Yarber left alive. Clapped up. Here comes NYX.
Oh, here's the chirping. Here we go.
A beautiful point here for Harris Hussein, who, I mean, you're still down by 3, though, Harris. But
Look,
hey,
Harris said, don't touch it.
We love to see it.
Harris said, hey, don't you touch that buzzer until I give you a look over here. He said, let me touch it. Let me touch it.
Harris is like, I shot everyone. I should be able to get our buzzer.
Down 3, but plenty of time to go. NYX able to get the outside kill on Danny off the break and get 2 bodies up the middle this time.
Well, no adjustment, unfortunately, for Dynasty for them in the middle of that point. Harris goes up there. They lose those bodies, and they just had no answer for Harris Hussein up the middle.
Yeah, we're seeing some teams, when they get that ball rolling down the hill through the middle, it's tough to stop, especially if they kill an outside body. If you're able to get out wide, that ball rolling downhill might come to a stop, and then you can kind of dig those guys out. But if they get the kill in those spots, it's tough. It's a lot of pressure on your back players.
It looks like Leverage did give Ricky a break there after his his unfortunate ending to that point.
He's if he wasn't dehydrated before, he is now.
Right.
5-on-5. Let's see what we got. They run Baskins to snake off the break. He makes it. 5-on-5 breakout, but Leverage gets into the snake. A-Rod hunting up the middle to the wedge. They know he's there. They're trying to rip a bounce shot into him. He's going to crawl now into the
140 on the clock
here.
here.
Hey, big risk for Leverage to try to get that snake off the break. See if it works out for him here as Aftershock trying to get that body out wide snake's side. He's going to get shot, so
good zone control there from DeVivo here in the back center for Leverage.
Yeah, so 4-on-5 situation with Nita taking the walk here for Aftershock.
I'd like to see Travis kind of
watch a minor right here on this Hertz player.
Great fill, though, for Connor Kelly to get out through guns to spread the field and stop the bleeding on the snake side for Chicago Aftershock.
No.
Player at the tower is clean here for Leverage.
1 minute on the clock.
That ref ran there holding a red flag. Oh, Travis Baskins, really nice job. He traded with A-Rod. I thought A-Rod was going to get him clean. He does not, so Leverage maintains their body advantage. Under 60 seconds left.
Yeah, under a minute to go. Attacking up the middle here for Leverage. And
this is where you have to converge that point.
Yeah, De Los Santos also trying to get to the 50 here. Snake side, middle body gets chewed up for Leverage. They also have an attacker on that D side. They are pushing the issue here, but Aftershock is holding the line.
Is it 3-on-3 now?
Yeah, 3-on-3. 30.
Oh, there we go. Another body dropping for
2-on-3. It's just Connor Kelly and Joey Altimore, I believe.
Yeah, but another body coming off for Leverage on that D side.
2-on-2 situation here. 28 seconds on the clock. Back center's going to drop for Aftershock. It's going to leave Connor Kelly in the snake corner by himself. And he's going to make a desperation run. Here he comes.
Ooh. Be careful not to get a penalty in that situation. 17 seconds left to go. There's still one body left alive for Leverage. They're going to be able to get to it.
Yep, Sanborn left here alive for Leverage to tie it up.
Wow.
And that was actually really interesting because while all of that was occurring, I noticed that Chris Sanborn was still standing in the Dorito Aztec over here in the backfield while everyone else was trying to push the envelope. And sometimes you see that and you're like, what are you doing, buddy? And other times you see it and you're like, actually, that's probably a good idea.
It's one thing I try to do when I call like a push play is to tell one guy, you are the buzzer guy.
Yep, you're the anchor.
If this goes well, you are going to be the one who goes through and hits it, right?
They kind of forget about you back there.
Exactly. Someone has to oversee everything going on. It doesn't mean you sit in the back and watch the time tick down.
Yeah, look at this replay. So Connor Kelly with the run-through.
He wanted the major.
Yeah, he's begging the major, doesn't get it. And that left Sanborn as the lone body after all the dust settled in the chaos to be able to go in and hit the buzzer to tie the game.
I like the move, though, from Connor because ultimately we just talked about that snake corner. And if you sit there, I think it was only a matter of time, and then, of course, they were going to have time to hit the buzzer anyway.
Somebody had to filter out there.
100%.
I agree. Now NYX trying to get their own comeback going against Dynasty. Down 3. Plenty of time left. 5-on-5 breakout. Dynasty sending Harrison Fry into the Dorito 1 and shooting inside, and then having Blake come up the middle. That take away the center threat.
It's actually Yosh up the middle.
Oh, Yosh.
Yeah, and Yosh was able to get up there clean, and I think he got one of those inside kills. So nice adjustment, San Diego Dynasty, as they are now up bodies, up 3 points with 6:30 on the clock. A 3-on-5 situation favor the boys in blue.
I really like these play calls by Mike Bianca.
Yeah.
This has been a very, very interesting match from Dynasty's perspective. in terms of their plays.
Just great scouting. You know, the second they sort of pull their guns out wide, NYX came through the middle again. They bring the guns back inside. They generate 2 kills early. They are going to lose Yosh out of the middle.
2 successful fills out on the Snake side, though, for Dynasty once that occurred.
Yeah, and again, they have a 3-point cushion here. So, yeah, they lose Yosh, but they have everyone in the back line. They have outside containment.
Arturo now on the outside Snake 1, so that's going to prevent Nico Acevedo from getting on the wrap in the 50 Snake. It's a really important spot, that outside Snake 1, when you have a lead. Make sure that Snake guy doesn't have free reign over here, has to contend with you. You get to play over the top, you see a lot. You can come inside and get streakers through the middle. NYX going to have to find a way down a body to either generate a gun battle kill or start forcing the issue. Dynasty content to roll their guns.
Yeah, Nico's trying to figure it out right now. He's wrapping around. He's feeling no pressure. He knows he has to have some sort of forward movement here soon. They do have time, though. They're down 3. It's 5-10. So it's not put a guy in and make a move situation quite yet.
And whoever that insert Aztec on the Dorito side was ripping a bounce shot off the mini wall into the 50 Snake. So he was a little wary of going into the 50 Snake because he saw that bounce shot come in. It's difficult to live through that if you go forward into the 50 Snake. I think that's Kyle Berry. So Nico, that's his issue right now. Is he wants to go forward, but he's wary of that bounce shot that's coming in over there. For good reason. It's a deadly one, but at a certain point, you got to do what you got to do and get on your belly and go to their end. No risk it, no biscuit, as former Tampa Bay Buccaneers coach, forget his name, where's the stupid newsboy cap? Bruce Arians used to say.
Well, the comms have been pretty good here for New York Extreme as they're trying to put these variables together and figure out the safest way to attack with the time allotted. But
Harrison Fry's going to get the drop in on Hennessy over there in the Dorito side Aztec.
Yeah, nice kill here for Dynasty. Options dwindling right now for New York Extreme.
Yeah, that's basically a wrap, if you ask me. Harry gets that kill. Now it's a 2-on-4. They bounced Nico in the 50 Snake, but it's a 2-on-4 for NYX. Looks like they're probably going to go down 4 unless they catch a miracle here. Dynasty typically so good in these situations. They don't force moves. They got Harrison Fry on the inside from that Dorito 1. Good luck getting through that gun right now.
Arturo trying to get a little creative here in that outside Snake 1. Goes out, feels no pressure in that blind area, and then just gets tucked into the inside Snake 1.
Doesn't need to do too much. Josh is in that center wedge there for NYX. Not going to be able to generate much or push anyone around from there since they have no one wide on the Dorito side.
Well, and Extreme also needs to be thinking margin right, too.
Totally.
They dropped their first game only by 1, so they can't let Dynasty start running away with this one.
Here comes Ryan Greenspan down the Snake. He's going to leapfrog Arturo, try to get the drop pin here on Josh Taylor.
Did they trade? He shot Nico or no?
He did not.
No.
So Ryan did not trade. Nico stayed alive, but then Nico got shot by Arturo here.
Just Josh Taylor. He shot. So Dynasty going to take a 4-point lead with about 2 minutes and 30 seconds left.
Smart point.
Really nicely done by Dynasty.
Yeah, good job by Arturo Andrade, Harrison Fry, and Joe Barrett.
And Mike Bianca for the play call, too.
Absolutely.
Great job. Those were coach kills off the break there. Obviously, the players got to connect on the shots.
Also, if you are joining us on social, please head on over to MLPBplus.com to watch the rest of this tournament. Best players and teams in the world throwing down here on center court. First event of the 2025 Tampa Bay Open, first event of the season. And it's been nothing but pretty much very close games for the most part. So can't wait to see how things are going to go this afternoon. See a new fresh set of teams take the field. Dynasty's getting in a little bit of a mini argument out there. So here's that. Wasn't a trade as Ryan tried to run down Nico. Nico stitched him up. But then Nico, trying to be proactive in that spot, knows he has to try to find something as far as offense is concerned. Gets smoked by Arturo.
Now we're going to see that aftershock leverage overtime point here.
Hey, great game, Joe.
Leverage definitely could use that breather on that longish point right there.
I know, I was shooting it. I was also shooting
Ricky Moran back out there.
Looks like we got DeVivo, Travis Baskins, Ricky Moran, Sanborn, and Brandon Domenico.
Who's in the red beanie for Aftershock over here? Have not
That is Clay Hughes.
Clay Hughes getting his first spin of the day in overtime. Big trust right there in Clay Hughes.
Actually, is this a totally new line?
Well, I don't think this is over.
Yeah, I think
this is the 2-second point. Yeah, this is the breather point. Gotcha.
Yeah, so we got Hughes, Hall.
Yeah.
Altamore.
So that's going to be 2 seconds on the clock, something like that. They're just going to go out there, break out. It gives you a full rest because it's still split deck. The other set will come on and play. It's just a little formality situation here, a nuance of the game.
Yeah, this is the just don't get us a major kid situation.
Yep.
Yeah, so it's 8 seconds on the clock.
8 seconds, okay.
Oh, wow. Aftershock sent it. They sent Hosky all the way up on the D side, running and gunning past D3 as time expires. So Aftershock was attempting to try to get, I mean, we've seen a 7-second point, 8-second points. They're incredibly rare.
I think Ryan was just trying to impress his friends and family.
On the show tape, which is the D side?
Yeah, exactly, the show tape.
So now we will reset. 5 minutes on the clock, head into an overtime period with this game all locked up, tied up between Leverage and Aftershock. Not the story that Aftershock wanted to have here against this rookie pro team, but what a better look for Leverage than the beating they took from Infamous in their first game.
So I know you guys have only watched a couple sets this morning, but just based on that and based off of practice or anything you've heard, who do we think are the front runners of this event in the Pro Division?
I think...
And a dark horse.
The dark horse? Well, I think you can't go wrong with picking any of the favorites out here.
Right.
I would have said Impact before I saw them play. I wasn't super impressed with what they showed. I think they're having a little bit of an identity crisis in terms of lines or hot hands and who those hot hands are going to be, who gets the lion's share of reps.
I mean, Infamous looked the best considering the scores, but they played Leverage. It was
We haven't seen Red Legion yet, though.
Yeah. Dark Horse, I'm going Arsenal, even sitting at 0-2. I think that's a team that can sneak in and be deadly.
So on the breakout right now, under 2 to play, 4-point spread here in favor of San Diego Dynasty. And on the breakout, looks like Dynasty's going to double up the Hertz Tower with Rao and Greenspan. 5 alive for both squads.
Yeah, we had Greenspan hip shooting there. Very casual, you know. This ain't his first tournament.
He does make the hip shooting look very stylistic.
Yeah, any young players watching, don't do that unless you're Ryan Greenspan.
First body to take the walk is going to be Josh Galea for NYX out of that center there. 5-on-4 advantage for Dynasty. NYX pushing down the Dorito side, body in D1 and D2, and here comes Harris pushing up to the Hertz Tower.
Yeah, we talked earlier about how important that Hertz Tower was, Jen, and now that's why teams have been double stacking that body, so you can have a gun both ways. Unfortunately for Dynasty, they do lose Harrison Fry at a D1. There's no one on that D side. Look for Barrett to try to go over there and stop the bleeding, but they are winning gunfights. Another body comes off right now for New York Extreme as we hit that minute mark. Margin is what is the concern here. Is Dynasty going to have a 5-point margin, a 4-point margin? What is it going to look like? 3 points? We will see. Oh, Ryan Greenspan had no idea that Nico was up in the snake that far. He gets stitched up trying to get to the wedge.
Good.
And they lose Arturo Andrade as well, too. Yosh got to be careful there. Does trade out with Harris, and that leaves Joe Barrett in the backfield, and he's going to get stitched up. So the margin's going to go down to 3.
30 seconds left on the game clock.
So NYX cutting into that margin there. Good job, Nico Acevedo, taking the bite on the snake side, connecting on shots on Greenspan and others.
That was actually really impressive from Nico, not only because Greenspan was in the Hertz Tower on the zone, but he also had to fight his mirror from that Aztec to Aztec. So Nico understood the assignment, put his mirror in, got through the lane. Greenspan was actually yelling, saying that he had shot Nico, and I think he was trying to take advantage of the ref coming to check, so which is why Ryan made the move. At least that's the way I saw it, but I don't think it paid off the way he wanted it to, but hey, they're still up by 3, so.
Well, it's just the blessing of making a move into a spot where your opponents don't know you're there. I mean, Greenspan does not run into guns very
100%.
often. So they just didn't know that he'd slipped into the snake and was up that far.
Now overtime, Aftershock versus Leverage. It looks like Travis Baskin is going to be over here on the snake side. They like sending him off the break. They do.
So is Leverage going to Is Leverage going to win their first pro game and stay in this tournament? They definitely need a win right now.
Leverage decided to take more ground on Snake, while Shock decided to take the Dorito 1 and are a little bit in the pocket here on the Snake side. So we'll see which strategy works out in the long run.
They got Trent Nina back in that Hertz Tower. It's A-Rod, I think, in the back center with Thomas Kim. Connor Kelly is the one over here. Ricky Moran getting out to the snake corner alive. LJ Parrish in the Dorito 1 for Aftershock on your screen. Doesn't have much holding him up.
Yeah, a better field position right now for Leverage as they have this player here in Snake 2. Shock, body out in D1, but no penetration on the Snake side at all.
Yeah, it looks like Baskins here in the Snake 2 for Leverage is actually trying to lock off that Dorito side, understanding that he doesn't have this Hertz tower looking that way. Pretty much only the back center and his Dorito side Aztec helping him out there.
Trent Nitta feeling the pinch in the Hertz tower. I don't know where the pressure is coming in on it. Someone's ripping a bounce shot. Okay, I understand. I think the back center is ripping off that Dorito side tower into the Hertz tower, and that's causing Trent to have to live inside his bunker. Can't hold the zone on the Dorito side.
A-Rod finally gets out of doubling up that back center with Thomas Kim, so that's pretty crucial here for Chicago Aftershock. Leverage is still double up that back there, but they get their body out alive as well, too. So still 5-on-5, slightly better field position on the D side for Aftershock. Much better field position for Leverage on the Snake side.
It's all about comms here, slow progression, finding a body that you can put too much pressure on where they can't live, getting a body advantage and trading down. If we don't start to see that, we might see a one-on-one out here.
I'm curious if Trent knows that Leverage are not past that Aztec on the Dorito side, because if he does know that, he can move up to that center wedge and lock it off entirely to where when De Los Santos tries to make that move out into Dorito 1, he'll catch him for free.
I don't think he knows that, and I think he got sketched out by that bounce
shot. The bounce shot, yeah.
Which is keeping him from even looking that way, right? And so then it's hard to bump forward when you see random stuff whizzing in on you, sort of unaccountably. But 5-on-5, Trent can keep Travis Baskins from coming too much farther down the Snake side.
Oh, Baskin with a nice move across. And another move outside wide on the Snake, or on the D side as well, too. So improving their position, Leverage with a presence on the D side, getting across that big gap from the Aztec to D1.
Yeah, and that's a gap that I think Trent could have locked down had he either known or been able to get up into that wedge.
Well, that's the power of that bounce shot. I mean, he's been really worried about that. Tucked into his spot as much as he can.
Well, I think that's Thomas Kim in the back center for Shock. It was. And he fills out of the Snake corner now, but he had been in that back center looking down over here at Travis and kind of trying to slow him up in the Snake, which I think would have allowed Trent to make that move. But, hey, we have the bird's eye view, so it's easy for us to say that.
Totally. They're in the fog of war up there. But I like the move by Alfred De Los Santos once Baskin moved, getting outside wide to the Dorito 1, coming down on a minute 30 here. We're still in the 5-on-5, but Thomas Kim is making moves up the Snake side.
Yeah, Thomas Kim made that nice move outside wide, started in that back center, but now he's in Snake 2, so we're still slightly better here for Leverage with Baskin outside.
So Ricky Moran makes a move into Snake 1 behind Baskins here. However, it is a minute and 30 seconds left on the clock, and we're still 5-on-5, which is incredible.
Edging towards potential one-on-one situation. So if we do not get a winner after 5 minutes of 5 minutes overtime, we will jump into one-on-one.
If Trent dies in the next, say, 30 seconds, I could see this really opening up. If he doesn't, then I think we're going to one-on-ones, barring, obvious stupidity moves. But so far, everyone's they're calmed up. It seems like everyone knows where everyone is. No one's lost a gunfight. Alfred making a move up to the Dorito 2.
1 minute.
Leverage positioning themselves to get forward now. They want it.
Travis moving here into the 50 Snake for Leverage. Trent getting tight in that Hertz tower.
Yeah, with Alfred De Los Santos in the Dorito 2, here comes Ricky Moran. Thomas Kim crawling forward.
Yeah, Leverage slightly more aggressive here, taking ground and on the game plan. And here comes the push on the D side. So they get to that 50. They're going to get that kill on Parrish. Real good situation right now. Double stacking that 50 on the D side. Can they contain? They get the shot inside and on Trent. And then they also do good zone control, but it's going to be a major penalty assessed on Leverage. That is going to stop the point.
It's a swing point. It's under 60 seconds.
Yeah, it's under 60 seconds. Swing point major. So Leverage looking like they were going to earn the win, their first win as pros, but a major is going to stop that momentum and send it over to Chicago Aftershock. What a nail-biter here of overtime. Very unfortunate turn of events here for Leverage. That major penalty under 60 seconds going to give Chicago Aftershock that win. They're going to review it, though.
100%, because that was just...
That kills you.
I mean, they had 5 alive. Well, they would have been 4 had he just traded, right? But, you had 2 Dorito players, De Los Santos and Sanborn, racing down the Dorito side over there ready to hit the buzzer. So that's just really unfortunate for Leverage there.
I felt that one in my heart.
Yeah, was it Travis that got the penalty?
Yeah.
He definitely, his body language told me he was the one because he's in there being like, oh.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Travis was in Aftershocks Snake 4 on the inside of that little fortress. So then when Thomas Kim went to get him, he might have done a little little spin. But it's hard to see for us here, obviously, with this stand. But I'm sure they'll review that in depth.
So jumping back into the 3-point spread here. San Diego Dynasty up over New York Extreme.
30 seconds. Wow. Still stunned by that leverage turn of events right there. Looked like they were going to get their first pro win. Looked like they were going to have Aftershock sitting at 0-2. Instead, fully swings.
Well, it's hard out here in the Pro Division.
For sure, and these refs are good.
Heartbreak City sometimes.
And, you know, as heartbreaking as that will be if that does stand, what would be more heartbreaking if they had folded when they went down 0-3?
That's correct.
So, I mean, it's extremely unfortunate, but what it tells you is that you can compete with Aftershock.
Yeah, absolutely.
Especially when you're down.
Well, if you can compete with Aftershock, then you can pretty much go toe-to-toe with almost anyone out here. So just 25 seconds left to go. See what the margin's going to be here. First kill is going to be San Diego Dynasty.
Minor on NYX.
Blake Yarber taking the walk, attack for New York Extreme up the middle, and here comes the counterpunch of San Diego Dynasty as Alex Frazier's going to come through, stitch him up, goes through clean too, untouched, and might get that margin back here, and he does. Great move. The legend, Alex Frazier, still got it.
HOTT-OGO, Alex Frazier hot to go right there, comes through the middle, pads the margin. 7-3 victory for Dynasty. Going to come out of this day 2-0 after falling down to Arsenal.
Yeah, with a decent margin, too.
Yep.
2-0, 5 points. Looking pretty good here with this new line. Come from behind victory against Arsenal. A little finishing touch, a little exclamation point from the legend, captain Alex Frazier. Maybe 85, but he still got it.
But I love it.
Yeah, no time to do the walking with the cane celebration on that one. Had to sprint in there. Still pretty quick. Good point, good match. Yosh Rowell and Blake Yarber, they won the battle in the middle against NYX.
And that was pretty much the story of the match.
Yep.
Because with how well that Extreme was playing the middle of the field with Harris up there, Nico was playing well on that snake side as well, too, in that attempted comeback against the Ironman. But Dynasty just had an answer for it.
Yep.
The answer was Blake Yarber and Yosh Rao.
I think that's the difference, too, in these prelim matches versus when you get into Sunday. It's advantage, answer, advantage, answer. And it goes through a lot of iterations on Sunday. Sometimes in these prelims matches, it's sort of like one look, adjustment, the team that just wins.
Well, when you're playing these games out here, you're trying to dictate the pace of the game with your skills and strategy and try to avoid being the one being reactive instead of proactive. And when people ask me after the prelims are done, they're like, okay, well, who looks the best? It's typically the team that is exerting their will on their opponents the most. And then also who looked the scrappiest. You know, it is good for Dynasty that they faced a ton of adversity in that first Arsenal match with this new lineup, because ideally, because even if you go and you coast through and you smash people, you know, you're not facing any adversity, then it's difficult out there.
Yeah, you're going to face
So that is going to do it here. Stick around, though. We still got Impact taking on Infamous. Both those teams undefeated here in day one. Also in the set, it's going to be Houston Heat and the Ironmen. Here at the 2025 Tampa Bay Open, first stop on the Major League Paintball Tour.
This guy went to the beast off the break, but he doesn't have a shot at it anymore. Did you get a guy on the break? Unless he went to Texas. Did he go to Texas? There was 2 runners. Ask Will.
Rumor has it, I'm a savage. Drop the classic, thinking back. Drop the classic, too established. Got the magic, it's automatic. Got a mask, who was that? Living legend, meet the weapon. Mastermind, never tried. Tell them all. Big dreams, I got big dreams since like baby. I've been joining forces with the likes of an A-team. Jumping off of buildings used to be so stimulating. Now I'm reaching new heights, I'ma need the off-white. Play with the fire, you get burned. All of my struggles became lessons well learned. I got desires that keep me grounded, that's for sure. Cause one day we gon' make it out this earth. Where's your worth?
I'm sick of your talking, you got the wrong one. I'm taking your king and I leave him broken. If I am in second, it's after no one. Just give me a second to let him know I'm the headline. prodigal. I gave them time, it's been too long. Was silent calm, but now the storm. I'm not the one you can't ignore. I never line, the deadline. I'm ahead time, the red kind. I'm a living legend, lethal weapon, master. Big time.
Now look at this.
Hey, it's BRNT with CRBN, and I have our new IC PWR Nano Barrel System here. This kit includes our famous ultra-light